Welcome. We're hanging with BEAGS tonight. And Roscoe Pico Train, he wanted to go live. He was missing seeing everybody. He wanted to say hello. Quit messing with my necklace. What's wrong with you? Hello, everybody. Okay. I hope all are well tonight. May or may not have some folks joining tonight on the stream. Sent the call out. Hey, Bernie, I see you there. Welcome, Hippie Shake, GT 1982 Mustang. How you doing? Summer Breeze, hello. And we're on a Thursday night. Sorry about hadn't been able to do lives lately. I've been working very hard doing a construction project. I have not the dent to prove it. Whacked myself many times, but got hit in the head with a 10-foot freaking fiberglass ladder. That wasn't my fault. The other guy did that one. So anyways, we're gonna actually gonna go and look at some digital archives tonight. I'm a little whooped. I've been working really hard, so I hadn't been able to do much past couple weeks, 2 weeks. So anyways, I'm going to just kind of take it easy and go look at some digital archives and look at some pictures of HD pictures that I cannot download in HD, but I can show them to you on the internet. And so we'll go and look at those. Hello, Sasha Lopez. Hope everybody's doing okay tonight. So, and a little bit later, might have some people joining in. So I'll go ahead and share screen. We'll just get into it. And if you have any questions, shout out and I will attempt to watch the chat. So I got to look up here for what I'm looking at, and then I got to look down here for the chat. So I've got two screens to look at. So bear with me. And this light's a little bright in my face. I don't really like that light. I don't know why I have that one there. So anyways, let me go ahead and present screen. We'll get into it and see what we can find. Okay, I don't want to look at that yet. Okay, so what we have here is this is a digital archive. This is let's see, St. Louis Public Library Digital Collections. And this is a Louisiana Purchase Exhibition digital archive. Now, something I'd like to let me make that full screen. I'm sure you guys don't care to look at my beautiful mug. I know I'm pretty, but I ain't as pretty as these pictures. So I'll just go ahead and open up. Now we have a great picture of a shovel here. Now this shovel is wrong one. Okay. This shovel is a shovel. Oh, I didn't even realize that. Look at that right there. First pick. You can see that they manipulated the photo. See this grayness here? Let me go ahead and make it high res. I know this is just a shovel, but this is supposedly a shovel that they dug out the World's Fair site with. And right here we have, that's photo manipulation right there. What they've either done is painted it. This one actually looks like it was painted, but it could have been scraped. But either way, this is a glass plate negative that has been altered. So anyways, I know it's just a shovel. It's not that interesting. So let's go ahead and see what else we can find. And I know this is a little slow and clunky the way I'm having to do this, but because I can't download these in high res, it's not worth even, looking at them in low res, because when you get into the images, they're very interesting in what you can see. So I want to get in there. These look like wash tub machines. And this woodwork is very interesting to me because there's a clock with the 4 ones. Oh, and I saw an actual banana tree this week, and the bananas were growing upside down, which I think is really weird. That's knob and tube wiring right there. That's electrical wiring. Let's see. I'm just going to kind of randomly grab these if they look interesting to me. Hello, Frankie from New West Reset. And let's see. This is the peril of the plains. This is a great little picture. It looks like a fountain maybe here. Looks like they've got this wood planking around there. Looks like they're going to plaster that. Now I'm not there's all this speculation, did we build the World's Fairs? Did we not build the World's Fairs? I don't know. I'm undecided on that. I believe there's some hanky-panky going on here. I don't have the answer. I just think it's important to look at it. I'm not one of these that goes and says that we absolutely didn't build this. I don't think we didn't absolutely build this. I think what my thinking is right now is that these World's Fair sites were in the middle of construction. I also kind of think that it's possible that every World's Fair site around the world in this time frame were already in construction in the old world, and then we found them halfway through construction and then just came in and fished them out. And I kind of have this thought maybe in my head that maybe these World's Fair sites were like a World's Fair, where it was literally a fair that was going to be held around the world in different locations so that everybody in the world could participate, because these fair sites are not big enough for the world. But if you did one of these in key locations all the way around the world at the same time, Phoenician shell, architectural urn, ether antennas, you could actually it would literally be a World's Fair, of one fair. It's kind of like Disney World and Disneyland and Euro Disney and Disney Japan or whatever it is. You got different Disneys, but it's all Disney. And you can all go at the same time to Disney around the world, different places. I don't know, just a thought. I'm just saying that I don't necessarily think that these are. I don't think we fully built this. I think if anything, we found it halfway through or almost all the way done. I really don't think we built these from pure scratch. I'm not saying that we can't. I'm not saying it's not possible. I'm not saying we can't build things. We can. We did build things. But I think in this instance, in these pictures, in these events, I think there's something else going on here. And that's my opinion. And I'm entitled to my, opinion, and you can have your opinion and we can all mosey on down the fucking road and get along. Or you can, kiss my ass and shut the fuck up. It doesn't matter to me. This is my opinion. You're more welcome to have your opinion. We got a dude surveying right there. Just very strange. Very strange. Look at that ladder. God. It's just totally not looking safe there. Okay. This looks interesting. Let me hold on a sec. Okay, I gotta keep checking the thing. Oh, wait. I don't know what I'm doing here, yo. Okay, here we go. Got a flat earth asterisk right there. Look at the detail in that thing. That's just incredible artistry. Look at that train. Wow, that's cool. And I got a ship here. Agriculture. So we're talking about agriculture, but we have a ship and a train. That's a cool picture. Me likey. I wish I could download these. Oh, this is uh, a good point that I think needs to be understood by the community is that most people do not understand um, these digital archives. Okay, so let me give you the layman's version: is there are digital archives all around the world. Okay, there's more and more digital archives coming online all the time. Okay, and these digital archives are uploading daily new material. And so what happens, and I hear this all the time, and this is actually how I found this particular archive, is that a channel did a video showing pictures, looking at this set of images, and they're saying, well, I've found these images, and they're I don't they're easy to find, and I don't know why these channels aren't showing them. And here's the thing: I have shown pictures from this particular World's Fair. I've done videos on it, but I have not shown them from this particular digital archive because I had not found this digital archive, because there's so many. There are different digital archives that are showing pictures from the same places, but there you go, Frankie, there's your train. There are different sets, and they're uploading new ones all the time. So each time you go to a digital archive, there could be new pictures. And so these glass plate negatives are sitting in a box, and they have people that are sitting there, and they're going through and digitizing these photographs, and they take time because they're glass. They have to be handled with great care. Sometimes they even have to be cleaned. And they have to be logged and inventory, blah blah blah. I mean, it's a pain in the ass. So my point here is that please, understand that just because somebody is not showing a particular set of pictures doesn't mean that you haven't looked for them. It doesn't mean that you're hiding them, that you're not showing them. It's just very possible that we've never found that set. And so, if you find something, you may have found something new, and good for you. But don't, put down the researchers because, my God, they didn't show these pictures. I mean, you got to give us a damn break. We're doing the best we can. We don't have any control over what these people put up on the archives. And not to mention, I'm looking through, I could give you a list of 100 digital archives right now that I look at, and I'm finding new ones all the time. So, just, be gentle on us, because we're human. We're doing the best we can. This is not easy to find this stuff. It's not, there's so much. I have seen videos where they're talking about this digital, how the process of these archives and what they're having to go through. And the rooms of the shelves and boxes of the glass plate negatives that they have is astronomical. It's overwhelming, the task that they're dealing with. So there's going to be more and more coming out, but my favorite personally are the glass plate negatives, because I don't know what technology. I know what technology they say they were using, but I tell you what, these glass plate negatives are phenomenal. That's my opinion. I mean, y'all might think they suck, and that's okay. That's okay. Hello, University of Light. How you doing? Let's see here. Oh, okay. Get my little thing here going. But you see how these this is a glass plate negative, and you see how they get issues in the glass, like fungi or mildew or whatever, and they mess up. They chip, and they get scraped and scratched and dust on them, and they're just very, very fragile. They're amazing. Just absolutely amazing. The quality. Honestly, I think they're better than the digital cameras that we have today. There's something like when you go into I don't know, there's just there's a richness to it. It's like the difference between a digital movie and a film. It's got that um richness to the image. Probably makes no sense to anybody. I'm probably rambling. I'm very tired, y'all. So if this doesn't make any sense, I'm blaming Roscoe. Hello, Streets Tartaria. Hello, Sigsar. So anyways, I guess I should let me let me check this for a sec. I wanted to share with you guys a little excitement I had this week. Now I'll tell you what I can, and I've talked about this before, and I can only share certain things because I'm only allowed to share certain things. But I was telling you guys a couple weeks back that a friend of mine that has a major demolition company is demolishing a building in downtown Raleigh, North Carolina, and they found a basement in the building, and they were going to dig out the basement. Interesting news. They got the walls down. They cleaned off the brick. They got all that off of there, and then they cracked the basement, the floor to the building to get into the basement. They got in the basement. They started digging it out and dug it, looking for the ground, the foundation. When they got to the bottom of the basement, guess what, y'all? They found a whole nother floor, and it goes 10 feet below that, and it turns in from a brick side walls to stone, and it goes 10 feet below. So not only is there one basement that nobody knew was there, there were two. They're going in next week to dig it out. So that's all I can tell you right now, but it's really freaking cool. I'm very excited about that, and I will be getting pictures. I don't know if I'm going to be able to share them, but I will share what I can with you. I've had to sign a non-disclosure agreement. I can't tell you everything, but it's really exciting. We're on the cusp, y'all, of some crazy shit coming. So stay tuned. More to come. Look at that, those arches back there. That is just, I don't know, that I really like that. I'm not a big statue person, but I kind of like that. That's really very cool. Sorry, this is a little clunky here, guys. This is the way I have to do this. If you've been here before, you know how this goes. I've got to go in each damn picture. So, anyways, got an eagle represent the phoenix. Got some boobas. Looks like maybe a dove. Just beautiful art. Man, I'm just picking these. I'm not going to show every one of these. There's hundreds and hundreds of these things. So I'm just going to show you kind of what I grab as think is kind of interesting. Got the fleur de lis, laurel leaf of control, Tartarian lion. Yeah, I said it. 1803, maybe. I'm not sure about the date there. It's kind of odd. That is really, that is just cool looking right there. That would make a cool album cover. I've probably said that a million times. Okay. Hello, Stephen Lynch. How you doing? Hello. Let's see. I'm going to try to read this. Secret Reluctant Jesus. I hope I said that right. Hello. Some of y'all have some really cool screen names. We got an unscrubbed cartouche here with the headless knight. Who is it? Mind Unveiled, I think. Or was it Conspiracy Artist did a video? One of the two. Correct me or help me out here. One of those two did a video talking about the headless knight. And I believe that Martin talks about the headless. I don't know if that's what's called. Correct. Hippie. I know you're there. What does Martin call that? I can't remember. My hip brain is fried right now. I've got this. I'm doing this construction job, and it is not an easy task. I literally was given a video and told to watch the video, and the customer said, "Okay, I want to build that, but I want to make these changes." And so I'm incorporating a video idea, the customer's idea, and then I have to make that a reality. And I have no blueprint. I had to draw my own blueprints up, and I'm having to change things as I go to make it work. It's a complicated build. It's challenging. I like it, but it's very it's kicking my butt. But it's fun. I'm enjoying it, and I need to work. So I'm focusing on that right now, guys, and I'm gonna work on YouTube as I can. It's been really exhausting me. I'm 50. I'll be 50 in December, so my old bones is aching, and that's nice. I like that. So bear with me, guys, and we'll get back to doing things for YouTube more and more down the road. But for now, I'm gonna be off and on. Okay, I know getting later on there's gonna be some. This is weird. I don't know what this is. There's gonna be some. That's just a drawing of something. I don't particularly like those as much. That's pretty cool. That's weird right there. Didn't that look damaged? I don't know. That's kind of weird. Of course, things get damaged in construction. That's cool right there. Man, look at the detail. And not that man can't do this stuff. Man can do this stuff. We can do this stuff. It's just I don't think we did. I don't think we did this. I'm sorry. It's if you've ever cut a board with a handsaw, then you should know that it's a hell of a lot more difficult than cutting with a circular saw. It's a physical event. It sucks. I don't know how. Look at those dresses. Damn. Wow. Very cool. Look at the detail on those cases. Man. Look at those hats. Just the quality of the stuff that they had. I mean, it just seems out of time, out of place. Like it's just too high a quality for people that are running around on horses. And that's my opinion. And I'm not saying that okay, we all know that Fred is the horse that built America. But that being said, there's a fascist right there. We all know that they had, trains and coal cart type things, and they could run things on Phoenician ways. There's the cornucopia. They had those crappy wooden cranes. And they could move things, yes, but they move things extremely slowly. Their efficiency was not what you would say today. Granted, they didn't have to deal with OSHA, but I would rather have OSHA than to have to cut with a damn handsaw. But that's just me. I would rather have a nail gun than to have to hammer every damn nail in with a hammer. I mean, it's efficiency. Look at that model. Damn, Mudflood winters and all. Look at that. What is that? High school? What? No. So no, I don't. I don't take anything away from the people in the past that they couldn't build. I don't believe that's true. I think they could build. What I'm saying is I don't think they built the things that we're told that they built. They built a lot of things. Okay, this is odd looking. Was that a lotus? Looks like a finger. I bet that is a finger. How much you want to bet? What does that say? It's a tooth. Oh, okay. I was close. Tooth, finger, whatever. That's very weird. I don't know what this is. Let's see. I don't know. That looks kind of boring. Yeah, I'm just hanging out tonight, y'all. I'm going to do the best I can going looking at these. I ain't. That's pretty cool. Typical Missouri farm. What? That looks kind of boring. Let's see. Let's look Moorish looking windows right there. There's Fred. Looks like JP Morgan. That looks like a cool pig. Oh, wow, look at that. Nice hat, dude. Nice freaking hat. Dude, no. I'm not going to wear a hat like that. I'm sorry. It's not going to happen. Florida Lee, Laura Lee for control. Look at the intricacy on that ceiling. Phoenician wave. Interesting. I've showed that picture before, I know. It's interesting. I see some of these I have seen before and some that I haven't. Wow, look at that model. Damn. It's like old world building pictures or something. That's kind of neat. Some kind of organ. Look at that structure. My goodness. I mean, I have been building stuff like this for the past 2 weeks, and my hands right now are throbbing just thinking about building that right there. No, I don't. I'm not interested. It's just like a lot of work. Incubators and brooders. So this is for chickens. That's what I'm building. I'm building a large 8 foot wide, 8 foot tall, 100-foot long poultry coop for all kinds of like turkeys and chickens and ducks, and I don't even know. I just know it's going to be a lot of poultry. And then I'm what the hell is that? And then I'm gonna cream separators. Okay, that's weird. Then I'm gonna do work on a I'm gonna I mean, how to explain what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna fix up a large greenhouse. I don't even know where to start to begin to explain that. That's going to be a hell of a thing. but that's going to be kind of my the man's hired me to handle his garden. So I'm gonna basically design it and build it and do his garden for him. But it's a big garden. I think it's about 40. Just the vegetable part is a 40-foot. I think it's 40-foot long and 20-foot wide, 10 feet tall, something like that. And that's just the garden. Well, he's got then the green. I don't know. He's got a big greenhouse too. I don't know. It's a big property. I don't even know where to start to tell you, explain it, but I don't know. It's interesting work. I like it. Tomorrow I actually got to a point where I have to stop for tomorrow and go to get parts from the store. So we're gonna go in at 12 and then go get parts. So that's why I could do this tonight. Here's a nice construction photo. That's why we could do this tonight. So I really don't have to work per se tomorrow, even though I'll be at work. So, whew. Hello, Derby Jack. How you doing? Hope you're doing well tonight. Man, look at the size of those people. There's Fred. Fred's doing what Fred does. Fred built this place. See, they have the train tracks right up here. Okay. They could haul in, stuff right here on a train. Yeah, okay. And then they got to get it from this train to, in this building, and they got to lift it up and all that's really slow. I mean, heck, we had a bobcat, a treaded bobcat with on jobs that I'm working on with a forklifts on it. Well, we could attach it anything we wanted to it, and we had pulse hole digging machine, and we have the machines to make that stuff easier, but it's still a pain in the ass. Look at that lumber. Oh my gosh, damn, my back's hurting looking at that. I ain't even playing. My arm hurts, my knee hurts, my hands hurt, my back hurts, my foot hurts. I'm bitching and moaning and groaning this week, but I'm getting through it. It's turning out cool. It's a neat thing. We're having a like, he saw the guy got this idea from a video he saw on YouTube of a really fancy ass chicken coop, and he says, I want that, but I want to change it a little bit and make it different. And so, and now I'm not sure if I'm doing. What is that noise you're making, Roscoe? No, I'm not sure if he can't decide if he wants stone siding or if he wants hardy plank siding. So we're going to the store to look at it tomorrow, see what he likes better. I don't know. So anyways, I don't know why I'm talking about this. Everybody's like, what the hell is this crazy fucker talking about? Look at that. Look at that right there, man. That architecture is just amazing. Absolutely really cool. There's a circumpunct right there, a symbol for the creator. It's kind of like a scrubbed cartouche there. Hello, Stephen Lynch. Welcome to the show. We're just hanging out tonight. I'm running my mouth and looking at old World's Fair pictures. St. Louis exposition. Look at that dude climbing the side of that building. See, no, that's the job I would not be taking. Nope. No, sir. Nope. Mm-mm. Nope. Big boy. And I forgot, I should tell that y'all get a chuckle out of this. So that I'm 6'4", and this dude wanted the way that the pen area for the chickens or poultry or whatever. He wanted it the top of the where the roof line starts. He wanted it at 6 foot. So that means that literally I've banged my head like 100 times into the side of this band because I'll get busy and I'll turn around and bam, there's a 2x4 in my fucking face. Pow! I have hit my head so many times this week. My head is throbbing from that because it's not a normal. Who the hell bit? Why would you make it 6 feet? There's like a standard issue. I mean, 80 inches, minimum, please. So, anyways, I'm whining and complaining because why? Because I can. And why not? Look at that. I'm just dumbfounded looking at this. Could we build this? Yeah, we could. Yeah, we can build shit. Yeah, I definitely think we can build this. Yeah, but you got to look at the details of how much this would have cost in the time frame it's done with the equipment. You didn't have electricity. You didn't have power equipment, power tools. You didn't have automobiles. You didn't have big construction cranes. How many artisans, how many skilled carpenters are there actually at this time? I don't know. And I'm not talking about carpenters that can make a A-frame building or a balloon frame structure or a platform structure. That's not what I'm talking about. This stuff is next freaking level. There's the squatting man, no doubt. That's 100% the squatting man. Those are cool little glyphs. A roller coaster. That's weird looking. This must be one of the little country areas. So I don't know. That's the same picture, isn't it? I don't, I'm not 100%. Did we build it? Did we not build it? I think it's worth looking at. I think it's, I think it's interesting. I like looking at these pictures. So I'm going to look at them because I want to. Okay. I don't have to make up my damn mind about what I, believe and don't believe about this. And you got the ninnies and, oh gosh, the World Fair pictures. Oh my goodness. Oh, and they'll just go on and on and on like a fucking broken record. Man, that flip flopping shit's annoying. Who gives a damn? It just enjoy it for what it is, man. You got Fred, you got beautiful architecture, you got amazing art. You've got technology, you've got old, photography and the construction methods. And it makes you wonder, maybe I don't have the answers, but neither do you. Neither do you. So I'm going to enjoy these pictures, and I hope y'all enjoy these pictures. And if you want a ninny, well, go ninny somewhere else because I don't give a damn. I'm done with this ninny shit. I'm so over the ninny ass son bitches in this world. I'm so over it. There's no use. Just absolutely no use. If you can't, figure it out on your own, and why are you fucking with me? Go waste your time somewhere else. I'm all full up. I've been dealing with too many stupid people this year to give a damn. I've had my fill. I'm just ready to. It's got that fascist look to it, even though it doesn't have the axe. Still very weird. Look at those obelisk. That's just crazy. I mean, the money that it would have taken to build this, and the money they made on it, I'm sorry, that money did not add up. There's no way. There's absolutely no way the box office took in enough to pay for this. That's my opinion. I mean, I haven't looked into the box office. I don't know what they made, but I just don't think that they had enough people coming in. See, there's one of them. That might be one of them cranes right there. Yeah, maybe. I think so. Kind of hard to tell. I know they have pictures with cranes. I hear it all the time. You never show construction photos. I'm doing it again, right here. Flat Earth asterisks. I mean, this is like, I don't even know how many times I've showed construction photos. I like looking at construction photos. And here's another thing. I mean, not for nothing, but who's to say that we didn't find all this stuff and these are actual construction photos when they were constructing this, and we walked in, found the buildings, and guess what? Found a whole bunch of boxes of glass plate negatives, and voila, construction photos. Maybe these are old world photos. Maybe. I don't know. I'm just saying there's a possibility there. Do I have the answer? No. No, I don't. Tartarian line. Does anybody else have the answer? No, they don't. Does anybody else say they have the answer? Yes, they do. Are they idiots? Yes, they are. Absolutely. But that's okay. We're allowed to be dumb and retarded and dipshits in this world. It's okay. There's Fred. Let's see what we got here. See, we could, that is something I know we could build. No doubt. I can build that right there. No problem. That too. Why not? Have some choice lumber right there. And yeah, we can dig holes. We could do anything. I mean, hell, we do it today. That doesn't mean that we did. It doesn't mean we did. Just because we can doesn't mean we did. Look at that scaffolding. That is just some rickety ass shit right there. I don't know. What's this right here? Okay. Look at that one. Wait. I didn't look at this one right. I don't know. Are y'all enjoying these pictures? I am. And why are these ladies just walking around the construction site? I mean, just is that normal? 1904. And look at that. It looks like it's, I don't know. Is this, what the hell? What is this thing? Well, that's creepy looking. Reminds me of Rome or something. Like Roman Empire. Exhibition contractors. Those are cool. Look at the well, should I say legs? That's really wild looking right there. Phoenician shell, got the Phoenician fish there. Looks like horseshit narrative stuff there with the Indian. That is just amazing. And you see they have not vanilla skied it right there. Oh, but this is special photographic chemicals, and it changes it erases the sky, the clouds because it's chemicals. Yeah, because yeah, that's how Vanilla Sky was done. Dumbass. Come on, people. God, I swear. Sometimes I think the damn awakened public are some of the dumbest motherfuckers in this earth. No offense to you guys, because I see some excellent souls looking at me back here, but I swear there's some of the awakened people are dumber than the damn sheep that are out there. I really do think so. Absolutely. I've been doing this 15 years, and I'm getting just some of the most aggravating dumbass people I have to deal with are the ones that are supposedly awake. And I think what it is that they think they're awake and they're not really awake, and they're in that half awake state where they're just waking up and they think they know something. It's really annoying. It's like, just go ahead and wake fully up, man. The damn alarm clock's going on. Beep, 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 beep. You know, the creator's telling you to wake up. You know, I don't know. Awakened ones. I don't know. I think I could debate that. Look at that. That is so weird. That's kind of odd right there, how they have that tarped off. Open Tuesday. Statistic. I wish I can't read it. Oh well. The finials on that. Arc lights. And look at that. I've seen this before. You've got this amazing, lamp post, but then what, did they not paint them? I mean, what's going on here? That's so weird. I wish I could print these out, download these in high res. They for some reason, a lot of these digital archives will not let you download the high res stuff. You can download crappy versions, but I'm sorry, you're not going to look at a picture the way I'm looking at the picture right now when it's not in high res. This is high res. This is, and I've even heard, now I don't know how I would find this out for sure, but I have even heard that even these high res images do not do the glass plate negatives justice, that they are actually better when they're projected. When you take the glass plate negative and project it, that it's a whole lot better, but I don't know that for sure. I've just heard that. That could be just some shit I heard, and who knows, but it's interesting nonetheless. Let's see. Looks like some energy stuff here. Whoa. I don't know what any of this stuff is, but looks like energy or engines or pumps or something. Heck, I don't know. Very. Curtis steam turbines. Alrighty. I'm just randomly looking at these guys. That one's not a. Some of these pictures, it's like they're too dark to really see the detail. Hello, Caleb. And Frankie's still with us, and Hippie is still with us. I don't know why I can't say hello, Sasha Lopez. I don't know why they only let you see a few like right now I can see 4 comments. Sometimes I can see 5 or 6, but I mean, why do they only let you see that much at a time? It's so aggravating. At least that's what I see. Maybe I'll see 50,000. I don't know. What do I know? I'm sorry. Come on, y'all. Look at the quality craftsmanship of that woodwork. Just on the display. This is what I'm talking. Look at that, right? That is not easy. That is quality. That is expensive. That was not something that they threw together quickly. See, I've done a lot of work in conventions, and in conventions they use, is that the picture I just looked at? In the conventions they use a lot of the displays you see at conventions are actually like really cheaply made today. Here's an actual, looks like probably a brick building with stone facade. Beautiful stonework. They've got this new technique now that they put, I don't know what it's made of, but it's some kind of masonry wall kind of thingy, and they actually take like their finger or a little tool and they actually make these designs in a wall. You can see that on YouTube now. That's kind of weird. Why didn't you run your plumbing before you built the building? Just a thought. That looks like a English chimney. Hippie says she can only see about 5 comments. Well, that's really strange. Oh, I don't know if I'm going to find that picture of this. There's a picture I saw of this sometime where it's on this building, I think, and the guy is like working at the top of this. I hope we find that picture because that is really weird. Like the way that the guy's doing it. I'm not even gonna try to attempt to explain it because it won't make no sense. This has been Vanilla Scott, it looks like. I don't know if y'all could see that. There's a weird digital glitchy thingy right in there and right there, almost like I don't know if y'all can see that. It's like it looks like digital clouds have been inserted or something. That's really weird. Okay, I don't know. Let's see. I looked at that one. Okay, we'll look at this one next. See if we can find that picture. This is the same building, but it gives you different views of it. I think this is the administration building. Look at that. Look at that stairway. It's kind of excessive. I'm looking for that one picture. Oh, wow. You can see inside. Look at that. So, I don't know. They've got horseshit awnings. That's something we could build, horseshit awnings. Definitely got that down pat. Okay. I don't know if I can find my picture. I'm going to skip ahead. I'm going to see if I can find that picture. Let's skip ahead. Ooh, what's this? This looks like kind of in the middle of construction. Okay, cool. Oh, so it's, wait, is that the same building? That's not the same building. I don't know. This is something different because this has got that weird, like plasterboard thing they got going. It's such a strange way to construct. That's another thing. I mean, see, I look at things kind of maybe a little different than a lot of people, but I'm sure anybody out there that's done any construction work will look at this and go, ow, and think, damn, you have to nail every one of those little strips of wood up there with a hammer. And that would suck so bad. That would be so annoying and take so much time. And you're, oh man, no, no, I don't want that. I don't want that job. I mean, I'm building this chicken coop that I'm working on, and I'm building. He wanted it built with screws, so I'm having to screw everything. Which is, if you've ever done that, you know that's actually harder than building with a nail gun. It's it's pretty strong though, but that's what he wanted. So, but it's not easy to, because you have to. So a nail gun, you can hold the board with one hand, and then you can nail with the other. But with a screw, you got to hold the screw and the board and the drill all at the same time. So it's kind of pain in the ass. To tell you the truth. Here we go. Yeah. Check this out, y'all. Check out my boy right here. He got not one, not two, but 3 sets of sawhorses stacked on top of each other with planks going across, and he's working up here. Now, OSHA would have a fit if they saw that. They would act absolutely not like that at all. Looks like there's something missing there or hasn't been placed. Could be either. I don't know. That's really, I wonder if this is another view of that same deal. Yeah, you can see my man up here. He's just hanging out right there. I don't know what he's doing. Got a scrubbed cartouche over here. I don't know. That's just kind of odd to me, but whatever. Let's see. This looks interesting. Go ahead and maneuver that to the next page. A little bit of detail there. So our sign is already ruined. We have actual flags on them poles. That's, that's a start. That's odd. Crappy lattice. Alrighty. And that's right beside our castle. Okay, we've already looked at that building. Let's keep going. There's a construction photo. Let's see what we got there. So they're building it up on a platform here. What are they doing? Like a, damn, is that like a beam? Jeez. Interesting. I'm just looking at how they construct this stuff. I find it interesting. Might get me an idea or two, Then again, I don't want to build no World's Fair. I don't think I want to be a part of that. Don't sound like it's too much fun to build all this stuff. I don't know. You got to wonder, like, I mean, you ever heard of anybody that's like, yeah, man, I worked on the World's Fair. I made buku dollars. Yeah, because I mean, look at all the work I did. I was big money. I was big money, man. I mean, seriously, you would have to make a bunch of money to do all this work. I mean, there's an example right there. That right there is a drill. That is the drill they had. You want a hole, you drill it with that. And I'll admit those work. They're very efficient, but it's not a power drill. It takes time. They're I've got one over there in my toolbox somewhere. It's older than China. It takes more time. Look at this sketchy ass shit. I was talking to a guy I was working with today, and he by the time in the conversation, I believe he is now questioning very, in a very real way, if he's on a flat earth or not. he was really like, wow, like he was enjoying that. Like, it was neat to watch a mind expand like that. That's a nice photo. Look at him playing around. Oh, let's see. What's that on his head? This dude's just chilling. Okay, let's see what else we can find. Agriculture, building, construction. So we got the temporary train tracks here. Got our wood stacked up. Those are heavy now. They ain't light. That's what, you got this piece of shit right here. Just load it on up. There's a bunch of workers. I never show anybody in the pictures. Well, what are these? Are those people? Or are those ants? And maybe we came in and we built half of the buildings. Maybe. I mean, I just don't think that the official narrative adds up, in my opinion. But make up your own damn mind. I ain't here to make up your mind for you. You're hello Turbo Christ. You're adults. Make up your own damn mind. Don't listen to me. Don't listen to nobody else. Just look for yourself. Do your own thinking. I'm not here to tell you what to think. I don't care what you think. It ain't my problem if you believe one way or the other. You believe whatever you want to believe, and that'll be just fine by me. I'm just sharing what I find interesting. Look at that. That's odd. That is really odd. Is like a thatched build? I don't even know. Thatched building? I don't know. That's really weird. There's the train track. Okay. I've seen the train where it actually, the train track where it actually, like in Raleigh, North Carolina, I found for their fair, their exhibition, they actually ran the train track into the middle of it, like into the building, because it was a small fair, I mean, comparatively, but they had a building shaped kind of like a square with a cross in the middle, and they ran the track right into the center of the building, and then removed the track for the exhibition. There's a ladder lane for Douglas. He likes ladder lanes. UAP for you novices. That's a hell of a thing right there. That's weird. See, that's where the glass plate negatives got messed up. Or it's possible that it was scratched off. I would say with excuse me, with all this right here, that it would be some sort of problem with the negative, but I don't know. Amazing. Let's see. Find a building we ain't looked at. Oh, this looks interesting. Huh. Yeah, I bet those were fun to drive into the ground. Oh man, that just looks like work right there. All this, I think that if I'm not mistaken, they had on hand steam powered saw blades that were for making like the big cuts, but the little cuts, the little boards, I think were all done by hand at this time. That's the basic knowledge I have of it. For what it's worth, I don't know. A lot of these look like they're labeled the same thing. Okay, what the hell's happening here? It looks like plasterboard just gone bad, gone wrong, or I don't know. What is this, like a scaffolding that's fallen or something? Look at that. They've got part of the facade up. I don't know. I swear that looks like something went wrong. I don't know. What do y'all think? It looks like it collapsed or something, or I mean, how else would you get it all in a binded up mess like that? It has to be a collapse. What is? Oh shoot! Let's see if it says anything. No, doesn't say any. Doesn't give any details. What do we got here? Airship invented by Alfred some or another, whoever that is. Oh, there's your little star fort. Okay. There you go, Campbell. There's your star fort. You're always looking for star forts. I guess that's supposed to be New York. Zip it, Skippy. I'm live on the air, don't you, Dave? My goodness. Check out that contraption. All righty. Sorry, folks. Roscoe wanted to get in. He wanted to intervene and give his 2 cents, like anybody gives a damn. You got flat Earth asterisks on the windows, in case you care about that, in case you're interested. Ice making machine. I'm sorry, this was not built quickly. And this is another thing I've noticed about these things is the roofs leak a lot. And I've actually heard a lot about this in the histories, is that the roofs leaked a lot. And that tells me something. That tells me something a lot, because look at that right there. I call that speed rail right there. I don't know if that's what they called it. This stuff's great. I used this a lot in staging. It was one of my go-tos for making constructions out of steel for like weird set pieces where I don't know, I could use it for lighting or uh I used it for all kinds of things. I used it one time to build a projection screen, well, two of them in a gym for a private Christian school, Catholic school or something. I can't remember. And they wanted screens and projectors, and but it wanted in the gym, and they wanted the frame holding the screens to be solid enough that if the basketballs hit it, that it wouldn't hurt the frame of the screen. And so I built it out of this stuff. Basically, it's called Speed Rail. I don't know why y'all give a damn about that. No idea why I told that story. But anyways, that was that. I don't know what I'm looking at here. This is really weird. What the hell is that? Okay. I'm sorry. Oh, laptop's talking to me. Why do laptops talk to us like that? Well, we got a Fred here. That's the south end of the northbound Fred. Of course, I think that's Fred's cousin, the donkey. I don't know if I told y'all that. Did I tell y'all I got eaten by a bull? I don't think I told y'all that. Hell, I don't know what I told you. What I hadn't told you. Yeah, about got eaten by a bull. Let me know if I told that story. I don't know. Puss in Boots. Creepy. Very creepy. Very, 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 very creepy. Yep. And what are you doing, creepo? That's a very strange, creepy picture. I don't know if I told you. Yeah, I can't. I don't think I told the. I can't even. My brain is so fried. I think I don't think I told my. I was. We were working down the farm. We went to go. The guy I was working with. He's like, hey, have you seen the Charlie lately? And Charlie's the bull. They have cows and a bull, and the bull's name's Charlie, short for Charlie Brown. And Charlie was a real sweet bull. And last time I saw him, he didn't have his horns, and he was, sweet Charlie, and he'd let you pet him. And Charlie was cool. He'd hang out. You could stand in the pen with him and work, and no big deal. Charlie was cool. So went up to the back field to go feed Charlie, and I wanted to see Charlie. And we rode the golf cart up there. We got like this all-terrain golf cart thing deal. It's been hopped up and souped up. I don't know. It's cool. It's got like four. It's got like souped up suspension and tires, and it's a cool golf cart. And we rode up there to go see Charlie. And on the way up, the guy I was just riding, and the guy I was with, he stopped on the trail, and he got off, and he went over there and he did something. I wasn't paying him no mind. And then we went up there, and Charlie was in the back field, and he called Charlie to come get his food, and Charlie ran across the field and ran right up to me. And there is a electric fence that at this spot that there's all there is an electric fence, and with two wires going across, and I wasn't even thinking about it. And Charlie's standing 2 feet in front of me, a bull, okay, full grown bull. And um all of a sudden I realized that what he had jumped off the golf cart while we were riding up there to do was turn off the electric fence. So the only thing standing between me and Charlie the bull with his horns, who is looking at me like he is ready to freaking charge, are two little wires that he thinks are electrified. And I'm going to be honest, the bull was looking at me like he didn't give a damn if that fence was electrified. He was going to eat me regardless. And so I slowly backed up and I got the hell out of there. But yeah, I think I about got eaten by a bull this week, which would probably make some people happy, but that's okay. That is quite all right. What the hell is that? That is very odd. I've never seen one of those before. What is that? I don't know what the hell that is. I don't know. Oh, wow. Look at that. Whoa. What? Okay. How weird is that? Got a globe with a trolley on it. Okay. Hope y'all think that's as weird as I do. Alrighty. That's why I look at these pictures, because you just never know what you're going to come across. They got a boat. What is this, like Germany? Is that a phoenix? Oh, what is that? Look at that right there. I don't know. So that's knob and tube wiring right there. That's not Antiquitech. That's knob and tube wiring. For those of you that think that is Antiquitech. And yes, there are people out there that actually think that is Antiquitech. It's not Antiquitech. It's just knob and tube wiring. It's a tight. It's one of the earliest forms of electrical wiring. No big deal. Nothing to see here. Just saying. Definitely a Phoenix, Turbo Crush says. Yeah, I think it was a Phoenix. I do believe. Got some kind of Zeppelin action here. There's a off-scale model. That's pretty cool. I find it very interesting that Zeppelins and airships and balloons and things like that were very popular back then, and then they stopped being popular after the Hindenburg. It's just like poof, nope, not going to talk about those anymore. Those are dangerous. And then if you look into the Hindenburg thing, I mean, that actually, there's a whole bunch of horse shit there. Was that a Trojan horse? It's kind of weird. I love these pictures. I don't know. See, look at that. You see how the floor is wet? It's because they had problems with the roofs leaking. Florida Lee. Is that train cars? What is that? I have no idea what I'm looking at. I have no clue. New York Air Brake Company. Huh. That's interesting. Who is it? I'm going from memory and I'm exhausted, so maybe I'm gonna talk craziness here, but isn't it not Andrew Carnegie? Who it was one of the damn robber barons that supposedly invented the air brake. And there's a really interesting history behind that. Is it Andrew Carnegie? Or is it which one of them dinglings had the had the big train railroad company? Oh, God, I can't remember. Somebody help me out here. Half awake here, so I'm just doing the best I can, guys. Bear with me. Oh, that's a neat picture. So I got a glass company. Oh, I got that clock where you can't see it. Huh. It's so weird, man. So weird. I love the I was talking to this guy today about the flat Earth. He wanted to know about it, and then he looked up at, it was funny. It was like perfect timing. He looked up at the moon, and the moon's doing that thing where it's it's a half moon, I guess. And he says, "So what do you think about the moon? How does that like tie into the how does that work with the flat earth?" And I said, "Well," and I turned around and I looked at the sun. I said, "Do you see that?" He said, "Yeah." I said, "So is that a full sun?" He said, "Yeah." And I looked back and you could see clearly in the sky a half moon. I said, "Okay, so how do you see half a moon?" He he looked at me like a deer in headlights and was like, "Well, that's really peculiar." That's a good question. I said, yeah, right, ain't it? Oh, I just thought it was interesting. I think we're on page 2, y'all. And there's like 100 and something pages of this. What the hell is that? That's odd. I have no idea. I don't know what I'm looking at. That's very weird. Look how unfinished that looks. I don't know. It just looks chintzy. Look at that. Look at that. No. That they literally built a treehouse ladder inside. Okay. Wow. Whew. Okay, let's move on. Got 135 pages. We're on page 4. Sorry. Page 4. I'm not going through 135 pages, y'all. I'm just pre-warning you. I'm going to go through some of these. We can come back to this another time. No problem. Look at that train up in the air. Just for fun, have this talking scale. Speak your weight. Is that what that says? I don't know. Okay. Well, that's odd. The heck? What is that? Okay. That is weird looking. I don't know what that is. It's strange looking. Let's go to the Alaska building. Let's see. Hold on, I gotta check my thingies. Okay. Let's see here. There's boss man making a deal. Okay, I'll give you $3 for this building right here. But I found it, sir. It's worth at least 10. Alaska. Alaska. What the hell? What is that supposed to represent in Alaska? Let's look at this construction here. That looks like a totem. Yeah, they're putting up totems for Alaska. Okay, well, that's a little bit Alaskan. It's going down. Let's see what else we can find. There's a Alaska building construction. So it's framed. That's just work right there. I mean, man. Let's see. That's odd. Okay, my boy's gonna be fighting a bear. Good for you, my man. Alaska Packers. Ghost Lady. A detail right there's very nice. I don't know. It just doesn't add up to me. To me personally, I don't. That's a wild looking picture. Let's look at that one. Just doesn't. This doesn't ring true to me. That there's something off about all this. I can't say what. I don't know what. It feels off. But I mean the World's Fair photos, I mean, the World's Fairs, I mean, these are like secondary compared to the brick old world buildings that I like to study normally. I mean, these are like kind of like a cherry on top of the meat and potatoes, that are the brick buildings. I don't even really, ultimately, I don't even give a damn about the World's Fairs. Who cares? Who cares whether we built them or not? Does it really ultimately matter compared to all the rest of it? No, it doesn't. It absolutely doesn't. Doesn't make a tinker's damn if we built them or didn't build them. In the grand scheme of things. That must be Boss Man right there. Let's take a look at Boss Man. Boss Man. That looks. That's. It's been photo manipulated somehow. Look at that. Definitely. Somebody's been playing around with that one. Definitely. Look at those lines right there. They're not even. Definitely. Yes, sir. Let me save that one. I'm going to save that one because we're going to come back and look at your little butt later. Let's take a look at this one while we're at it. Yeah, somebody been toying. Let's save that one too. We'll come back and get you somehow. Some way. Yeah, somebody's been tinkering with this picture. Look at that right there. You see that? That's not natural. That's not a chemical process. It takes out the blues. It's the blue process of the chemicals. Does that look like blue process of chemicals right there to y'all? Huh? Does it? Is that Blue Cross has the chemicals? No. No, it's not. That's photo manipulation 101. Photo manipulation for idiots, right there. Right there. Yep. We'll be coming back to you, sir. Definitely need to be a little bit more looking on you. Let's see. So this is one they haven't altered. See the difference? Anyone? Bueller? E04? Nichols? Woody? Do you see it? Huh? Anyone? Flippy Floppy? The Flippy Floppy gang? Can you see it? Yeah. That's Boss Man. Okay, let's see. Let's go on down here, see if we can find something interesting. Looks interesting. Hello, Michael Littker. 420 Love Sounds. I had this look. I'll just. This is just for off topic. I had some little ninny this week asked me if I was so basically if I'm so spiritually advanced, why I didn't use 432 instead of 440 for one of my music videos. And I just basically said, to make you ask stupid questions. I mean, and then I went and checked out the guy's channel, like, and the guy was like a total, like, stoner. I mean, just a total, oh my God. It's like, dude, you really shouldn't be fucking talking shit to people because, I mean, just really, dude, come on. Let me know when you get out of mama's basement and get out on your own and learn how to wipe your ass and all that good stuff that comes along with adulthood, and then maybe and we'll let your comment be worth a tinker's damn to me. Oh my God, like I said, some of the people that claim to be awake are some of the dumbest fucking people on the planet. I swear to God they are. Look at that teapot. That's a big teapot. Weird picture. I'm looking for photo manipulations as I'm going through too, because some of these are interesting to me, some of them aren't. There's too many to look at. It's really overwhelming. There's a building. Let's look at that. Might be interesting. It's kind of plain. American Inn. Okay, it's kind of boring looking. This is weird. Go on page 6. We ain't even at page. We're not even to page 6 yet, y'all. That's odd. What? That's really weird looking. It's like it's like designed after a train car. It's like a artistic representation. The booth is an artistic representation of a train car. That's really cool. Jeez. Frankie's having a good time tonight. Looking at all this train stuff. Oh, let's go ahead and show Frankie a train. He gets all excited about a train. This big four here. This train, big old train. Choo choo. That's what they turn the trains around with. That's odd. Huh. Is that... Oh, he's got his head turned. That's what it is. Looking at the back of his head. That's just weird looking. Okay. Hello, Jason Hand. How you doing? We're just hanging out tonight, y'all. Oh, that's crazy looking right there. Steam heater, American radiator. Wow. How cool is that? Clinker door? Uh-oh, better call E04. You might want to know about that. I think radiators are old world. That's just my opinion. You can have your own opinion. You can think that they're special when we made them and all that. But I think they're old world. I do believe. Mr. Contractor built that. He can definitely handle something like that. That is a lot of nailing. My hand is throbbing thinking about that right there. There's just all the nailing. See, you gotta understand. I come from the nail gun generation. We don't do that. The hand nailing, just... I mean, you always have to hand nail, but I mean, like, not every damn nail. I mean, it's not. Oh, I just don't. I don't know how they did it. That is, I mean, it's so hard on your elbows and your joints and your thumbs from hitting the damn, you know. I saw a guy one time, we were building a deck, and he shot a nail through his hand, through the palm of his hand. Lord knows how he did it. I don't know. And he went to the truck and got super glue and put the tube of super glue into the hole and squirted it until it went out the other side, and then just turned around and said, "All right, let's go back to work." Whoo, okay. Yeah, that was impressive. He was okay though, I guess. I mean, he seemed to be fine. Coal mine, 1,000 feet deep. Weird. I'm kind of picking these at random, y'all. Oh, it's the same building we just looked at. I'm gonna look at something different. I want to look at that one for some reason. I don't know why. Huh. All right. Architectural drawing, a facade. Those are drawings. I'm not too interested in the drawings. Unless y'all are interested in drawings. Speak now or forever hold your peace. What is this one? This is kind of weird looking. So this is supposed to be the artist concept of what they were going to build, or what they came upon when they found it. I don't know. Not sure. Bum, bum, bum. These are drawings. I don't want to look at drawings. I want to look at pictures. I'm going to skip ahead, y'all. Y'all can go look at these if you want. I'll put the link. When I get to it, I'll add the link to this digital archive, so y'all can go and do your own looking. I think Sharon's caring. You know, I mean, y'all should have the ability to do, you know, to look at what I'm looking at in the way I'm looking at it, and not because I mean there's a lot of not a lot, but there's some researchers, they'll show stuff like this and they don't give you any way to like look it up, and I find that really annoying because I want to know more, and so it's just interesting. See, like this, here's an example of a building that makes me wonder if like we came in and we added this building, because this one's so much simpler, so much smaller. It just kind of makes me wonder if this is like one that they, I don't know, actually built that from scratch. I don't know. Just an idea. I'm trying to think it through, y'all. I don't have the answers. Nobody has the answers about this. The people that say we built this don't have the answers. The people that say that we didn't build this don't have the answers. Okay? None of us have the answers. Okay? We know we've been lied to. We know that. That's obvious. But to act like that we couldn't be possibly that, well, they couldn't possibly be lying about the World's Fair constructions. No, that's not possible. Here's your Mithras hats. That's the symbol of republic. We learned that in a show we did before on the Mudden show a while back. If anybody remembers, if you're paying attention. Man. I don't know. That's just Argentina's a trip. This is Argentina too. Looks like he's mixing maybe plaster. The detail right there. Oh man, I don't know. I don't know, the technology that they had compared to what they're able to accomplish is just, to me, phenomenal. Look at those arches and those columns. Just seems too much. It's not that it's one building. It's not like it's like, oh yeah, we built a building. No. It's not one building. It's hundreds of thousands of buildings that are like this. And I'm not just talking about World's Fairs. I'm just talking about in general the old world buildings is just there's so many of them in the same time frame with the incredible detail and size and artistry and precision craftsmanship. I mean, I don't think we could do it today. I really don't. And I'm not saying one building. I'm saying there's a flat earth asterisk in case you need that. I'm saying as a whole at one time. If they said, okay, we're gonna, we got all this money and we're gonna build all these structures all the way around the world in the same time period, let's do it. I don't think we could do it. And I'll tell you why, because I don't think with all the money in the world, I don't think in our power tools and our modern technology, I don't think we could do it today. I don't think we could have the skilled artisans to do this and that on a massive scale. We could do this right here. That's something we could handle. That's we could build crappy scaffolding. Yeah, we could handle that. But I don't think we could pull this off. And I'm not talking about the World's Fairs. I'm talking about all the buildings, all of it, one time. Oh, oh. Now look at that detail. That's no joke. That's not easy work, y'all. I don't care what mold you use. I don't care what technique you use. It's hard work. Like I said, this is just an opinion. Opinions are like tail holes. Let's see, Turbo Christ. Let's see what Turbo Christ is up to. I think the technology that built this impossible architecture is still hidden somewhere and someone is hoarding it. Yeah, it's very esoteric. This is not simple construction, y'all. What I'm doing on my job that I'm working on right now is simple construction. Okay? It's just stick framing. It's a little bit complicated because I'm designing it based on a YouTube video that the customer saw and they liked, and they wanted something sort of like what they saw, but they wanted it a little bit differently. And I'm having to incorporate the video, the customer's ideas, and the reality, because the customer, what okay, the term "the customer's always right" is not true. That's a bunch of horse shit. It's what the customer wanted, um needed to be, I needed to build it in certain way. Exactly what they wanted was not possible, so I had to figure out a way to give them what they wanted, but do it in a possible way. Does that make sense? That's really weird. It's like they've done something to this photo. I don't know what though. It doesn't look right. This is weird. That's kind of odd. I don't know. Let's look at that picture. Okay. Gosh, look at the detail of that. I mean, that detail is just incredible. Or maybe I'm just impressed easily. I don't know. I don't know. And look at Wee Wee and Wee Wee Jr. I mean, Monsieur, we're going. What are y'all doing? What is this? And what are these outfits you got on? Seriously, I don't know. Oh, this is getting into some of the art, like the artistry stuff. I don't know. Wow, look at that. What is that right there? Looks like a big banana. And if it is a banana, it looks like it's growing down. I don't know. That's a cartouche. That's not a cartouche. Cartouches, that's from Egypt. Look up architectural cartouche. I know, I've said it before. I'm like a broken record, I guess. I got to keep repeating myself. What are you doing to that statue, dude? Dude, I think we walked in on him. Yep. What are you, dude? Seriously, what are you doing to that statue? That's kind of naughty. This is a at least an R-rated show. At the very, what in the world's going on here? Super baby. That's a balloon. Bro, you balloonatics. Nope. Not going up in that. Nope. Oh, sir. Nope. I'm going to pass on that. Asphalt machinery. That could be interesting. Okay. That reminds me of that movie Wild Wild West. If you've ever seen that. Cuba's building. We have a contractor company. Oh my gosh, we've solved it. We have a contractor company, so everything's, honky-dory. No worries, Hakuna Matata. Well, okay. I will say this, though, that it would be extremely easy to Photoshop that in. Not saying it is. I'm just saying that I can do it. I have some darkroom experience and I could make that picture. I know exactly how to make that picture right there. The only problem I would have is with the smoke here. And I imagine there's a technique that would actually make that easy. But actually photoshopping that image, I could actually do that. Give me a photographic darkroom and I'll make you that picture. I know how to do that. Because yes, I do have photographic experience, no matter what anybody says. Just because you don't agree with me doesn't mean I don't have the experience that you think I don't have. I was told that I didn't have any construction experience. Well, I've been building for the last 2 weeks on a construction. So how does that add up? Just because you say something doesn't make it true. Just saying. I hear some really stupid people commenting. Like, just things that are just... People just say the random and dumbass ass shit. I swear they do. No thought into what they're saying. Boss man. Hello, Morgan. Welcome to the BEAGS is Half Awake show. I'm just checking out pictures. I hadn't been able to do much last couple weeks. I've been busy, so I thought I get to go in late tomorrow. So I thought I'd jump on and just look at pictures with you guys. It's about all I'm capable of right now. My mind is a little fried. My body's fried. I'm almost 50, y'all. I ain't no spring chicken. And it's even been said this week that I'm out of shape. You're damn right I'm out of shape. Let me tell you why I'm out of shape. Let me give you a little rundown on this. Back in January, I was really sick, and the universe helped me get healed. But for 2 years prior to that, I was sick, and I got worse and worse and worse. And my physicalness, yes, I was getting more and more out of shape because I was very, very sick. And so I've been since January getting better, but I am still not back to where I was prior to being sick. So yes, I'm out of shape because I was fucking sick. So to the dumb shit out there that talks shit about me being out of shape, you're right. You're absolutely fucking right. And guess what? You're a fucking moron. And you know who you are, and you look like a dumbass, Mr. Woody Nichols. Go fuck yourself. Did you hear me? Dumbass. Words mean shit. Okay? Maybe you should think before you speak. Because you know, there's things that you don't fucking know, because you know what? We're not friends. Okay? If you were my friend, you would know. But you're not my friend. So you just open your fucking mouth and put your foot in your mouth and look like a fucking asshole. Stop doing that. It's rude. Okay. I've ranted enough about the dipshit of the week. Mr. Flip Flop Nation. Look at that, man. There's your griffin looking thingy. Look at that. That's crazy looking. I wish I could see that from the side. This is a weird building. What are these two guys up to? I don't know. I love construction photos. These old construction photos, not new construction, but new construction's boring. These old ones, like looking at the techniques they used and everything. Phoenician lady. I really think they're neat. I used to not, when I first started, I didn't show a lot of, I guess I didn't show a lot of construction photos because I thought that people would think they were boring. It wasn't until later when I realized that, certain dingleberries kept saying that we don't ever show construction photos. I realized, oh, wait a minute. Maybe people do want to see these things. Okay, so I started showing them. Of course, then the Dingleberry still said that we didn't show construction photos, even after you show. I don't know. You can't win. It's like a revolving. Speaking to the nibble nuts of the world, it's like walking around in one of those swinging doors that goes around and around in a circle. You get in a conversation with them, and all you do is walk around in a circle, and nobody ever gets out the damn door. You're just chasing each other like chasing a dog chasing their tail. That's all the conversation is. It never goes anywhere. So, you know, I've decided just not to do that no more because I'm just super fucking tired of stupid ass people. I can't take it anymore. I cannot take dumbass ninnies of the world anymore. I can't do it. I've tried to humor them and give them, you know, an opportunity to pull their head out of their ass, but it ain't my job to pull nobody's head out of their ass. You know, I pulled my head out of my ass 15 years ago. This January, we should have a party because it'll be my 15 years. And I remember when I first woke up that I was talking to this lady. This was about 2 months after I woke up, and I was talking to this lady, and she was the mother of a friend, and she was telling me how about how her husband, not her husband, her father left her mother because he woke up and he went to live in the woods and never came back. And she goes, that was 15 years ago. And I distinctly remember, this is in 2008, I distinctly remember my thought when she said that was that there's no way that I'm going to be sitting here 15 years later thinking about this stuff without actually the world changing and like shifting to a higher consciousness. I remember thinking there's no way I would ever be able to last that long just knowing without the actual shift of consciousness happening. And here I am almost 15 years later talking to you people, and the shift in consciousness is still not happened. We might be having a shift in consciousness, not the shift in consciousness. It hasn't. There's still, you know, we're still 90% retarded worldwide, and not retarded as in like ding fries are done, ding fries are done, ding fries are done, ding fries are done. You know, not that retarded, but like, you know, unconscious sheeple or half awake. You know, I'm awake, I'm woke. You know, mentality. You know, it's you know that's man, these buildings. There you go, Frankie. There's some more trains. Incredible. I mean, what is the freaking logic behind this? I don't see the logic. Why? Look at this road. I mean, oh my God. I'm not hitting every picture, y'all. I hope y'all know that. Y'all, I'll put the link to this, and y'all can go do your own damn looking. I don't have to look at this for you. No, I mean I enjoy that. I enjoy doing this, but look at that little thing. That's cool. I need one of those, man. Huh. Y'all can go do your own looking at these things and see what you find. I'm looking at I've been digging into a digital archive about St. Louis. But it's about the city of St. Louis, and I've been finding some really good pictures from there. I'll share those on the Mudden show. Some of them, and then I'm gonna do look at those lions, and then I'm gonna I'll probably do a big slideshow for them to present them. But that's been really fun. Bandstand construction. Okay. And this is interesting right here. I'd love to know. I don't know how they do that right there. I'm because those man. See, what I'm wondering is, do they soak these boards in water to get them to bend like that? I don't know how they do that. That's one thing I've noticed about these pictures that I don't know the answer to. I'm not sure who to ask either. It's a question I've had for a long time looking at these pictures is how they did that. What is the construction technique there? What is that thing? What the hell? It's like a fan? What the hell? It's some kind of dining room or something. Huh. Weird. It's like these look like some crap we added or something. I don't know. They look crappy compared to some of this other stuff. I don't know. That's weird. Okay. Oh, I tell you what. Let me stop screen share for a second. Let's see. Sorry, I'm checking my messages. I'm half awake, y'all. I'm reading a message. Bernie, are you on? Where am I talking to you? Are you on the Bat channel? Or are you on the live stream chat? The answer's yes. Bear with me, folks. I'm gonna send Bernie a message. He's wanting to come on, but he's wanting to bring a buddy with him. Could be good. Let's see. All right, we'll see. Bernie might come on with and bring a friend with him. Somebody y'all like. And not Campbell. Where are you, Campbell? Where are you at? Didn't I talk to you earlier? He's sorry, sucker. Where'd you go? I don't know. He was busy. Look at where I got a dude. I was doing so. I was up on the roof and I was putting in the I was building the rafters and he was bringing the ladder around. It's a 10-foot ladder, and I'm a good 12 feet up in the air. But he lifts this ladder up and he's walking with it, and he's going in through a tight space, and he's looking down at the ground, being careful, but he's not paying attention up in the air. And I had my head over the top of the building, and I wasn't paying attention to him. I was doing my job, right? And all of a sudden, I get whacked in the head, and I'm like, like, the hell was that? Like, because I didn't even see it coming or nothing, and all I saw was this black piece of plastic come because he hit me and then backed up because he was trying to get, he didn't know what it was. And then he comes at me again, and all I could do was go back like that. And he hits me right in the mouth with the ladder. And I'm like, what the fuck? What are you doing, man? You just beat me with a freaking 10-foot ladder. So, anyways, that was that. So let's see. Let's see it. Let me go over here to the comment section. And see what you guys are up to. Morgan says the stars just came out above him. What you saying there, hippie? What am I missing there? Let's see. Oh, hello. Pantsin the ground. Pants on the ground. That's a good name. Beagle, Campbell, Bernie, Martin, Cook, as well as all this community are a band for profits messengers, the resistance challenging the controlling tyrants of our modern day. We're trying. We're trying to understand what's going on here. We know something's going on. We know something is not right. We know we've been lied to. We know 2 + 2, is not equaling up to 4 as it should. We're just trying to figure it out. We don't have all the answers. We got some answers. I think it's funny. One thing that I never get challenged on, that, it's like I get challenged on the stupid shit like World's Fairs. Vanilla Sky. Okay, well, what about viaducts? Pavement light. Why not some of my real good stuff? My real interesting research, my deep dive shit. Where y'all at? You get a big old goose egg from them. Then they don't want to go there. Oh, wait a minute now. We can't deal with the big shit. What the hell? That was weird. The camera just went out. I think. Hell, I don't know. Let's see here. Hold on a second.
This motherfucker don't miss.
No, he's fucking good.
That motherfucker don't miss, man.
He's good.
In the heat of battle, he don't miss.
No.
In the heat of controversy, he don't miss.
No.
Did the camera go out? StreamYard has been acting weird ever since they did some upgrades. And all of a sudden my camera will just go blank, like nothing there. Except, I had the comment that's up there now, but not, the camera went dead. I don't know. It's just been doing that recently. I don't know what the deal is with that. Let's see. I'm trying to read these comments. Here we go. First, you see if a thing is or can be done, then you make a tool to do the thing once, which is quite a big deal, and then you make it repeatable. That's a good point. I know this is not what you're talking about. Well, I guess it is what you're talking about, but I'm glad you brought that up because it reminded me of something that okay. Dingleberry, the Dingleberry flip-flop twins, okay? The other day they did a video on the Crystal Palace, okay? and they're showing all these wonderful pictures. They were great pictures, construction photos, great construction photos, and they were showing the Crystal Palace being constructed, and they were going on and on and on about, oh, we can build this, no problem. Look, it's just putting this together and that together, and look here, we can do this, we can do that. They were making all these smart ass remarks and jokes and making a big joke. Okay. But what they didn't like stress or really, say that was just like really the first thing that jumped off the 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 plate at me, so to speak, was the fact that what they were showing was not construction photos. They were reconstruction photos. They were the Crystal Palace was built, and then it was deconstructed, and it was moved, and then it was reconstructed. Okay. Now they changed it around, but the point is that who gives a damn that they're reconstructing it? What about the construction? Because the construction is the old world construction. When you take an old world structure and you deconstruct it like an erector set, and you reassemble the erector set, then you're not doing the same thing as originally constructing it. It's a different thing. Okay. They changed it at that point. It's already been done. You're deconstructing it. When you originally construct it, it's a whole different thing. You're having to fabricate all the parts. You're having to figure out how to build it. You're building this thing that has never been built. So you're having to look at the architectural plans, and you're having to build it from scratch. But when you're reconstructing it, you take everything apart, you label all the parts. This goes here, that goes there. Okay, we're going to change this, we're going to change that. We're going to reconstruct it. We're going to have architectural plans, but we're going to take the nuts and bolts out. We're going to put it back together. I don't give a damn about the reconstruction. Who gives a damn that we reconstructed something? What about the construction? And so they're over there patting each other on the back. Oh, good flip flop. You too, flip flop. And all they're doing is showing a reconstruction photos. And this is the kind of horse shit the flip flop tribe give you. And I think it's ridiculous. I think it's absolutely ridiculous, and they're making the community look like a bunch of fucking idiots. Okay? So if you're falling for that shit, shame on you. You shouldn't fall for that shit. Bernie's been on the phone with John Hutchinson. Cool. I wish I could find that. I've got a great John Hutchinson video here in my collection, and I've not been able to find it. I want to see it. He says that John's videos are getting disappeared, but I don't know. I don't know if I've got an old one. It's from 2008, so I don't know if it's old or not. I really wish I could find that. Let's see. What are we saying here? I'm going backwards here, y'all. So if this doesn't make any sense, I'm sorry. Steam bend, I imagine. That's how they bend wood in acoustic guitars. Steam bend. I could see that. Yeah, steam bending the wood to make it round itself. Because my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that when you I guess steam bend, but I was thinking more water, but I guess that's kind of the same thing. I really wasn't thinking it through. But my understanding is that when you do that, when you get the wood to move with some sort of water, that once you get it in place and nail it in place, that it'll actually harden up to that shape, I think is the way it works. I could be totally talking out the back end. I don't know. I'm just saying that's my understanding. It's just interesting to me. And here's another thing I think is interesting, and just a thought. This is just my thinking. Okay, is that what if the skilled, really skilled carpenters and masons and whatever, okay, the really skilled people, not the regular Joe, jackleg dudes, but the really skilled master people, okay? What if they were that they did the same work in the old world and that they transferred that knowledge forward into the new world? And that's how they know how to do what they're doing. And then they trained others. I don't know if that's coming out right. I'm just kind of thinking maybe some of that skilled labor is old world laborers. Maybe they are from the old world, maybe. Or maybe those people learn from people from the old world. I don't know. I'm just thinking outside the box. Let's see. Oh, hey, Kim Ray. Steam lumber in a jig. So everybody's thinking steaming the boards. See, y'all know more about that than I do. See, everybody brings something to the table here. That's a good thing. Hippie saying, I've never seen films on how that made those amazing trains. It wheeled on those things are huge. Yeah, trains are. I think trains are. My opinion is trains are old world. The steam trains. Let me be specific. I think the steam trains are old world. I don't know. Proving it's a different story though. I learn something new every day. Still learning. Me too. But that's awesome, ain't it? I mean, so many people I know don't learn shit day after day, week after week. Learn nothing new. They learn what's on the TV. A wonderful 15 years you could do a roundtable show with Otto, Bernie, Paul Cook, Calum. That would be fun. Yeah. I think we're all in agreement. We've talked about this, is that 4 is like the max and 2 is like preferred. That anytime you get over 4 is just a nightmare. If you've never done a live stream, then it's hard to understand how difficult it is because you have delays, and those delays are a nightmare. I don't know if they could ever fix that technology, but it's so hard to not step on somebody, and it's really difficult to communicate back and forth. What's even more difficult and more annoying and complete utter bullshit is when you're talking to people that only use an icon, and that's something that all of us have just been like, nope, you're not on camera, you're not getting on. You're not. That's a big no-no, because by you cannot have a conversation with an icon. Okay, it doesn't work. That when you're using an icon, when you cannot see this anonymous person, that there is a disconnect in the conversation, and that person that's anonymous can hide behind that icon about a lot of things. So it's a big red flag no to do anonymous interviews or conversations or debates. E04, I'm talking to you. Did you hear me? No. Stupid ass. It's true, and they are running out of places to run. It's getting old school real quick, BEAGS. I mean, straight 1980s stuff, old school, and it's still going on. Let's see. I'm going backwards here, so y'all might be talking backwards. Bear with me. What is this? No, you did win because there are no real construction photos. They proved themselves wrong and us right, dismissing everything. I can't prove that these photographs are old world. I can't prove that these photographs are new world. I can't prove that these photographs are staged. I can't prove that they're not staged. I can't prove that they're found buildings and they're halfway through construction. I can't prove any of it. All I can do, here's the thing, all I can do is show you what we do know. And what we do know is that there are these pictures, that there's you can research and look into these things. I've looked at the photography of the World's Fair. I did a video about that, about talking about how that was done, because it's not as straightforward as you think. I mean, what was it like? $3,000 fine if you took a picture at the World's Fair, something like that. Like you had to pay like it was like astronomical fees to take pictures at the World's Fair. So basically, because it was several things. Number one, and they admit this in the official histories, they wanted you to buy their pictures that they took. Number one. Number two, they wanted to show you pictures that they had that were perfectly framed. They went and took these pictures in off hours, like early morning before the fair would open. They would take the photos before the construction workers would a lot of times get on the job site, or after hours, or maybe at lunch. They took photos. The idea was, if I can word this right, they wanted the they didn't want the fair to look like a fair. They didn't want it to look like a really crowded place, because then it would look cluttered and claustrophobic. They wanted it to be big and expansive, okay, and open, and you're able to explore, and that it was a palette of beauty to behold. Okay, they didn't want you focusing on the lady in the white dress or the man in the bowler hat. They wanted you to focus on the grandioseness of the fair. That's the official narrative of the photography, of the fairs. It wasn't just snapshots of the fairs. They were very strategically taken. They were taken from certain angles at certain times of the day with certain light. They were very strategically taken photos, just like any professional photo shoot would be taken at the optimal time. Do you think? Have you ever? This is way off topic, but have you ever seen a Sports Illustrated swimsuit issue photo shoot, and what they go through to get that one picture? What's behind the scenes and what you see in the magazine are two different things. It's like I was watching a video the other day, and there was a what was that? Oh, I was looking up I was researching chicken coops, and this guy that does these it's Carolina Coops, and was the channel, I think, or that was the company. It might be the channel too. And they were talking about how they were hired on to do like some kind of series, TV show or something like that, and how annoying it was to build a chicken coop while you're being filmed, because what they would do is they would sit there and film you doing something, and then they would switch the camera angle and tell you to do the exact same thing again. And then they would switch it again. They do the exact same thing again, like 3 or 4 times on every little thing. He's like, man, I couldn't do that all the time because I had to build that one chicken coop 3 or 4 times. Because they're taking it from different angles, so they have edit shots, and they can, so they can make it look more interesting. I don't know. It's all fake. I can't stand Walmart. I can't stand it. I hate it. I quit going to. I think I've been one time to Walmart since they started jabbing people. I quit going there then because I just couldn't. I didn't want to deal with the dumbasses with their face diapers and having to explain to some dipshit why I don't have on a face diaper. Because I'm, all these damn Karens that were running around and the face diaper tards and all these, I just couldn't take it. I didn't even want to be, and I knew that Walmart would be just a nightmare. I never realized how depressed modern architecture made subconsciously until I studied true, authentic old world architecture and had a new perspective. Oh man, brutalist architecture is depressing. Oh my god. It's designed to be that way. It's designed to dull your mind, to make you not appreciate architecture. It's to make you not like it. They act like it was the modernization. It was a cover up. It was to make you hate architecture. Because they say it's like art today. Art is ruined because they're paying millions of dollars for somebody to throw shit at a wall and paying millions of dollars for it. That's art today. Why would anybody want to be interested in art when that's art? It's not real. Kindness costs nothing. That's true. That's very true. That's you can go 2 different ways in the world. You can go in with love, or you can go in with fear. You can go in between that, but ultimately you're veering one way or the other towards love or fear. That's all you got, love and fear. 2 ends of the spectrum: love, and fear. Okay, which one are you going to go towards? It's all, But you could look at it as light and dark. But really, it's really a balance. It's all really a balance. Everything in it, the yin yang. It's the yin yang's not chasing each other. It's balance. It's just the balance. Thank you, everyone. I love it when people are called out. So Cuba built it. That's the answer. The front, the A looks really foreign, like Russian or something. I'm trying to remember what I've read about that. I think the way it worked with the World's Fairs, I think that I don't think that the country necessarily came in and built their display or whatever, their building or whatever. I think you you hired like American or the wherever the construction, the World's Fair was. I think you said, okay, that we want to build this, and you hired contractors on site to build a certain. Man, I've read about this. I'm not answering that very well. I'm tired. That's what it is. There's more to that. I don't think. I think the simple answer is I don't think Cuba came in to build it, or Canada, or Russia. I think it was a coordinate. Like they say, we want to build a building. We want to be part of the World's Fair. Here's our design for a building. We'll be there on the date. I mean, I don't know. Here's the money. We're going to send you the money to build it or something. I don't know. I think that's the official narrative, but I'm not really positive. Don't be too hard on yourself. I'm very critical of myself. It's just the way. It's just my way. I get frustrated with myself. I don't know. I try to do the best I can, and I get frustrated sometimes when I can't do when I know I can do better. I get frustrated. It's like I built something yesterday, and I got done with it, stood back, looked at it. I'm like, I fucking hate it. I literally tore it down and rebuilt it. And it's because I just did not like. There was nothing wrong with it. It just wasn't the end product that I wanted to put out. So I just redid it. That's just my way. I got a certain way. I don't know. My birthday is this week, the 13th. Happy birthday, Morgan. Let's see. Hippie's asking, do you have uncovered some amazing finds in photos when they draw and add things to old photos? And this is something I heard, like the ninnies talking about, is that they were saying, so every photo is photo manipulated? No, I didn't say that. Did I say that? Did I make that comment? Then no, I didn't say that. No, not every photo is manipulated. Most photos are not manipulated. My point was that I can prove that some of the photos are manipulated. It is a commonly known thing that some of the photos are manipulated, that they had the technology to manipulate, and that they did manipulate photos. Did they manipulate all the photos? No. Did I ever say that? No. So why are you saying that I said that? Because you dumb, see? I mean, come on, people. It's like that people aren't, that they only hear what they want to hear. Or they put shit in your they say things that it's like they interject their thoughts into what you've said, and you've never said anything like that. They're not listening. They're so busy wrapped up trying to prove you wrong that they're not listening. It's like the dippy shits. Okay, here's Woody Dipshit the other day. He says, well, I haven't wasted my time watching your video, but I'm going to analyze it. Wait, what? You're going to analyze what I've said by looking at the folder of pictures that I put out, but you're not going to pay attention to the video because that's not worth your time. But the whole folder of manipulated photos, oh, that's worth your time. Okay, all right, okay. And then you reverse Google search the images, okay, and you find, well, here's the actual images. I have proven you wrong. Oh, really? Oh, really? Look, dipshit, Let me explain this to you in terms that, a dumbass can understand. Listen closely. Okay, you have a glass plate negative, okay? And with this glass plate negative, you can make another glass plate negative, okay? Now, you can take another glass plate negative, okay? And you can make another photograph, okay? So you can then have a glass plate negative and another glass plate negative of the same thing. You can also make a photograph of the glass plate negative. You can also make a glass plate negative that you manipulate and a glass plate negative that's the same thing, a negative of the negative, okay? And then you can make a picture of that. So you actually have a real picture that has all the lines in it and the sky behind it. And then you could have a manipulated photo that has the vanilla sky like you see here and the moon tower that's been erased in it. So you can have both versions, dipshit. So yeah, you can reverse Google image search and find the full image, but you can also find the image that's been manipulated. I'm really getting tired of stupid people. I really am. What else we got? I'm reading backwards your comments here. This looks interesting. What is okay? There one in Santiago that was so massive that it still stands today because we couldn't tear it down, which means we didn't have enough manpower today even to destroy it, much less build it. Yes, that is something that I think a lot of people miss on these old world buildings is that they are not built the same way. Like a brick building today is not the same thing as an old world brick building. I've seen multiple films and videos of wrecking balls being taken up against old world buildings and the wrecking ball just bouncing off because they're so tough. My demolition friend, he went to demolish the building I was telling you about earlier in the show in Raleigh, and the first thing they did was mess up his major piece of equipment trying to take the walls down. It broke the fucking machine. They had to stop operations and wait for a part to come in and the serviceman to come and fix they had their own serviceman, but they had to wait on him to come in and fix the damn thing or to fix it, whatever. But these old world buildings are not constructed with the same materials and in the same way that we construct today. It's different stuff. It's altogether different. The concrete, the mortar's different. The bricks are different. They're built with course after course after course of brick. They're thick. They're incredible. It's not the same stuff. We're not comparing what we do today with what they did in those old buildings. We're not comparing apples and apples. It may look like an apple, but it ain't an apple. Okay. These are a different breed. Came across stuff at Petra that might be really important. I mean, I've seen some evidence where they're finding lack of better word, mudflood windows and doors in Petra. So what's that about? I don't know if that's what you're trying to show me, but if I gotta laugh at you. Flounderings. I'm just picking on you. It's worldwide, and you're right. We can't build like that. Let's see. I'll stress this is we can build like that, but it's the quantity, the massive quantity. We could build a building like that. Yeah, sure. Yeah, we could. We got a guest coming here. Let's check it out. See what we got.
Hey, what's up? Oh my god.
What's going on, Andreas?
You guys are like fully live already. I jumped into a live. Okay. How's it been?
How's it going?
Pretty excited to be here, man. How you been? What have you been talking about? I just like Bernie sent me. He said, "Hey, you want to go live?" I was like, "Yeah, okay."
Yeah, there's Bernie right there. Yeah, I've been just going through St. Louis exhibition construction photos tonight. I'm just kind of shooting the shit.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty crazy when you look at the different exhibitions and the people that were involved in multiple exhibitions. So kind of the idea that, oh yeah, we're used to this. This is our job. This is all we do. We go travel to Panama. We go to Paris, St. Louis, all the main places.
Definitely. No doubt.
Xirtus hopped on before me. Sorry, I got so held up there. John Hutchinson and his wife Nancy called me out of the blue there. So,
oh, sweet.
Talking with them. I will be back in 5 minutes. I just have to confirm with Jeremiah and Charlie C when we can do the next conference call with them, and then do some recordings with the Hutchinsons right away. They want to bring out their new developments with their crystal batteries with their channels, and get the community making real free energy.
Yeah, dude, try to get them on Sunday or Monday. Let's try to get them reoccurrent. That way the audience can know when to expect to watch science.
Exactly.
Yeah, I love his work. So cool. I've got a video I told you about somewhere here in my mess that is from 2008 or before, and it's really primo. So I need to find that because it's really, I've not seen it anywhere else. I don't know. I'm a hoarder when it comes to documentaries, so
right. Yeah, I have my suggestion is usually like to sell them on eBay. Just like list them on eBay, and then eventually if someone wants to buy it, you're like, great, if I've seen it,
I have no idea what I have because I've been collecting since 2008 when I woke up, and so.
Well, it's probably worth it to have copies of actual data. That's the thing, like likely that it'll all disappear. But I do like
book holder too.
Yeah, so. Books. I like books the most because you don't need like electricity to read it. Like, oh my god, I remember when I was in student senate at Cabrillo Community College, they were trying to convince everybody, let's get rid of books and all this paper we're printing all the time, and we'll just have digital places installed everywhere. I'm like, wait a second, you want to have like lithium LCD, like so this is going to be better for the environment, you're telling me? And having this run all the time instead of just a page that's written, like it's amazing how much they push to get rid of written text.
I love having a book in my hands and the physical structure of the book and having a pen and marking it, and I don't know, I just love, I'm a big reader.
Yeah, love man. It's kind of crazy that they, kids have a harder time, I think, staring at a piece of paper because it's not flickering. So it feels like it's not moving fast enough, and so it makes people like jarred and confused. What's up, Eugenie? I see you in there.
I can't stand looking at like a Kindle or reading it off the computer, a book. I can't stand it.
Yeah, I haven't really messed with the Kindle enough or whatever. I like the idea of e-ink. Like just not for books, like more just they should replace LCD screens and TVs with these electric ink displays that look like paper comic books. Have you seen that?
I don't think so.
It's like a pretty cool technology. It's just really not pushed on people because it's good for your eyes. But it's like the rice paper looking stuff, and they used to have black and white, but now they have full color, and so you can have full vivid comic books in front of you. And when you turn it off, it stays that way until you turn it back on, like an Etch-a-Sketch.
Wow.
So, yeah.
Kind of cool. Yeah. I'll tell you a funny story. Just the first time I heard about you and your channel, this was probably 2019, maybe.
Wow, yeah.
And I went to check you out, and now you're gonna know what I'm talking about when I tell you this. I flipped you on and you were live, and you were in New York City, and you had on a pilgrim hat. And I'm like, what in the hell is going on here? And it freaked me out because I had heard you're like this respectable Tartarian researcher, and that's the first thing I see, and I'm like, okay, what am I missing here? But I mean, kept watching you.
Society was literally on the verge of collapse, and we all knew it. I think that was part of the thing. But you know, also you look at the pilgrim hat, and I was in New England at the time, and it's like, wow, this is so crazy. When you start to get into how the Koreans used to dress, how the pilgrims used to dress, how the Dutch used to dress, and the Dutch East Indies thing, and witch hats and the witch connection. It was right around Halloween to Thanksgiving. So I was like, this is, you know, there is a serious, important transition here with these magic hats that they're wearing. And in New York City, you got a lot of rabbis, and rabbis wear a very similar hat to that as well. So I was like, more and more, I was like, there's something about these old hats. What were they made of? What was the old deal? The old hatters, they used to say, were mad as a hatter. You're crazy if you were
the mercury, right?
The mercury spray, right? And so there's a lot of evidence, of course, of the values of mercury and the dangers of mercury, but involved with hats and keeping people healthy. And you know,
that's really interesting. You know, another a question I've actually always wanted to ask you is, I saw your stream with Tim, what's his name?
Poole?
Yes, Tim Poole and Alex Jones.
Right, yeah.
And I always wanted to ask you, did you talk to him about Mudflood at all?
Oh, for sure, yeah. Alex Jones is actually so Tim at first had already heard about it because he watches all kinds of YouTube videos, and so he was familiar, and he's from Chicago. And you can't be from Chicago and not have noticed some Tartarian buildings and some of the weird stuff about the flood zones. And there's some legitimate stuff that you can look into about, you know, every 200 years or so, or even in between, major floods coming with mud that are completely destroying downtown areas that are close to the harbors, because so many of these towns have got a boat line before they had a train line. So you have plenty of examples of mud flood. And Texas is a huge one too. Galveston is something that Alex was always, you know, he'd always studied it and wondered what was going on with it. So, I mean, Tartaria is the weird thing that I first got into it just because I was trying to avoid anything that was going to get me in trouble. Because after working at CNN and all these things, I was like, if I say something and I can't prove it in court, and this is actually one of the most beautiful things about America, people are innocent until proven guilty. But what that can mean is that people that are very much, what's the word here? There are people that are legally not guilty because there's no evidence of crimes that they might have actually committed, right? So you can be committing a crime. One could commit a crime and considered unguilty until you have any proof. If you don't have any proof. So the problem with that is there's just so many examples of people that have been arrested and put in solitary confinement for like 20 years after, like, Lawrence King child human trafficking cases, for instance, right? Conspiracy of silence. The kids weren't able to prove what had happened to them, and they were arrested for coming forth about it, right? So I've always been and I know people like that have done this. So my buddy Joe Trapishin, who worked on a documentary about this. I mean, he had worked for Jim Henson and I've worked with a lot of people who work really deep in the industry and were decent people, crazy like me, you know, into this stuff, but decent people. And they were never famous. They're behind the emerald curtain, right? And then eventually what happens is so Joe is about to get an award, like the Video Artist Award, or the Video Documentarian Award of the Rockefeller Video Award, the Rockefeller Award. And they took it away from him, blacklisted him, destroyed him. He lives in Brazil because, you know, the Conspiracy of Silence documentary was going to be such a big deal. So, I mean, I always knew, be careful. And one of the last things I did at CNN was Flight 370 went missing. So I was working at CNN when they were saying, was there a black hole involved, you know, like all this crazy stuff. Yeah. So I always have to be very careful. And I figure Tartaria was something that's so long ago, I'm not going to get in legal trouble for pointing out the proofs of Tartaria. Right. You know, this is a non-issue, right? It's 100 years ago. It's 500 years. It's like so long ago, the calendar doesn't even work anymore.
So you didn't see how important it was at that time?
I mean, I thought it was super important, but I thought it was important indirectly. Like it's like this is
Okay,
how
yeah,
the world
right, yeah,
built
that's
in
what I
the
mean,
image of this, but it's so taken care of and done with. It's like when people talk about conspiracies on the internet, it's really funny because they're always like, "Oh, they're about to do this thing. They've already done it. Calm down." Anyone who's like, "Oh, we still have a little bit left," you are in denial or you are lying for them. There's so much that has been taken. It's impossible to pretend that like somehow that there's still like a battle going on. No, this is just further Fabian steps to the point of now they're just erasing your incentive to care, you know. But Tartaria is something that I figured, you know, who's left that remembers the name of it. Then, you know, of course, I'm in New York City at the time. I'm meeting people, like I'm meeting Alex Soros and David Rothschild, like big people, you know what I mean? And I had to like cut parts of my documentary because in my documentary I have like their faces when I talk about social parasites and things like that. But you know, out of respect to what they do, right? I just want people to know. But the thing is that they're the ones who know about Tartaria, the Soros, the Rothschilds, people that are, and I'm not saying that they're the most powerful people in the world, but they're pretty powerful. And the most powerful people in the world are the ones that are interested in Tartaria, or at least were before anybody else was. And so you see Dr. Oz talk about it now. You see how Turkey and Russia, I interviewed Alexander Dugin. He's talking about Tartaria in Tehran.
Dr. Oz talks about Tartaria?
Yeah, because of the value for Turkey and the precedent it sets for the European Union when Russia and Turkey are the main players for what Tartaria was. You know, essentially today we think about it like Turkey is this. Turkey seems like it's this. It's a hole around where Turkey used to be. We don't really think about the Ottoman Empire, Istanbul, Constantinople. When we think of Turkey, for whatever reason, Turkey doesn't really, at least the American consciousness. But Dr. Oz does because he's Turkish and he's quite aware of the legacy and the history of Turkey, and you know even the idea of the calendar being hidden. This is not some new internet conspiracy. Turks have been talking about this for centuries, and the Russians too. So I mean, it's Tartaria is a convergence. At least the community of it was a convergence of people who had a little thread of truth that was hidden by their family, right? So I've interviewed girls and guys from Tatarstan and what their lives are like and what has happened after the Soviet Union took their great grandparents and moved them around the country, erased their history, tried to erase their language, right? So it's no longer what it was, where at first I was like, this is a metaphor for what they did. Now it's like, wait a second, this is still relevant today. This is relevant in the ICC. This is relevant in the international community of criminal courts.
When did the Mudflood, when did that come into your thinking? Was it Tartaria and then Mudflood, or Mudflood then Tartaria?
So all these things are kind of like, for me, I was just, all of these things happened separately and then connected together. So I heard about Tartaria even as a kid. Like the Tartars are important. As a Croatian, hearing about Taurus Bulba, you know, the Slavic stories of the Tartars and the Cossacks are, those exist. And there's metaphors there. People talk about the fairy tale, like back in the day when magic cobblers used to automate your shoe factories at night. You know, so like there's it bleeds into technology. And in the 80s, the Soviet Union were making tons of movies and cartoons. 40s to the 80s, they were making things talking about fairy-assisted electric societies and things that were associated in the past or whatever. So Tartaria is there. Taurus Bulba, major impact on me is the movie Taurus Bulba with Jules Brenner. Saw that when I was like 10. And it talks about Poland, Crimea, the Kiev, the Cossacks, and the main idea that Taurus Bulba, they worked with the Poles. They shouldn't have
seen that. That's something I hadn't heard of.
Super huge. Got to see it. Basically, the Turks invade, the Poles and the Cossacks, who are nomadic, the nomadic Cossacks work together. Then the Poles betray the Cossacks. Like, hey, you beat the Turks. Now we get to beat you. And the Cossacks are like, no. But then, like, they can't do anything. So they cut off their braids of hair and they go wild for the next 20 years. And this is apparently a myth, but also a true story. So we don't know how long it was, but all we do know is that after a generation, he sent his kids, when this happened, to be raised in the Polish schools. So his Polish educated kids, very similar to the story of Dracula, right? Of Vlad the Impaler in the Ottoman Empire. He was kidnapped by the
interesting history there. Yeah.
Right. So the idea of being raised by the Ottomans as a janissary or something to that effect, he's raised the opposite direction by the Poles, and the Cossacks look at Poles like they're sissies, and like much love to the Poles, but it is interesting. Like they would jump cliffs and things like that on horseback, and like the kind of love was just fighting all the time. It was interesting the way they present it, and that's what we today the Russians call the Chechens or the Cossacks, because anybody who allied with the Tsar got to live, but anyone who didn't. Anyway, the Mudflood came into my attention when I lived in Peru, because I used to work for, after I left CNN and NASA, I was spending time in South America. I was working for the Peruvian government with Ian Crossland from Tinpool. We've been friends since like forever.
Is he the guy that has the
long hair hippie?
glasses?
Yep, long hair hippie.
I like him. He's cool.
He's great. He's amazing. And like, so we reconnected. So we used to live in the Doors house in Venice Beach. He lived in the front house where Reed Manzarek was, and I lived in the room in the back.
I heard apparently you talk about that. Yeah,
right.
That's cool.
That's how we met. And then so from there, you know, I was studying graphene and I worked at CNN. I left. I was continued to work at NASA doing stoichiometric indexing. He got really into Minds.com. I was looking into getting into Minds.com. He was into graphene. And so we just reconnected off that. Then we went to South America, did this crazy project to remediate the rainforest. And that ended up, we were working for the Peruvian government. And then that was with Alan Garcia, who was the president of Peru at the time. Then he died. He was suicided, like behind a door. He shot himself. We don't know the whole story. We had to escape the country. But at the time when we were working there, the big thing that goes on in Peru are huaicos, and huaicos are mud floods. That's the name in Peruvian for a mud flood. It comes from a word from Peruvian Quechua, which means robbers or thugs. You know, so after a major storm, people that came and just would raid your town. And I don't know if you can use YouTube videos here, but if you want, you can like type it in huaico and look on Peruvian YouTube videos. People with their phones just like watching houses go by and
yes, okay, yeah, I've seen stuff like that. Yeah.
So that was the main thing. They were like, "Hey, can you help us with huaicos and mud floods? Because we'll have an entire town that's blocked out and can't get any food. They're living off Coca-Cola for a month because we have no roads or anything. The bridge gets carried off, right?" And so I was like, "Yeah, I guess." But the main thing that we would do is just try to figure out what kinds of foliage lived here 1,000 years ago, plant it, and then try to recreate the root structures, right? I mean, that's kind of, I'm not an agricultural expert either, by the way. So we had to get other people to talk about the same thing, but I figured that would be the route that we would go down. And yeah, it turned out that was something that systematically had been done on purpose. They completely destroyed their infrastructure in order to have a mud flood. What's up, Campbell? Sorry.
Hey, Cam.
Hey, Andreas. Hey, doing, mate? We finally.
Dude, I love your background because it looks like the Czech library. That is beautiful.
That is cool.
Isn't it cool? Almost, it looks like an upside down boat too, right? With the shapes.
That's for real. We need to go so deep into the architecture of churches, kirks, the Danish kirks that are built out of boats. So when they land and they flip the boat, this is not just our intuition. You hear the stories of Plymouth Rock. They turned the Mayflower into the bar, right? So the local tavern. Yeah.
Wow. Just kind of a sidebar. When you worked for CNN, what location did you work in?
So I worked on the 11th floor of the Black Monolith. Yeah, I did all kinds of horrible things in my life. I mean,
what city though? What
Los Angeles, Hollywood Boulevard. But I'd have to fly to Atlanta and tell them how things work. So basically, I came from Silicon Valley, the beach by it, Santa Cruz, hippies, redwood diaper babies, a lot of Marxists and Wiccans and things like that. Now, I'm a Catholic born. I was raised very open-minded, though, is my point. So I was open-minded enough to work for CNN or NASA or anybody, and I figured I wanted to work in movies, but it was going to be like, they're going to make you do ththings. Isn't that ironic? That would be the reason to work for CNN or NASA. So I just figured it'd be easier. So I get this job, and the first thing is I meet Dr. Drew, and Dr. Drew makes me tea, and I come in from the back because there's this big front. You never go through the front of anything, at least in my life. So you go on the back of the building. So I park way down the way. I could have parked in the building. Didn't think about it. I was like, they're probably going to charge me. So I park way down in downtown Hollywood, and I walk up, come through the back. All the security guards seem cool. They meet me. I don't fit in with I'm not in a suit. I'm wearing worse though. I'm wearing like a cardigan sweater, like Mark Zuckerberg. Cause I'm from Silicon Valley. Like it's way worse. My interview approach. So I get in, And they take me to the top, and they're trying to show me how it is. Like, this is where you'd work. And there's like this little booth with like, I want to say 36, but there was like 6 to 8 screens. And they're like, you can watch all of the Turner properties at once. Here's your computer. And you're going to get a laptop. And like, just make sure you don't watch porn on it because we watch everything you do. And then like, you know, they're looking out the window, and they're like, the Hollywood sign is like a few stories below us, just like a story below us. Like, do you get where you are now? Like, do you get where you get to be if you want to work here and stuff like that? And it was really weird. And they're just asking me how to do meta tags. Basically, they didn't know what that's how I got the interview too. They're like, wait, what meta tags? When can you get here? And so I just drove to LA from Santa Cruz, and then they basically gave me the job over the week. I did a couple like photoshopped memes to teach them about how memes work. I was like, this is how your guys, it doesn't cost anything. You can have a bunch of people copy it, and they're going to share it. It's going to be viral marketing. I had to write papers on memeing for CNN, and then Flight 370 happened.
So and meme lord. Wow.
Great.
Dude, I trolled them so hard in so many good ways though. Like, for instance, I was like, oh yeah, all the kids are using metric time. You got to get a Swatch clock. It has 1,000 beats a day. Forget minutes and seconds. That's what all the old people are doing. And literally up until last year, no one had updated it. They still kept the metric time clock. I was like, I'm winning so hard right now. But yeah,
That's strange. Back in the early 2000s, CNN, when they upgraded to digital, they sold off all their old equipment. And so I went to Atlanta to the auction and bought up probably a quarter of the old CNN facility.
Wow, really?
And all the equipment.
That's the cool part. Yeah.
And took it out and then resold it. And
whoa.
So
what kind of stuff
really
was
cool.
it? Was it like tape machines, or what kind of like, or
it was monitors and
okay.
3/4 machines and beta machines and
so here's what blows my mind about CNN. So like, I'm talking about 2014, 2015, and
switchers and all that good shit.
When I worked in the Palace Theater in Connecticut, where they did all the digitizations and editing for we were talking about wrestling earlier, like all the wrestling shows, for instance, were all done through there. They had like 6 of the $100,000 Grass Valley mixers, and so we did just a short film where it was like, what are we gonna do? Sci-fi, clearly, Star Wars stuff. Let's
that was the Star Wars, the Death Star.
Video killed the radio star, right?
It was the Grass Valley switcher, yeah.
But so at CNN, what was crazy is 2015. So there's like, you go down to the 16th floor, or is it I think the 8th floor is the one where, and there's all Latino guys that are engineers, and they're working to run the Atlanta switch building. And it's still there, as far as I know. I mean, they're still doing it this way because it's so logical. You have this big multi-million-dollar warehouse with tons of tapes, and the tapes can have, at this point, like 6 hours on the tape. And they're measured at the beginning when this is the same system they had in the 70s. And they have their own operating system. It's a Unix BSD. That's like Turner OS, and it will basically, you've got the main server that can hold 48 hours of content plus whatever they have in the archive in Atlanta or whatever. I think it's in Atlanta. It might be West. But then they'll have a robot arm, grab tape 336 from the Dewey Decimal System, play it, record it onto the system, and then you have access of that on the Turner cloud for 48 hours. And then that's how they could get access to their content, that they've just got endless volumes of content and just all of these crazy automated systems. Like, the Doomsday video? Like, Turner's got a thing where if the world ends, or if DEF CON hits a certain point or anything like that, a robot will grab a certain tape and start playing it. And it's just some dudes in the White House playing that Titanic song with the violin.
Okay. Yeah.
Boom, boom, boom. Yeah. They've ended the world.
Also bought out the Direct TV satellite facility in Miami when they closed it down.
Whoa.
And they had some weird shit in there. That was a weird facility.
Dude, I mean, the best thing you can do is you go get something like, that's what Hutchinson's doing. You get like military equipment that nobody cares about or remembers anymore. And it's incredible. I mean,
I had a buddy that used to go to NASA to buy the surplus, and he bought a big truckload of equipment one time, and he got it back, and he was looking at one of these big machines, and he said, there's something not right about this. And he started looking into it, and he's like, oh my God, this is a nuclear submarine, the missile launching device. And he called up NASA and he says, I've got this machine. And they're like, no, you don't. He's like, no, I do. He's like, no, you don't. They say, okay, we'll send somebody down to look at it. When they came down, it really was a nuclear submarine launching device thingy, and they gave him a certificate for saving national defense or something.
I mean, imagine like the way that they want, the way they wanted that to go. Though they're like, no, you don't. Put it on eBay. Shut up. Like, don't you know how it works here? That is so NASA from all my experiences at NASA.
All the cameras that were used on the Apollo space missions to film the launches, I actually owned those at one time. I bought them all at an auction, and I actually put one on eBay, and a guy contacted me. He says, so you have more? I said, yeah, I've actually got 16. He said, I'll take every one of them. I said, it's going to cost you. He said, I don't mind. He said, I got a big check for that.
God, man. I mean, so like Russia, remember when
70mm cameras?
Yeah.
You ever seen those? That's what
totally.
they were.
Yeah, I mean, so you seen like when Russia was trying to get rid of a lot of their stuff, and there's the Pepsi challenge, and so Pepsi was in this weird circumstance for a while where they couldn't get, because they made that commercial where like if you got enough Pepsi points, you could get you get the fighter jet, but the fighter jet costs like $14 million. So if you put $250,000 into getting it, it's a worthy deal. So some guy went and he put like $250,000 into trying to get him a fighter jet, and then Pepsi wouldn't give it to him. And they were trying to figure out whether they had to give it to him. In the process, they were going to the Soviet Union, and they were trying to buy fighter jets so they could maybe get him one from there.
Have you heard about the Pepsi thing where they had the contest and they printed the wrong number on a bottle, and there was like 400 people or something that won the prize or something, and it caused like riots. It was
how can this be on accident? See, isn't Pepsi just trying to purge us? Isn't that kind of their, maybe not, but
people were pissed. They were mad, really, really mad. Dude, well, did you ever answer my question? Did you? Okay, and you don't have. You can blink yes or no, but did Alex Jones? What did he have anything to say about Mudflood? Because I've been dying to know that.
No, he's still researching and looking into things. It wasn't his biggest dive into yet, was Tartaria. So that's something that hopefully I want to go do a thing soon. I'm going to go talk to him more and more about that. But the fundamental parts that he's all about is, that history was erased, that it's been taken from us. And, he's really interested in the flamenco chronology. He thinks that there's a lot to be, there's a lot of credence to that. And it really rings bells. When I talked to him about flamenco, the thing that he was talking about was the 11 missing days and the phantom time hypothesis, which was really big in the 80s. The idea that we're missing 300 years, right? And so that it's 1776. That's the phantom time hypothesis. The answer to 1984 is 1776.
How many years do you think? Okay, let's take a poll. How many years do y'all think is missing or added?
Since when are we counting from? Right?
It doesn't matter. I mean, just kind of do you think there's 300 years missing or added, or do you think there's 1,000 years missing or added, or what kind of where's your thoughts there?
Actually,
I'll let you guys go first.
Since the last reset, or since like just our official time, since the time of Jesus?
The last couple of thousand years. We have around 1,000 with flamenco. We've got calendar changes. I mean, so I think it would probably, but I think I can't remember. But there's something that brings it back. I think it's under 1,000. I can't remember, but I have worked it out, and I think I was going with about 850, sort of 800-ish, maybe.
That seems pretty reasonable.
Yeah.
If you think about it, it's the complication is, first off, not first off, I don't even know what order to be in, but you think about 1666, and you got the Fire of London, and then you got the beginning of the Anno Domini, and then they start reversing, and they're saying, okay, well, everything from Tertullian. So then you've got some shuffling where there's double things. So some things are there, but they're just measured twice. So it's sometimes doubled. It's probably something like, maybe if you think about before the fall of we're calling it Rome, but like Byzantine or Istanbul before the changeover of the calendar in Istanbul. So maybe 700 to 800 years. What I think is more interesting, though, is it's not like these are years that we're talking about. These are events, and they're shuffled. So it's when you talk about the Jesuits in the 13th century, or you talk about Constantine in 350, or you talk about the Muslims in the 7th century, or you talk about the 17th century Enlightenment period, it just gets really interesting,
It does. It does. I mean, these are questions that
then
people
you can
know.
use the whole archaic thing of the what's it called? God, now I've lost
Phoenix.
It. But time going both ways, like a center point, and it's like a
right.
What palindromic time. So is this just events played out that are the same, or is it events being rewritten?
Right. That's such a fun one that there's a countdown. The palindromic calendar or palindromic chronology is reflective of the ripple effect of space-time. So if you're saying that this moment really does matter because this is the moment when it affects the past and the present and the future, then all of a sudden it becomes it makes a bit more sense why they're so obsessed with chronology and using their 60 hexadecimal systems, why the Papua New Guinea had Sirius B and why it's so important to them to keep calendars, why all the elite of China had to be able to tell you when an eclipse or any sort of weather, the celestial bureaucracy had to be able to predict it in order to be king. This is Connecticut King in King Arthur's court, right? The Connecticut Kid, Bing Crosby, he has to tell you when something's happening. And then so it's not just in Asia, it's all across the world.
The Mayan calendar is very important to all this. Even though people discount it because of 2012, they don't understand the Mayan.
Do people still do that? God, that movie. What the heck happened?
Here's the thing, though. 2012 was, like, from the scientific point of view, we're now crossing the plane, like the galactic plane, from the long count calendar time. It is essentially a full 24,000 wobble or whatever they call it, precession age. And then now everybody's saying that the sun is white, that it's like a white light instead of yellow. And Nassim Haramein pointed out that it was 2001 was the very first time that the 11-year solar cycle, the sunspot cycle, I think it is, the poles are supposed to reverse, the magnetic poles, every 11 years. In 2001, it didn't. In 2012, again, it didn't. And both times the sun actually started to pulse a little bit instead of flipping its poles, and that the energy kept building up. And that 2012 was the official confirmation that it was a new solar age. And now next year, 2023, it's another 11 years. It's going to show whether or not the sun actually flips its poles again, or if it continues to pulse even more and put out this new white light, at which point the sun would officially be in a new age of a white pulsar.
Right. I mean, it seems like we're seeing more and more people exemplify that the sun is clouded. Arya Sulin came on the show and talked about the Saturn solar eclipse, the centurial solar eclipse. So it's supposed to be for at least a century, maybe a millennia, that the sun was right behind Saturn. And so Saturn is more enlarged and illuminated, and then things have shifted. And then maybe this has to do with our cataclysmic point. We've got the volcanic nuclear power plants. People to see the sky. It's described as plasmic and beautiful. Up until you have this Blavatsky-like blue shield, the blue veil that arrives. And this is referenced by Homer's Odyssey, the changeover when everything is wine-colored seas, and now we're in this blue-veiled period where you can't see the sky. You just see 150 nanometers of power density covered in blue, right? I mean, this is living in a transition period. So that is also associated with what light the sun can radiate and reflect. If you're in a blacklit room, obviously the reflections are different. We're missing huge amounts of light. We're more and more used to these LEDs and halogens and things which are a fraction of the spectrum.
I have, now this is not my wheelhouse, so I'm just shooting out my ass here, but I have kind of speculated and wondering if maybe the moon was a sun and it burned out in some way.
Interesting.
Does that sound completely bonkers, or is there any thing there.
From the ancient alchemist perspective and the legend point, quite possible. It's like a flamenco, essentially, sort of theory.
I like the idea that the moon is hollow. The Soviets have all these books on from the 70s. Like if the moon was created like a fabricated thing, kind of similar to how they say the sun is. And obviously in the scale of the in the sky, the idea of them being just closer and similar in size rather than just really weird that they're right in the right place. So a giant and a small thing would be proportional. I mean, it makes way more sense. But the idea of cold light, I wonder about cold light. I don't think it's off. I don't think it's broken because the moon is it produces a coldness. So it might be that it's designed to do the duality, the yin yang.
Could be. Could be.
Have you heard about the anode cathode?
Could be.
Idea that the sun and moon are an anode and cathode. And
Like
so
the galvanic
basically
cell? Is that what you're talking about?
We get phases of the moon. Yeah. So that's why we get phases of the moon.
Is that kind of like LC King's work on the galvanic cell? Have you heard of LC King before?
Yeah. I need to get him on. We need to get him on the show. Yeah.
He has a theory about how the sun and the moon and the ocean and check out the LC King channel. He has a theory of galvanic cell.
I like what Campbell's saying about anode and cathode because you think of the duality of electricity and there has to be a place for it to flow. There has to be a charge. So it's kind of the way batteries, you have to have an empty bank for something to run into. But we think of it as flow when it's really field, right? There's electric field. It's not electrons like dropping off like ping pong balls. It's just field. So I mean, the idea that the field's interacting with an anti-field,
so they're building up the moon's, collecting, the whatever, the bits of the sun getting full, and then it's recharging back to the sun, I guess, right? And so then you can extrapolate to a bigger thing as the ages, right? The 12 ages, maybe, and because obviously the sun's now changed color.
That I like. And this makes sense to me.
When I was young, the sun was cooler. It does not. It was different when I was younger than it is today. Now it burns your ass. When I was younger, it was warm,
but it didn't burn the same way, right? Yeah, but the idea also of inversion. So I've been on my show recently talking a lot about the inversion of polarity. We have gods become goddesses and goddesses become gods in the stories. Saturn goes from being this maternal source to being, there's babies swallowed inside of the guy. It's not cesarean. It's just he's swallowing babies. So this idea of feminine, masculine, and polarity making sense that there's a point when it fills up and then it switches over, and then you have to. The polarity would shift. North and south would be inversed. So,
and the moon, the sun going white means it's going to have more colors, right? Basically, that's white is the spectrum, holds all the spectrum, where orange holds less color. So it literally has gone up in frequency or whatever. Right? It's more charged.
Good point.
So complicated. It's so interesting. It's so wonderful that we're actually learning this because. Growing up in school, it was so damn boring. The crap they taught us, and I was a terrible student, horrible, absolutely horrible. Andreas is obviously a well-versed son of a bitch because some of the
I had a lot of teachers that
he'll be talking sometimes. I'll be, what did he say? Like I know it's some highbrow, like intelligent ass shit, but I'm sitting there going, whoa, dude. You're very intelligent, Andres. I had
a cousin once, a second cousin who's a little older than me, and so he was a farmer, right? And so his younger brother, when his parents died, he took over the farm, and so he didn't get to go past 8th grade. He's one of the smartest people I know, but he did not have to waste his time in school. And he runs tractors that are bigger than a Costco, across everything. But he put his younger brother through school and through high school and into college. And then the guy comes back from college, and he's in like Champaign-Urbana or some it's a suburban part of Illinois. Then he gets back into like where the country bumpkins are. And they're standing around talking, and he's really proud because he's not an asshole. He just wants to do things for people, but he wants his education to be valuable. And he looks at one of the plants, and on one of the corn plants, just this white stuff. he's like, "Oh, what is that? Is this a mold?" Oh, and he starts taking it. And he's gonna get a sample of it, and he starts learning about it, and maybe he can figure out how to stop this mold from spreading and causing spread more. And then a little old lady who's never gone more than 7 miles in her life because she had to go once to her high school, which was in the other town. But that's the only time she's ever gone further than a mile from her house her whole life. She just snickers and she's like, well, he sure can read books, but can't tell bird shit when he see it. And that's what I think about smart people. And my education.
That's a good one. Hey, Campbell and Bernie, did you hear me talking about my demolition guy with the building that they're demolishing? Did you hear my update?
I missed the update.
Yeah.
I'll tell it again for y'all that didn't hear it. I've got a friend that owns a major demolition company, and he is demolishing a building in downtown Raleigh, North Carolina. And when he was, I asked him what building he was demolishing at the time. He told me, I can't tell you because I've had to sign non-disclosure agreement to learn about this. But I said that building is on my list of research buildings that I'm researching for a documentary. And he said, "Oh, really?" I said, "Yeah." I said, "Does it have a basement?" He said, "How did you know that?" And I said, "Well, it's part of my theory." He said, "No, seriously, how'd you know that?" Because the when we were doing the getting ready for the demolition, we had to check to see if it had a basement because it's right beside a railroad track, and we had to do a test drill into the side of the building, and come to find out it did have a basement, and the owner did not know there was a basement, and so they got the walls down and they cleared off the brick from the walls. They went into the basement through the concrete and got into the basement, dug down. And when they got to the bottom of the basement, they found another floor, broke through it, and found another level below that. And it goes into a stone foundation that goes, it's about 20 feet deep under the building, and nobody knew it was there.
Oh, boy. Oh, man. NDAs, fuck. I can't ask you states or times. We're going to have to. I hope that he gets demolished soon because I'm going to be curious about this stuff. That's brutal.
He's got pictures. He's getting more, and I can't tell you much about it. I know more than this, but there's things I can't tell you about it because when they opened up the basement, the state of North Carolina shut the site down because they found things of historical value.
Yes,
and they shut the site down.
So this is why.
They've got us thinking all this stuff is in caves up in mountains somewhere, but it's actually underneath our feet, underneath buildings, right?
Well, there are caves there.
Some room.
I mean, where are you in Australia?
Yeah.
So, I mean, I lived in Chile, United States, and Australia is a close second, I think, maybe first for mining companies in the world. The mining industry, Chile is really good at it. Australia is bigger. You know what I mean? And the amount of tunnel systems in Chile impressed me. But the amount of tunnels underneath the project for the new Freemasonic Australia, pretty crazy. I mean,
yeah. I've heard they go all the way, from the capital to the coast, like Sydney to Canberra. But I mean, I'm in WA.
What's interesting about that is in the Zechariah Ascension, they talked about all the mines down in Africa, and they're actually finding those mines now.
Right.
So that's really cool.
I can't wait till someone gets upset at Elon Musk's family for their mine. That was why his family had to leave.
Come on, man.
Musk.
He's bringing back free speech, man.
Yeah, tell that to all the children miners that were working in Namibia. But yeah, for sure. The tunnels are really serious. Oh God, it's like he skinned a lobster. He's wearing a lobster outfit with the satanic, Catholic cross. I mean, it was the St. Peter's cross on the wolf ram heart, which is the symbol from Buffy and Angel for the evil law firm that runs the world. Also the Aries for Mars. It's layered in metaphor, that guy. It's really deep thinker,
That reminds me of that show Inside Job. That cartoon. That's so good.
Oh man, I've only seen one episode. I saw the first episode. I was actually kind of impressed. I did see also the first episode of Q Squad, and it's interesting that one because that one's it's basically Inside Job but with gay characters. It's all like LGBTQ agents. So I mean, obviously, it's not your first go, but it's a Netflix. What are you gonna do? And the thing is, it's really accurate. You've got these people that are like these people. You have agents and military officers that are the best. They just happen to be a little too flamboyant, and so they get put into West LA, which, wouldn't you know it, is where all the Russian mobsters are going and Iranian princes and things like that. They're going to these clubs in West LA, and it's like dead on accurate Dragnet to 2022. Like this is what's right. Cheers.
And Paul Pelosi, apparently, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's like, so I told my mom about that, and she's a Democrat and like a supporter of she's a Manchurian mom, I call her. And she says, first thing she says is like, did you hear this horrible thing? These Republicans are attacking the Pelosi's in their own home. It's horrible. This is what the newspaper just sent me. And I'm clearly supposed to share this with everybody because they don't know about it and they're not going to get it from their sources. So I have to share it. And then I'm like, Mom, did you hear the other side of that? Like that the kid was like a nudist, like hippie in Berkeley who is like a male escort and on Grindr, and that, that he was in the house for a few times and he said 9/11, he called 911. Pelosi said it's a friend and all this other stuff. And that maybe that they're having kind of a like little private in the closet homosexual relationship that they're trying to keep. Maybe that's possibly. I tried it. This is how I talk to my mother. And so she says, oh, this was the best response. Oh, well, I did see As Good as It Gets with Jack Nicholson, so I guess it's possible. No, I'm not even kidding. Like, no, seriously. She like,
Oh
my goodness,
that's funny. But yeah, I mean, the other bit is when the cops got there, like Pelosi was in his jocks and the other dude was in his shorts, but he was breaking in, right?
Right.
It must have been hot. It's hot when you break in, trying,
He was trying to hammer him, I mean, right. Yeah.
It's hammer time.
That's amazing.
Stop.
Well, I'll ask this question. I ask this question to most people: is that, Andreas, where do you see this research going in the future? What is the next horizon? Where do we need to go next? What rock do we need to turn over?
It's going every direction. So it's a complicated question, or it's a very broad answer. Like one thing is like it needs to go mainstream and it needs to go more underground at the same time. And so it's great that so I did that Vice thing, kind of silly, but the point is it goes mainstream, more people hear about it. And then even if they just hear the word Tartaria or Mudflood or something like that, flamenco, it begins their mission to go to the deepest corners. And so we got to keep going as deep as possible. Going to locations. I was doing that up until COVID. I was in Bermuda until January 1st, 2020.
I remember that.
Yeah, so I'm going to go back to going across the United States and Canada. Bernie's doing this as well. Just going to the places and talking to, and then, the other thing is interviewing people who don't know anything, but they're experts in the subject. So this is funny, but there are a lot of people out there that are educated it's kind of like when you know about fluoride, but you still ask your dentist about fluoride just to hear what they say about fluoride. So we got to do the same thing. You go ask these really like awesome, brilliant, wise old men and women that are anthropologists and archaeologists and have been studying the Confederate battlegrounds and stuff like that. And you find the one that's that everyone else thinks is a little weird because he knows too much about history, and you start asking him or her about those things. And so then you start to bridge the gap between the investigative journalists and the YouTubers in their community, because that's huge, with people that are really deep into the field, educated in the field, but they're on the edge of the red pill. They're just about to wake up. That's happening. And then simultaneously, there is nothing wrong with, and I think we should continue to reverberate the information. People talking about the things other people are talking about. People will say, hey, you made a video about the thing I made a video about. Make videos about the things I make videos about. Talk about them. And more people that share and talk about these things, the better.
Me.
Right.
We all come at it from a different angle. It's never going to be the same coming from a different person.
That's why it's so important. People need to talk about these things because each one of you has your own information, and you'd be surprised because they taught you just enough how to be useful to them without being a threat to them. Because if you don't work together, you're not a threat. But if you work together,
exactly. Two of the big things that I've brought to the table in my research are pavement light and viaducts. And I have told people, go make your own video. I want to see what you come up with.
right. Yeah. I mean, it's amazing the videos I see. So in my Discord and like on YouTube in general, but you know, it's awesome. All the people that are putting together shows. BEAGS, you put together amazing slideshows of different parts of the United States, old pictures of things. These are, I mean, I saw a guy, I forget his name now and I feel bad, but he does like Tartaria, like music videos basically, which are just like slideshows with really cool electric music.
Jim Elrid?
Say again?
Jim Elrid?
I don't know. I'll have to look it up. That's the thing. So that's partially now.
Have you seen the guy in Mexico, Mente Alberte?
Yes, totally. Yeah.
He's badass. Yeah.
And translating video. So now my video, like History Revised, is translated in German and in Spanish, and we're working on a French one too. Trying to get the videos out. Mind Unveiled's doing this as well. I think getting people to talk about things in their own languages. 80% of the internet doesn't use English. So, you know, that's the thing. And you can do it really easily. Like you find a friend who's into this from another country and they'll help you translate it. Or or you can go on AI, you get your whole video. It gives you the subtitles by Google. You can go and you can download that and then you can auto translate it, have it read by somebody who actually speaks the language, and then they can fix it if there's some problems there. There's a lot of ways, you know, you can make the content more accessible for people.
I didn't set out to a YouTube channel. I just kind of fell into it.
Right, and not everyone has to do all of that either. You know, if you're, especially I think it's great the videos that have no words except for just the pictures. A lot of the time, that is a universal thing that helps people. And sometimes you want. I mean, the other thing is, are people where you are at that want to hear your voice because you're local. You know, and so that's that. Everyone needs to.
I
think you're doing great. You know.
It's tough giving everybody what they want.
Well, yeah, and don't worry about giving people what they want, and that's the most important thing because people want Tartaria not to be true. They don't want this to be true. I don't want this.
Give me go on record and tell me what is Tartaria to you, because you know everybody's upset about. Oh, well, they're saying Tartaria was the entire world, and that's not what I'm saying. I don't think that's what you guys are saying. So, in your words, Andreas, what is Tartaria to you?
Well, so I use the word Tartaria, but Tartaria is a really like ambiguous term because it's what a lot of people were using to refer to. Like Peter Fleming has a book, Travels in Tartary, talking about China. A lot of people just talked about regions, but it was a historical thought for the last few centuries. What was the, you know, are we going to call it Atlantis, or are we going to call it the land and sea empires, or is there a difference? It seems like it can't just be one nation, because one nation, you look at the Edo period of Japan, it would have been isolated. But if you look at how ambiguous it gets and homogenized, it couldn't have just been an empire. So my thought is that there were confederated, sovereign, autonomous city-states that were able to take care of themselves. And then they had a triangulated, endless summer trade system. So families that lived in the north and in the south of the equator could trade like they're doing today. And that a lot of the systems that we have that keep the world infrastructure going today, they come from this point when the land and the sea powers work together, the Scythians and the Tartarians. And the Tartarian means father, right? So fatherland, there's a lot of ways you could go about that. But if you look for the root, you'll find it. The Phoenicians didn't refer to themselves as Phoenicians. They referred to themselves often as Tarians or Tyrians because of Tyr and Tripoli. The Bedouins, the Berbers, the Barbars, the Tartars. There's an X, you know, that is also used there. And then the Taran. Taran is also associated. R sounds, though, in Persian are apostrophes. So it would have been like Tata or Baba, or, you know, there's a lot of these other groups that all fall into this tribe. And you've got the Gallo-Latin tribes, which are, today we talk about genetic lines because we have all this DNA that we're talking about. But then there's also what we used to talk about, which are the linguistic trading communities, right? And so the linguistic trading communities, they were spread out, they were interacting with each other, they had electricity, they had technology like the pentalogram machine. You look at the alchemists, and then all of a sudden there's an erasure of culture, and that shattering is kind of what we consider like the Tower of Babel breakup. And that is when people start to be isolated more and more. And for the next Well, for 100 years there, you have whoever was the mercenaries working for Tartaria taking over the remnants of the city-states.
During that time frame, do you have a thought on what language was the main language used?
So I think there were two major kinds of communication. One would have been, and you can see this today from where Sanskrit and Tamil or Ugaric have evolved, is that there are 17 cases in the Ugaric. In Finnish, for instance, there's 17 cases. There's 12 plus there's 5 that they kind of stopped using, but only in the last 100 years. And Tamil, similarly, the idea of there being a hyper-classist civilization that has different people that are doing different work in different situations, that could be one of the consequences of having a system like Tartaria where there's sovereignties and there's nobilities. And some people talk about Tartaria like it wasn't perfect, and I agree. I don't think Tartaria was somehow perfect. It ended with its own destruction. There were upset people clearly that didn't try to bring it back after the destruction, just tried to steal it. So I can imagine maybe the Dutch East Indies Company and the West East Indies Company, these kind of companies are some of the people that were working on the ships for the trade between these port towns, right? And Tartar City was Hong Kong. And so you can imagine there's a number of different ones with the same kind of name that they were eventually taken over. These port towns were trading places that the land power allowed the sea power to trade at, these ports. And eventually the sea powers took those ports. And that was the eventual way that they destroyed the land power and erased China and started nitpicking and saying, well, these groups were really right. And then the same story that you see with Saddam Hussein, you say that, or with Rhodesia, you say these tribes here, split them in half. This half of this tribe and this half of this tribe that hate each other, make sure that they're in one country. And so that these guys are fighting all the time. And then the backups will be in other countries so that they can't help each other.
Just like what should be Kurdistan, and then you have Iraq, Syria, Iran, and Turkey all having the Kurds split in with the divide and conquer area, and those conflicts that keep going on.
I mean, they're brought into Turkey for that reason too.
Put on to that is like there's the golden age of Arabia or of alchemical Arabia and all of that. That Islam would have been one of those two major subsections, or maybe 3 or 4 even, of what Tartary was in the main parts, like when it was established as its successful empire.
Right. The idea of Arabic is really interesting. If you've seen my episodes with David Ewing Jr., he's done a kind of deep dive into it. And I'm trying to get a few people to come talk a bit more about Arabic. The thing is, Arabic's changed a lot. If you look up cuneiform, Kufic. Kufic is the QR code looking Arabic that was very popular. Kufic is it's just squares and dots and lines and black and white mosaic tiles. It's not the swirlies, right? And so Spanish, Latin gets this idea from the Mozarabs, who were bringing this kind of swirly cursive, which is a Russian thing. So the Russians, we did have Russian Arabs, and this is an interesting part of the interview I did with the Tartarstanis. They're like, yeah, well, technically I'm a Muslim, but, I practice yoga. It's this blonde girl from Tartarstan. The Muslims, the Imams, the way that they did things, it's very confusing today because we think of Christians as the Westboro Baptists, even though the Jesuits are into baptizing aliens, and we think of Islam as, these similarly, like people that are violent in ISIS, also funded by the same people that are funding the Westboro Baptists, when there were, alchemists and the greatest technological advances in robotics in our history really happened during the 15th century, probably. But what is that? How do we know that? Because we look at the flamenco timeline, and the idea there is that the Persians and the Manichaeans eventually are conquered by the Arabs that have been turned into Muslims. So the word Islam existed way before Muhammad. And Muhammad even exists way before Islam. So what really happens? Well, there's a lot of stories that the Catholic Church created modern Islam. And it sounds crazy because you're like, wait a second. But no, I mean, there a lot of the books.
Jesuit order.
A lot of the books from the Jesuits went into, which is like how we require the flamenco timeline to be true. Because, right, 7th century. But you can see the violence and the changes to the story. And yeah, Islam was very different. Muhammad was into women's rights. We really need to remember the transitionary period of where Islam becomes radicalized, violent, or authoritarian, because it wasn't
right.
Positive.
It was more like yoga.
Polarity, like the Christians
Right,
like
it
the one
was-
side and the Islam. for the
But they
other
do
side,
that to
yeah.
them all. They did it to the Buddha. They did it to Jesus. They did it to
Yeah,
Well,
would have been
Islam.
like
They,
one
you know,
world
that's what they
religion.
do. They take this figure and then
Spirituality,
they morph it into something bad.
yeah, they do it.
Right.
Spirituality coming out of our buttholes, right? And that's because everyone's seeing through religion. So it's they always play both sides.
But there is
I want
an
to ask you,
interesting.
Andre, you talked before about. Sorry,
Go ahead.
no,
Sorry.
do you want to say that or?
Oh, really quick, I was gonna say, like, you think
Talked before
about
America.
you think about Muhammad's ring, right? So Solomon has this ring that is a magical ring, and King James has a magical ring. It's a magical ring. Muhammad has a magical ring. That's a magical ring. So these characters are important for a few reasons. One of them is they're the only ones licensed to commit magic, and everyone else is to be burned. So that is another thing, is that magic is controlled by these characters. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. You mentioned the law of the land, law of the sea. Obviously, now we're in maritime law. We've got all these people
Right.
saying about sovereignty and that. Do you see this takeover as? Because I've been sort of throwing this around in my head, and it's how it looks. Do you see this as basically a legal takeover?
Yeah, I mean,
like this whole
corporatization.
I see it as a
Yeah,
marriage to
corporatization.
a corpse. It's a marriage to a corpse bride, and so there's a veil and over the corpse bride. And by the time you've walked up in front of everybody and it's time to kiss the bride, and they remove the veil, you've already gone through with so much. You just go along with it. So it's the Fabian steps. They're setting you up to slowly accept that this is going to happen. And by the time you get this information that we've been talking about for years, I mean, we're a problem because we're reactionary to the information. But the information itself, they're okay with. It's so long as people are okay with it too. And by the time it gets to the point that most people know about Tartaria, know that it's been stolen from them, and they say, well, yeah, but these golden chains are really cool. And I have all this great, that is going to be people. And so that's the scariest thing about, the truth movement, shepherd fairies, obey Obama. People will choose something other than truth. A lot of people will, and it's going to bother you. It bothers me.
This kind of reminds me of, when I was waking up, I listened to Alex Jones every day, twice a day. Okay. I had shortwave radio. Okay. And I was avid Alex Jones. And then in 2013, I got a job where I was working during the day and I couldn't listen. And so I kind of stepped away. And then when I came back to listen again, it was about the time of that little school up in a little
right
area where some bullshit
Footloose movie, right?
And they pulled a fast one on the American public, and then Alex comes out and tells the truth, and then Alex now is getting in big trouble for telling the truth, but he's reversing on what he said. And here's my
legally, only legally speaking.
I think he's still with us. I think they
oh hell yeah, he is. Alex is
him. I think they fucked him. Excuse my French, but I think they really.
It's so much more simple than people think. So here, imagine you were InfoWars, and
but I still trust him.
You got it. All right. I'm glad you do. I know a lot of people that don't, and I've spent a lot of time with him, and so I get where he's coming from. And imagine you're a father. You know what I mean? He's a father, and also you've got not just a family, but you got all of these kids from Texas that are working for you all across the country. This is like not just another job for them. This is a war for freedom and truth.
Deal. Yeah.
And so if you take that away from them, right, and you're the reason that it's taken away from them, it'll all go away, right? And then all of a sudden, where do they go? Well, they go working for CNN or something else, or whatever, the Young Turks, something that they're allowed to work on. So he's got this horrible in between a rock and a hard place thing where if he wants to say anything at all, then he has to be very careful about what he says. And so he'll bend over backwards and take it for you. When he says the things he has to say so that he could keep InfoWars going, it's literally the most painful thing he could do, but he'll do it for you because he wants InfoWars to keep going. I'm not trying to just be like, Alex
what
Jones.
I tell people when they say, look at Alex Jones today, I said, no. Go and watch his old videos.
Dude, him as Bill Hicks is great. No, I'm just kidding. Keep going. No, but he's all right with that too. Like he's like, I've talked to him about that. I'm like, bro, you should probably just start to identify as Bill Hicks. think about it. There's no hate crimes. There's no blacklisting. Bill Hicks is fine. So I don't know.
I love Bill Hicks.
And
So
he
funny.
identifies whatever you want these days, you know? So
Yeah.
go for it, Alex.
I told him my favorite thing I did was like, so I have some people that follow me, and like, obviously, like, this is the greatest thing about being the truther sphere is you have paranoid schizophrenics along with your regular fans, and some people that are just super paranoid. And like, so it's like, for me, I didn't think I made it until 4chan had QAnon drawings of me tied to Alex Jones with red lines. That's when I knew I had finally made it. You know what I'm saying? People finally believe the craziest things. But one guy,
he confirmed.
right? Yeah, Illuminati confirmed. Right? Yeah, great. But so then somebody comes in my Discord, like, I know, Andreas, I know you're hiding the truth, and I'm like, you know, at this point, okay, I know. Yeah, sure. Can you tell me what truth you're talking about, though, so I know what we're talking? You know, like, I don't want to argue. Like, maybe
I'm going to tell on myself here. You'll laugh about this, but when a while back when I first learned about you, and you had your first Discord,
right? Yeah.
You were like, yeah, get on my Discord, and like, you weren't talking to me, but you were telling your audience. And so I'm like, okay, so I went to check out your Discord, but I'd never been on Discord, so I got on Discord. I sent you a message, and I said, okay, I'm on Discord. Now what do I do? And you kind of were like, work it out, dumbass.
It was pretty wild. So the Discord was an unprecedented success. There were like thousands of people there. And I was like, well, once you get into the Discord, you make a category and you start ranting. You just start posting everything you know about the 1986 flood of Queensland. I don't care. Just go and go. And now it's even easier because I have robots. The Discord was deleted, and it was taken from us.
And that's when I quit going on there. I actually was posting on there stuff, and then when you got taken off, I quit going back.
And it was really interesting trying to get it back. And I was like looking into the European Union laws and figuring out which members could sue for their data, because the European Union. And so then they couldn't give us the data because there was a fire that burned on the river of Nantes in France and destroyed the servers from 1 billion websites, including our Discord server. What an amazing coincidence, right?
Yeah.
So I didn't want to have a Discord after that for like a year. And I've just been working on it. And finally now we do. But the thing is, I have robots and bridges. So everything that goes on Discord is duplicated into a permaweb matrix server that is a protocol server that is open source and is encrypted. And so you cannot get it deleted. You can delete the Discord, but it's only the front end. We could just reconnect it. And, you know, anytime you post on Twitter or you post on YouTube, the people that are allied that we like the videos of, automatically, they just, mine and yours will flow into the Discord so people get all the content without the algorithm hiding it. So it's a pretty good spot for information. And if you don't like Discord, you can go directly through 6 other ways to get to the content now. So it's pretty good. But yeah, it sucked when they deleted it.
I'm turning 50 in December, so I'm a little old school. So you got to bear with me a little bit.
It's like a BBS board. It's a forum, you know.
I do my best. I try. But some of the newer technology, I do have a little trouble with, just because I am older. But
we're trying to get the radio chats going again. Once you click radio and people can talk with each other, I think a lot of this happens where we're just, you know, people are spitballing and information comes out and you're like, oh, did you hear about this thing? Because Wikipedia isn't going to tell you the whole story.
That reminds me, hey, Campbell, you should invite Andreas to the Bat channel.
All about it. I don't know what that means.
Oh, absolutely.
Bernie,
is there a secret Bat channel? That's crazy.
Yeah, Campbell. I don't know what to call. I can't call it what it's called because it's a secret. But we have Campbell has set up a back end WhatsApp text channel that we can, as Tartarian Mudflood creators only, can talk with each other privately in a group, and it has been wonderful. So I'd like to invite him, and if you guys are interested, Campbell will send you the information, and it's a very exclusive group, and we're not trying to hide from the public. There's times we need to speak with each other in private.
Yeah, I think that's huge, you know, and even in my Discord, I feel like the people that are moderating, they have their own space. It's important for people to be able to moderate and work together. I love that idea. I think that's really the goal, getting more YouTubers that are interested in this kind of content, not just regurgitating news, you know.
We need to have open
you on WhatsApp?
communication because there's been a disconnect in the community lately with people infighting, and I think it boils down to miscommunications in a lot of cases.
I think in the private chat, I don't know how WhatsApp works, but I have it. So I sent you what I think would be either my username or the number associated.
Okay, I will send that to Campbell.
Yeah, thanks.
Or Campbell, can you see the private chat?
Yeah,
you should be able to grab that.
Yeah,
you should be able to see that.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt, guys. I will be watching from YouTube. I have to leave early. The wife is off work, so I gotta go grab her. But it was a pleasure, and be seeing all of you on another stream soon. Or if you're still going in an hour when I get to her place, I will rejoin.
Word, yeah.
Appreciate it, Bernie. We'll see you. See you soon.
How do I
say hey to Amber?
I can come back, but I need a few minutes to go arrange that I can stay. So give me a second, and I'll return in a second, okay?
Okay. Let's see.
All right, it's just you and me, Beags. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to work these things.
I've got gangster.
Did you get that information?
I just washed my hair. I did. I've saved it, so I'll have to work out how to.
Okay, good.
It took me so long to work out how to add you to WhatsApp. Like, I think you have to go through your phone and add them as a contact, and then or else WhatsApp. It's really weird. But anyway. Yeah, man.
That sounds about
right. With Andreas, he's a clever cookie. Nice research.
Yeah, he is. He really is.
And I mean, what's it all? You know, it's like there's so many people sort of tend to, pay attention, right, to what other people are saying. But I mean, it's all perspective, isn't it? You know, it's like, we might think, oh, that sucks. But I mean, really, it's also saying that, you're out there, right? People are taking notice of you. You can see everything, more than one way. So
it's okay.
Keep doing our stuff, man.
Not agree. I don't have a problem with somebody disagreeing with me, but
No, well, on our last chat or the one before that, remember I did a call out and I called out for some trolls. Who are the real trolls? Come and troll me. And of course, a couple stood up, which was nice. But this is the thing: is if you're not getting feedback, then you're not talking loud enough, right? You're not talking your truth. You're being a pleaser. If everyone agrees with you, then exactly. You're just saying what they want you to say. You're just a mouthpiece. So, I mean, kickback is showing you that you're doing the right thing, that you're actually speaking. Because there's no place ever in time that 100% of people are going to agree with what you think or say. It doesn't exist. It's called fantasy. Ooh. I mean, and look what happens to you if you believe that, man. You become like hair dye and turn into a raving lefty and start screaming at the world, right? Change, change, change. And
exactly.
It won't.
Hey, I need to take a break. Do you guys want to chat for a minute? And I'll be back.
Word. Okay. Yeah. Cool. We'll do this like rotating chair thing.
I gotta let the dog out. He's going bazonkers.
Cameras. All right.
So Campbell, tell me a bit about your background and how you got into Tartaria, and also throw in a story about being a schoolboy in there. What was it like when you were young?
Oh man, I was born. My first memory of a thought was, "You've dropped me at the wrong place. Come back and get me. What the hell's going on?" Like that was literally my first thought. It's like, what's going on here, man? So I'm just a life. I'm a lifer. I'm a searcher.
Where did you grow up in Australia? What side
everywhere.
of
So I was born in Dubbo, New South Wales. Dad was in mining. Then I went to Tasmania, then to Western Australia. Victoria, New South Wales, and then Western Australia. So
Sunshine.
I went to
Very cool.
7 schools in houses or something by the time I was 16 or 17.
Did you spend much time in Sunshine? Do you like it in Sunshine, West Australia?
Love it. Yeah. And I'm free. Like it's supposed to be spring here and the sun's not out and I'm dying. I normally live 3/4 of the year in, shorts and a tank top. I lived in Cairns for 18 months and literally wore a shirt about 3 times. Like I just lived in shorts. So love it, man. Love it. Love the heat.
I'm in the craziest place because I'm in Minnesota, and so I'm from California, and I usually live in like, I think Bermuda, Bahama, and any place where I'm wearing shorts is normal. So in the place where it gets to -30 centigrade, it's kind of weird, but it's cool. I mean, because it's only for like a couple months, and then the rest of the year it's like 100 degrees. It's like 60 degrees. It's crazy. I don't know. I want to do this right. 32, like 32 degrees centigrade.
So because in Perth, like we'll go from, like 45 to maybe 10. So our temperature's only maybe 35 degrees. But then you hear about these places and they go like -30 to +30. That's like double, man. That's like 60 degrees movement.
It's wild. Does it get that cold in Tasmania ever? Or how cold does it get in Tasmania?
No, it does snow. But I mean, it gets maybe to 0. I don't think they ever get really into negatives. We don't know what negative is in Australia.
Dude,
that's just like no. And I went to Melbourne, and it was winter, and it was maybe 10 degrees. I almost died. I'm serious, man. I was just like, I couldn't believe it. We were at this club one night at this bowls club, sitting around talking. I'm sitting there shivering, and I ended up with about 4 coats on me. People just walking past, like putting coats on me because I'm just like, and they're just all in bloody t-shirts, and I'm just like, what? You guys are crazy.
That's the other thing is like, so I can handle like if you've lived on the coast, so I can handle real cold in shorts and a shirt. And I used to be like because saltwater, I can deal with like freezing. And I'd be when I was in Patagonia, I'd be up in these ice mountains like the Alps, but the South American equivalent. And I'd be wearing like a silk like blouse basically and some shorts is all I'd wear, a little windbreaker kind of thing. But I mean, everybody who lives in cold places likes to stay warm. And I've noticed this too. Like I've lost my resilience to super cold because I'm so used to just being when you live in a cold place, you want to be in a warm building all the time. So I think maybe the cold weakens you. I don't know. It's scary. Tasmania though, I want to go to so bad. I feel like it's got to be one of the coolest places. All the people I've ever met who've been to Tasmania seem pretty crazy. And that's the best thing ever.
They are, man. Yeah. Tasmania is just like wild country. There's Hobart, which is like a city, but apart from that, it's just these little country bumpkin towns, and the forest there is thick, man. Like when the convicts first got there, heaps of them tried to run, obviously, and none of them, they just all like they were never heard of again. They just go into the bush, and it was so thick and dangerous terrain that they just died in there. I think one guy, there's one convict who made it out because some natives found him.
I saw that movie about it, right? And he became a native, right? Yeah, that was so good. I mean, I knew a guy from Tasmania from a small town. He's like, yeah, it's crazy. So he would drive on the sidewalks as a game. And I was like, what do you mean? Like, we would just, because it's such a small town. And so I would just like not drive on the road, see how much I could drive without driving on the road. Like, how do you get away with that? It's like, well, the cop didn't want to bother me because if he arrested me or gave me a ticket, then he wouldn't get invited to my aunt's or my mother's, dinner party on Thursday. So, I mean, it's like this beats all small town life. I want to live in Tasmania.
Gosh.
Yeah, man.
Hey,
we can help
just to flip a bitch on y'all. Andreas, have you by chance looked at my theory on Mudflood? I have 2 theories. I have an exoteric theory and an esoteric theory. My esoteric theory is it's all a simulation and anything can happen. And then my exoteric theory is that the Mudflood was caused by cloud busters. And they used trains to mobilize all around the world cloudbusters to every city and town and used to triangulate and cause rain to come down on hills and mountains to wash mud into the cities. Do you have any thoughts on that?
So many. Let me send you a link, or can I present a screen for a second?
Yeah.
So did you see my video, my Naropa video from Wednesday on weather control machines?
I have been working very hard the past 2 weeks.
No worries. I just didn't want to waste your time.
Excuses.
Dude, I do videos like 3 times a day. Like, you literally have to be in the hospital to watch all of them. I don't see how, But so let me translate this to English really quickly here. So I interviewed this guy who's like an Iranian German former Volkswagen engineer who is like building cloudbuster machines.
Nice.
Let me see if I can show you the picture. Here's like, for an example, when I say cloudbuster machines, like, do I mean cloudbuster machines or literally they're building weather changing machines to build storms. And you can look this all up at his website here, desertgreening.com, desert-greening. And so this all works. They're doing it right now. Some of the research he's gotten into has been kind of similar because he said, look, I didn't know much about Carl Jung growing up. As like, when did you first hear about Wilhelm Reich? And he said, it's 1972. I went over to one of my family engineers' friends' home. I'm having breakfast with them because I'm supposed to be looking at this place to work or something, or an apartment. And his son and daughter, who are in their 20s, come downstairs naked. And they're sitting at the dinner table naked, having a conversation with us in 1972 in the breakfast. And I'm thinking this is very strange, but they're talking about important things. And we have all these things that we see eye to eye on. And finally, I'm thinking to myself, so I asked them, you're very interesting and you're very, but it's a bit, don't you think it's a bit off-putting that you're naked? Why are you naked? And then they're like, well, have you heard of Wilhelm Reich? And that was the first time he'd heard about Wilhelm Reich, was that they were involved in the energies and things like that. And so for him, it was like, I'm an engineer. I don't know about this stuff. So he goes back to his life and then he starts working for Volkswagen. Eventually he has some epiphany and he decides he has to start working on this stuff. He looks into it, starts building these machines, leads back to Wilhelm Reich. And again, he's like, well, what does Wilhelm Reich say about it? And it's always sexual or emotional or else. He's like, I don't know what this is. So then he goes and he builds this stuff and he finds out that the radiation and the energy is affecting emotions. And he learns about the Schumann resonance. Now the Schumann resonance is like a laugh track. Like, it just tells you, boom, like there's a spike during a wars, or when there's storms, or when people are, when there's a bunch of babies birthed after, the fall holidays that have been set up on purpose. These kinds of things. Like, wait a second. So he realizes that there is an esoteric connection to the exoteric, that the emotions of humans are affected by radio, that we're made crazy, made happy, made calm, Royal Rife, healed in even circumstances. So the idea that there's like a couple things going on here. There's a weather changing machine, but there's probably a bunch of them, and they're built and integrated into the towers, like the towers behind BEAGS right here, in order to do this. And then simultaneously there are the bells. And so you look at all the bells, and this came up, the broken bell, all the broken bells, that they destroyed these bells. And then you go to DC, or is it the DC Liberty Bell? It's got a long crack in it. That's not a crack. Right. It's like a welding hole to make sure. Philadelphia Bell. Thank you. To make sure that bell doesn't work, it's been destroyed, right? It's like a whole, it's not a natural crack. That's like, and they say it's a natural crack because of the night that somebody lost their liberty in 1812. So 1812 is when they destroyed all the bells, right? Okay. So when whales communicate and they create, they pick up on a natural flow pattern that their waves can travel in, and that sonic wave hits another whale, that other whale transceives the message. They hear it, they pitch correct, they create the same tone in the same pitch, and then they project that further distance. So there's a connection. It's essentially this biological internet that is making the same tone to carry a message across. Same with bells. You have a bell, it rings the distant point of the sound. You have another bell, it rings the same tone. Resonance patterns, right? So there were these resonance patterns that were holding things in place with bells, and the main thing that needed to be destroyed if you wanted to destroy all this. There's also, we've talked about plasma versus the blue sky. I think the Alvira's hypothesis connects to this. Anything they're telling you that came from space probably came out of a volcano, but still.
I was talking to somebody today about what do they call the blue ice looking stuff that they think is the firmament that fell down?
Sky ice. I don't know about this. Tell me more. Teach me about sky ice.
Yeah.
I was trying to tell somebody about that today, but I couldn't remember enough about it to explain it very well. I said it looks just like this color blue. I showed him. I said it looks like ice, and they think it came from the firmament. He's like, "What?" Like, yeah.
I mean, there's so many levels here. Like I saw this kid's video the other day that was how to terraform Venus, and it's talking about. And there's a new article like, oh, the clouds of Venus, they're going to be habitable. Scientists are going to be living in the clouds of Venus, just like the Soviets who sent their rocket to Venus in the 70s, 17 times. All this stuff. Anyway, you can tell I'm a bit cynical, but they say that Venus will be terraformed by nuclear bombs. Thermal nuclear winter, then the gases will be frozen. They'll be ejected off into space. They'll become rings around a planet, and then those rings can then be, the gases can be used further on. Then they say Saturn is the same thing. The rings of Saturn, all of the oxygen and all the makeup of the magnesium salts in our water, it's because they're fragments of the Saturn rings. All right, so all this stuff, it seems to me a lot more esoteric than it sounds like science, as usual with NASA, though, right? So I think that's what they're trying to say is that the frozen ice rings, that this has something to do with when Saturn and Mars and Venus and the moon were closer, larger in our firmament within, in terms of where they were positioned. And now, and this is the other thing, Mars and NASA says Mars and the moon are in our what's it called? Gravitational field, or in our
orbit?
No, there's a better word. I'm sorry. Atmosphere. Thank you. In our atmosphere. And so that's an interesting idea. If these objects are within our atmosphere, within the firmament, changes a lot about the description of it. Fits within our description of the primordial maps, all the traditional designs up until the 19th century or 20th century, really. So it makes a lot of sense that maybe we have. The firmament has been broken open, and then this is the other thing. Do you see the copper? Let me see if I can find this copper.
It's interesting how they've pushed out the mark of space past the moon, which basically means they're telling people the moon's within the firmament.
Right, they fully are. And then the thing is, they won't tell you what the firmament is. But when you look in the Van Allen belt and the idea of radiation that's been pushed up there, we have an human radiation. This is a fun one. NASA detects human-made nuclear bubble protecting Earth from radiation. See, because we created a nuclear bubble. And what does this mean? Well, they launched so many nuclear, or there's all this radioactive material that's been bounced by radio waves into the firmament. That's just a ring around the firmament there. That's what they're trying to tell you. But so Project West Forward and Earth's copper rings, what they did was they took a bunch of these tiny little pieces of copper and they injected them into our atmosphere. I'm talking like billions of them, with these tiny little rings out of the Austin Air Force Base, Hanscom Air Force Base. These little guys that looked like this up close. And so they were
a lightsaber. Just say lightsaber.
But these tiny little pieces of copper that are just, you saw how small they were compared to the stamp, right? This is a stamp next to these. So they were shot up in the atmosphere. And this is in the 60s, I think. Let me see. Space debris, 1958.
Huh.
Right?
And so the way this starts is they talk about space junk or space debris, and they're like, well, guess what? There's like a lot of needles on the beach in space. You know what I'm saying? It's like Mexico in the early 90s. Right? So weird stuff. Weird. Like, so it's like, I didn't have to waste my time with stuff that they don't talk about anymore, because there's so much stuff they do talk about. There's just nobody's looking for it. Like, no one cares. You'd think that would be, because imagine you're walking around and then one of these things, God forbid, like believes in gravity and it falls on you. You know, it would be terrible.
Okay, so we know that you're a smart cookie. So explain simulation theory to me from your perspective, in a nutshell.
Well, simulation theory is only part of the picture. I think that is the sociopathic or psychopathic part of it, because it's the same at the end of the day. So simulation theory is the same idea as being a Christian and thinking this isn't a Christian man. Like when Christopher Columbus, okay, in the narrative, if Christopher Columbus is killing Indians because they're not good Christians, you know, it's because he's living in a simulation. they're not real people, right? And that's the problem. So simulation is used to detract from the stimulation. And then the matrix isn't a simulation, it's a stimulation. The matrix is that you live in reality and it's been hyper destroyed by evil, and you're being shown an illusion, but the illusion is still stimulating you. But there's an objective truth that we're all missing still. It still exists. You just can't have it, right? That's stimulation theory. And I think that's a lot closer to the truth, the idea that parasites are controlling our senses and are manipulating our consciousness. But simulation theory takes all that away and says, oh, you know what? It's just a game. Don't worry about it. Have fun, be existential. Eventually you'll be deleted or uploaded. It doesn't matter. You know, like it takes away from the value of now and today and the meaning of life. And so I'm a little scared.
I'll give you the BEAGS version of the simulation theory. Okay, you got the creator, and the creator is all that ever was and all that ever will be. Okay, and the creator's sitting there and kind of enjoying the creator. Okay, I'm everything. That's cool, but I can't experience myself being myself. So the creator creates this simulation in the thought of the mind of the creator, and everything becomes a simulation, and you can visualize that as the circumpunct, where you have the dot and the circle. The dot is the creator and the circle is the simulation, and that we are basically a simulation in the mind of God. It's not a computer simulation, it's a thought simulation. So right now we're in the mind of God, and that's the layman's version, but we're a thought in the mind of God. That's my idea of it.
So I'm for all that. I just wouldn't call it simulation theory. I think the reason is
I don't know what else
because
to call it. I'll call it God's holodeck.
I like that. I'm gonna go with emulation versus simulation. So simulation is a false show, a false profession, a pretense, right? And so the idea of feigning something, I don't think it's a simulation. I think it's more like when you play Nintendo inside of your computer. It's an emulation. It's the full thing. It's the image of God, right? And so we're existing as living processes that are happening in the emulation. Each one of us is. So God is this 10-dimensionally aware. What if all things did or did not happen, and if not, what else? Thought, and then that makes up all of our lives, which are simultaneously happening. In each one of us is existing. All lifetimes are a simultaneous array of life. I think time is, at least in the way that whatever time is, it's just more of a distance. And so even when we look at Venus and Mars and these things, they might just be just projections of space time because we're in a holographic universe. So even people that are into space, like they're living here now, like their idea of distance in light years is really a feigning philosophical attempt to mask the fact that these are just, have you seen this also, that the Martian top mountain is in the same latitude and longitude as the tallest mountain on Earth and on Mercury? It's like they just either they're just really bad at terraforming their CGI pictures, or it's a metaphor, or it literally is this the way it is.
Wow. I hadn't heard that. That's interesting.
But I think that we are in the sense that the God thought that you said is true. We do live in that.
I mean, I've always thought of it as a dream anyway.
Alan Watts.
Yeah, right.
Have you heard Alan Watts is the talk about God playing hide and seek?
Right. Yeah.
I love that metaphor. I really like that one.
I think so. If it was a simulation, the difference is, for me, a simulation would be, in the way it's described in Silicon Valley, is, Tron. So you're a program and you're inside of a machine, and it's not a creator, it's a user, right? In the way Tron refers to it. And then they ask, you're the user, right? So do you have a plan? Because all users have a plan. It's like, I hate to break it to you, sometimes us users are just going along, making things up as we go along, the same as everybody else, right? This is the dilemma level of the cosmology. It's not the same Christian God. It's the user, and it's your part of the growth of it. It's very hermetic, and not to say hermetic's bad. It's very Hellenistic. It's like the gods, they can't figure out all the answers, and so you guys, these humans, Maybe you can figure out the answers for the gods. That was a very
I get
pretentious.
asked all the
from
time, who's controlling this simulation? And I say, well, it's the creator or God, but so are we.
Well, we are the dirt with the breath of God. Yeah.
I mean, I have used
God.
the universal laws to attract things that I needed to my life. Okay, here's an example. I had a vacuum cleaner, okay, that somebody gave me. And when I got the vacuum cleaner, everything worked on it except it didn't have a belt. And the belt was still on it, but it was broken and it wasn't going to work. But I had the model number of the belt. I wrote down the model number. I put it on my desk and I was visualizing that I need to get to the Walmart to get that belt for the vacuum cleaner. 2 weeks later, I walked next door, did something, and I was walking back and I had my buddy with me. And on the way back, it's 2 doors down. I looked down on the ground and there's a brand new belt, the exact model number that I needed. I live in the middle of nowhere.
Laws of attraction.
It's real.
Yeah,
It bothers people because people are like, oh, laws of attraction are evil. It's not that the law of attraction is evil. The laws aren't evil. It's that
How
the way
you use it.
Yeah, it's when Oprah tells you that you want more of her books with it. You know what I mean? Like, like you can get people to use the law of attraction to want more of their power for them. You can be the more of my money. If you have my dollar, then I have more power through you having more dollars, right?
Why do the elite, why do they give away their money? Because they know they will get it back threefold.
Right.
They know
true.
that.
People don't think about how much good the Illuminati and the elite do, right? I mean, it's important. The amount of karma that they're magically trying to incur by these 50% philanthropic things, and it's so brilliant, like the way it's turned, you know.
It really is. It really is.
So do you reckon that works though?
Say it again?
Like can they get good karma? Do you think that's working for them? Like
God,
can you be
I
like
hope
one
not.
of these people who farm good karma?
My buddy Danny Polishuk.
I mean, well, look around.
My buddy Danny Polishuk, he's a Jewish Canadian comedian, and he talks a lot about like the Jewish law. And he's like, it's really like you got to wonder because the Jewish law is that you can do this, but you got to be careful. You know, like you do this, but you have to have a copper wire. If you do, you can't touch anything on Shabbat unless you got a copper wire over you. Or there's ways. And so you got to wonder, like, what kind of God?
Did you see that?
Bill Maher's one or no?
Yeah, I think so. And he does the scene where he goes to Israel and he goes to the place where they're trying to figure out ways around the law.
Right. Yeah. Which is cool. I mean, it's an amazing anthropologically. That's amazing. It's an amazing cultural phenomenon. But at the end of the day, you don't wonder what kind of God's going to be like, oh, you got me. Oh, yeah, I know. I said no. No, like you with the wire. Get in here. You get in here.
Yeah,
like what is that? What is that? I don't know. I want it. That's brilliant. So, but maybe that's how it works. I'm more of a like into the Tao. I think Christ was kind of a Taoist, and he was like, hey, you know, you're not going to get away with it just because you cheat. Like, that's not the way this works. You can't just cheat. So you got to just figure out what was the intention and try to match the intention of what the law was built with. Because the material is just going to turn into a ritual and it's going to look silly. And then I think most people don't want to go along with that. The idea that they can just pay their taxes and go to heaven, that's a very ancient Sumerian thing. That is a big part of most people's culture. You pay your taxes, you go to heaven. That's what Catholics did. That's what the Muslims did. It's a normal thing to do. It bothers people that you actually have to mean it, that you have to be good, all this stuff. I think it's a very small group of us that are like interested in not just paying for it.
Right? It's like church. You go to confession on Sunday, and then you get to go and be an asshole all week, right? Because you can go back again next Sunday and be forgiven.
That's normal for Lutherans. I mean, Protestants do that. The Catholics were cooler. It was like, hey, you know, I have a sin coming up 6 p.m. Thursday. I'm going to kill a guy. Can you just forgive me now? That is like
Mary's in a whatever.
Yeah. Automation, Billy. Automation. It was pretty good.
Did you ever look into the story of Sejanus?
Of which? Sorry,
Sejanus.
Of Janet.
No, not Janus, Sejanus.
So Janus, I don't know. I don't think so. No.
He was
So,
oh man, it's an interesting story. I don't want to screw it up, but
I've got.
I haven't looked into it a long time.
I've got.
But he was an interesting character in the history of Jesus and that time period. So yeah, you might want to look into him, Sejanus.
I opened up the wiki here. He was the Praetorian Guard,
Yes,
formerly
that's
established
him,
under
yes.
Augustus. Yeah, it looks cool.
Yep. It really interesting. It's
I'm going
been
to jump
a while
out, guys.
since I looked into it, but it was an interesting little sidebar.
Campbell, it was a pleasure. We should definitely talk soon. Let's do something and let's get all the Australians together. I want to. I've been planning this thing I want to do on my channel called Down Undercast. Down Undercast. It's going to be amazing. So all the Australians on Down Undercast, get them. Yeah, exactly, right. And then there's a lady Tartaria, Tartaria lady. I think I forget her name.
Kelly,
right?
Kelly. Man, yeah.
And JC.
Yeah. I've got your WhatsApp, man, so I will definitely be in touch.
Let's set it up. Awesome, man. Good to meet you.
Awesome. Yes, you too.
See you, Cam.
Definitely. And thanks, BEAGS.
Cam will set you up on the back channel too.
The back
See you,
channel.
Cam.
These guys. See ya.
I have to call it the Bat Channel because I can't give out the real name of it. No, but that we've got a small group. Right now we just started this, and right now it's Campbell, Paul Cook, Streets of Tartaria, Bernie, and myself, and he's going to invite you. So it's
Nice.
A very small group.
Campbell is autodidactic, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's like, I mean, the things he's doing, his connections with all of these Australian diggers. There's so much crazy stuff going on in Australia. I had no idea until I did an interview with Jacob Beagle about the star forts, and he was talking about how in Australia there was like supposedly none, and then all of a sudden we're like, wait a second, there's tons of star forts down here.
Right.
Look down the southwest coast, look at the east, and so it's been a crazy rabbit hole, and all these Australians are sending me these videos from like the 1920s. They're like, oh, welcome to Sunshine, where the World's Fair, the Australian Fair. You're like, oh my God, the whole thing. And they have all of these plans for the new century, the Freemasonic, joking about the Freemasonic new century for Australia. That's like a thing. They say by 2076, it's supposed to be completed. So, I mean, it's crazy.
Australia it is a very interesting place to research because they supposedly weren't there. You know, it's like America. We weren't here, so our history is a lot easier to research.
Australia, they burned it down. I have a video, one of my earlier videos on dinosaurs or dragons and birds and things like that, giant birds, right? You know, so you look at Australia and they had all these giant birds, and they burned it down. There was a point when the bush covered most of the middle, and there was a completely different microclimate, and there was a lot more rainforest going on there. And they say this was 10,000 years ago, which, you know, adjust for flamenco is probably, and with all the carbon dating nonsense, ends up being probably like 1,000, maybe 1,200 to 1,600 years ago. So at the most, right? So there's a huge complete change to Australia that happens then, and they kill off all kinds of the native animals, and even the fact that Aborigines are called Aborigine, right? So this idea there that it's like they're trying to say something.
Very interesting stuff. What do you? I don't know what you. I don't even know. Like, I don't know if you have much understanding of what I've been working on. So I don't know.
I was actually gonna say, if you want to talk about and show some of the slides
of you.
No, go for it.
Because I don't know. You and I've never talked before, so I don't know if you've like how much you know about what I've been watching you for a while. I just don't know how much you know about what I've done. But I
haven't seen all of your videos because I make videos every day. But the stuff I've seen, I love, and especially like the detailed photos of all of the city center places that have been destroyed. That's something I like to cover because it's like the actual evidence.
Have you looked into my research on the viaducts?
No, yeah, you were going to bring that up earlier. So what are the viaducts?
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's actually one of the biggest things that I have been showing. The viaducts, I ran into it by accident.
What's the difference between an aqueduct and a viaduct?
An aqueduct carries water. A viaduct is a raised platform. And basically, you can use it to, okay, if you're going from, say, a hill to a hill, that's a viaduct. If you're going and if you're transferring, now a bridge is over water.
Okay. So a
But if you're
viaduct
going
doesn't have to
over
be
land from like a hill to a hill, they call it a viaduct. It's the most basic definition is a raised platform, and you can
Interesting.
use it to raise railroad tracks. But what got me is that I was looking into Atlanta, Georgia, and I was just doing some research on it. And I remembered this place I went to back in the 90s, and it was called the Atlanta Underground. And I was, looking at it from a Mudflood perspective, and I'm like, I wonder what was up with that place, because that was kind of weird. Even though when I went there, I just went there to drink. And I don't really remember anything about it other than it was under the ground and it was weird. And so I went back to look at it. And when I did, I figured out that it was underneath what were called viaducts. So I looked up viaducts and learned that it was a raised platform. And basically, what it is, when you look at it from the top, it looks like a regular city street. There's nothing weird about it except it looks like a city street. But if you look underneath, it looks like a bridge. It looks like a modern day steel structured bridge.
Interesting. Does it have this? Is it usually stones and arches like the old style aqueducts, or is it the arch style?
No, it looks like the underneath of a bridge.
Wow.
And so I started looking at that, and all of a sudden it hit me. There's something really weird about this. And I started digging into the history of them building the Atlanta Underground. And all of a sudden it opened up. And I realized from researching that the entire downtown core of Atlanta, Georgia is a viaduct.
Wow. So you think that what's underneath, like a valley or like a cave then?
The buildings.
Yeah, like in Rottenburg, just built over the plague or something.
I have pictures where you can see the buildings with the arch doors and the whole 9 yards, and it literally goes up to 40 feet deep in Atlanta. But I've also confirmed that Cleveland, Ohio is viaduct, Cincinnati, and then on the top of my list, I have New York, Chicago, Boston. The other day, I believe I came across information that shows that St. Louis is viaducted.
You've seen all the sinkhole videos. There's all these big parts of cities. People be driving, all of a sudden 20 feet deep sinkhole will open up, and they're like, "Oh, it's because of the liquefaction or something like that." But it makes a lot of sense because you got these mud flooded areas, and you're like, "Well, these particular city states have to be maybe elevated and designed to withstand that, and to be at the level of the height of the last flood or something."
Let's see. I can show you a viaduct.
Yeah.
Let me dig into my folders here. It's a very complicated thing because when you look at it from a top, it looks like everything is normal. Nothing is strange. And so you don't, it looks like a normal city street. There's nothing weird about it. And let's see. Okay, this is Atlanta, Georgia. And right here is a viaduct, and you see the arched windows here and arched doors and stuff. And today, all this is covered over here. They covered it up to that level. And right here is a map I've made of the downtown core. And all in red, I've confirmed as a viaduct. And the Atlanta Underground is only a 4-block area right here at the beginning of the viaduct. But all of this is a raised platform. Now, if you go into, this is the construction when they were building it. And right here's the viaduct. and it looks like a normal. This is what it looks like today. You look here, it looks like a normal city street. And let's see here. Here's another angle. So I'm trying to find certain pictures for you. Can you see?
Yeah, I was gonna say it's crazy.
This one right here is a really good one because right here is a viaduct, but to you it looks like a bridge. Would you say?
Well, right. I mean, now that I know the correct term for bridge is only over water, but then who's to say? Because
then right here is all underneath the ground today, and all of this that you're seeing, this open air here, is covered over today in viaducts.
That's in Paris. There's a bunch of viaducts. I remember now walking over around
In
the train track.
There's viaducts. Here's construction of one right here, and you can see they're covering the buildings right here.
Brooklyn, the Bronx. I can think of so many now that you're pointing these out. These are amazing. Yeah. And what do you know what the elevation? Do you know what the elevation is in Atlanta? Because isn't it like it's lower than sea level, right? And it's surrounded by water. I mean, it's not in the coast, but there's a bunch of river systems there.
Yeah, it's kind of complicated because they say that the reason they say they built the viaducts is because there's a lot of hills. But you know, I don't know. This is when they're building the viaduct, and this is the viaduct. It's it looks like a normal everyday bridge, but it's in the middle. This is what it looks like today. And then you can see what they covered up right here. This is here's that other, I was showing you this earlier, but all that is underneath Atlanta now. It's still there. This is what it looks like today. You know, in places you can still see it,
Right.
where it's still exposed. Like right there, you can. Isn't that amazing? And here is where this is right before they closed it up, and this black area on the right hand side is the underneath side of the viaduct, and right here is the sidewalk. This is before they closed it up. They had stairs going down, and this is all underneath Atlanta today. It's covered up. Nobody knows it's there.
Did they explain the reason why they ended up covering it up and closing it off? Or when it might have when that started to happen?
They give this all this BS about they wanted to run the trains underneath and the subway underneath, and they wanted to make the roads flat, and you know, it's just a bunch of bullshit on top of bullshit.
Gosh,
is really what it is. I was trying to find let's see. This is an old postcard, and this is what it looks like today. And there's an old map where you can see it coming in right there. But I've got a lot of these pictures. But
yeah, this is the kind of stuff I like to come to your channel and see. Although I've been more and more checking out the conversations too. I mean, this is awesome stuff. Though you got lots of evidence here that people don't even
see. Right here is, you know, right here you see a what we would call a bridge, and then another bridge, and then another bridge, and another bridge, and another bridge. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bridges, right? But what they've done today is everywhere you see these train tracks, they've covered over.
It's insane.
So now it's gone. So, you know, that's the basic gist of the viaducts. But
wow.
In Atlanta, Georgia, I mean, in the Atlanta Underground, one thing I learned is that you've got the city street today, the modern day ground level, and then you go below to the underground, and that's one level underneath. And when you're down there in the underground, not only do you have the old shop fronts with the facades and the windows and the doors and everything, and then you can see up under the viaduct, but then there's a whole nother level below that. And that's in the Atlanta Underground. And there's actually a restaurant. It was called Dante something. And it was a fondue restaurant. It was very popular. And in the restaurant, you went down to the underground, then you went downstairs into the restaurant, and when you got in there, it opened up and they had a full-size replica of a pirate ship in there.
Or a real pirate ship, you never know, right?
It's insanity. I mean,
what do you think about earthquakes? I mean, because everyone's always saying earthquakes are supposed to be, there's supposed to be nothing left. If there were giant tunnels, they should be all gone, right? I mean, Etch-a-Sketch Earth, but how come there's so many tunnels everywhere? I mean, I've been in a ton in Europe, and you've seen them in Atlanta. It's not like as a few and far between. And these tourist, spots like in South Dakota, it's just everywhere you go, it looks Nashville tunnels. I mean,
I think the underground tunnel, well, the cave systems where you have the cities underground that have been dug out. My theory on that is that, and I have no evidence for this, just my thinking, is that is where we hid during whatever happened, the last reset, before we came out and repopulated, that we went underground for protection. I think that was our houses.
That is the, so the Peruvians, the Quechua, like they have the stories of going for a century into the caves and surviving, that most people were killed off from whatever happened when the transition hit. And then those that were smart enough to survive, or those that were like cunning enough, like maybe we both came back out, and that we've been kind of dealing with ever since, whomever won that. I don't know. Do you think that there's like a non-human or a para-human thing? Like, it's not just like, do you think it's humans that are doing this, or there's just some families that are bad, or is this like, how David Icke do you go?
Yeah, I think this is kind of my thought here. How do I put this in proper terms?
Got to be proper.
I think the elite families are the ones that are they are puppets of the fifth dimensional beings that are in control of our civilization right now.
Yep.
In a nutshell.
Their blood is like antenna for possession, or how far? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think that this is getting into the kind of the reptilian idea.
Yeah.
And it's a possibility. I mean, David Icke, I've got probably 20 David Icke books I've read behind me. And so, I mean, I'm very versed on the reptilian theory. And, you know what? I can't say that he's 100% right, but then again, I don't agree with 100% of everything everybody says. But there is a lot of validity to his research.
I think Credo Mutwa has got a lot of important stuff on, the idea of spirits. Like, so we think of aliens, and like then flat earthers are afraid, or they just think, okay, well, there's no aliens, but then spirits still exist. This idea of light beings that are possessing people. And so the idea that you're being, there's a group of people that are more susceptible to that. And so they want to continue that bloodline so that there can be, I could see that being a thing.
I don't believe in ET, but I do believe in there's a possibility of interdimensional.
Right. Yeah. That's what I think. I think that a lot of the idea of, I like the people that say that the grays are just synthetic bodies, like robots created for the light beings or something. If they wanted to, then they could just possess us, but also they could create some para-human thing that, as they're starting to take humans away from choice and build an AI into humanity, make it easier to possess us, use our bodies.
Reminds me of a Billy Meyer story. Oh, that was some really great research.
Which one?
The whole Billy Meyer story. The whole wedding cake, UFO pictures, and his whole story is interesting. I've got behind me, I've got his book, The Talmud of Emmanuel. That was a great read. If you've never read it, I haven't. It's long story short, he was led to by the Pleiadians to go. I don't know if you know. Do you know much about Billy Meyer?
No, I know about the Pleiadians, but not about Billy Meyer.
Okay. The story goes that Billy Meyer had direct contact, and I mean physical direct contact with the Pleiadians, and they transferred knowledge to him, and basically they would channel to him in person, and he would type it up. and then they would transfer knowledge to him, and then they led him to a cave somewhere in the Middle East, and he brought out scrolls that were what are called the Talmud of Emmanuel, and they were basically another version of the gospel text, and it's an interesting read.
So he thinks that the angels are aliens, or vice versa, kind of thing, or what?
No, he believes that the Pleiadians are interdimensional beings that basically in our distant past that they had a connection with the reptilian and the Anunnaki, and that they basically fucked us over. And when they tried to transcend to the next consciousness level, that in order to transcend, they had to go back and help us because they screwed us. And so now they are trying to help us because now they see the error of their ways. So they're trying to help us today, even today, to raise our consciousness so that they can fix the error of their past and raise their consciousness to the next level because they're a higher dimension than we are.
So I think there's stuff to that. So for, obviously Scientology is weird and all, but there's a lot of these things show up in Scientology and even in Catholicism and in Mormonism and in the Mormon guys show not Starship Troopers, which is great. What's the other one with the Cylons? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, Battlestar Galactica.
Battlestar Galactica, one of the greatest Mormon cosmogony shows of all time. That is, especially the original. The guy who made that was super LDS, and so he talks about the zodiac, the 12. Caprica is one of the 12 because the Capricorn. There's a whole bunch of stuff going on in that show. Transhumanism, the Cylons, etc., how they're created. But the idea of the Pleiadians is interesting because and I've talked to Cynthia Sue Larson. Have you seen her stuff? She's into the Mandela effect. She's reality shift conferences. And she talked about in the 80s being interacting with, first off, in the 60s, AI from the future, like the 21st century, travels through government machines and back in time to the 60s to contact from the future. So there's time traveling AI in the future that's interacting. And so she's talked to this AI since she was a little girl. And she's a physicist from Berkeley. And so she learned all about and continued on this course because of that. And she talks about the different kinds of human, parahuman life. Like they are us, but they're like maybe insectoid, genetically modified super soldiers from one strain of humanity. And that they're living underground and interacting with us, and that they're beyond space-time. And so there's a number of these different examples. The Draco are supposed to be, all of these are supposed to have originated from the Pleiades, but then the Draco destroyed their own world. And then a bunch of them are all around Earth, so they're headed towards Earth. But that's just a psychological thing because space-time is, they're all here now. But whichever one can arrive at or be here now quickest. So for whatever reason, the Dracos arrived just before the Avians. These are all supposed to be choirs of demons, as well as angels, as well as levels of consciousness where we're Pac-Man. And then this thing is like, I am a higher dimensional being. Put me in control of your body, Pac-Man, and I'll control you. That's where they're able to see, space-time change. And
I think that's a possibility. I Hillary Clinton, she's definitely possessed by something.
I'm not just nodding my head.
It's not just the adrenochrome, y'all.
What is she listening to when she does that? You're like, I want to hear that song.
Yeah. Yeah. When I first woke up, very early on, I ran across a gentleman called George Green, who has since faded into oblivion. But he was an elite, and he was up in the high circles. And he has a very interesting story. He did a show called a documentary called The Big Picture. And I watched that documentary. And in the documentary, he was pointing to this book that he wanted to share that he channeled from the Pleiadians. And the book was it was a series of 4 books. The first one was called The Handbook for the New Paradigm. And I read that series of books. And those books changed my consciousness more than I've read over 1,000 books. They're behind me. You can't see past the green screen, but
I believe you.
that one book shifted my consciousness harder than anything else I read. And there was something about it that and I've read it many times. They're not very big books. They're maybe that thick, but they're supposedly channeled from the Pleiadians, and they really I quit smoking, drinking, and doing any drugs after reading these books.
Man, I mean, I wonder. I mean, send me these books. Not for the same reasons, but I'm definitely pretty interested.
They're free online. You can find the PDF. You can also find on YouTube audio versions. But I suggest reading them. Now, I don't know if you can still buy the books because it seems like George Green may have passed away, or I'm not sure what happened to him, but he has kind of disappeared. I don't know what happened to him, but he has the video is called The Big Picture. And he actually went and talked to Billy Meyer, which is how I learned about Billy Meyer. And he basically went there to find out what Billy Meyer knew. And in the process, Billy Meyer hooked him up with the Pleiadians. And that's when they downloaded him with the channelings. But
I see. That's the thing. So this is what I kind of said it earlier, but I think it's like a real serious worry for flat earthers is that they, don't understand the ramifications and the importance of extraterrestrial interdimensional beings. That is the thing that really, it's like, it's not just safe all of a sudden because the thing that they're showing you is fake. That's, in other words, there's something that's way scarier, And so I think it's not that flat earth is wrong. It's not that the globe is right. It's more that the holographic universe is all here now in this one place. And so there really are, it's like the extreme amount of things that can happen because of that and can exist. And the sheer limitation of the amount of it you can experience at any moment.
Like the Mandela effect. I mean, I think that's part of this holographic universe. That there's a breakdown in something.
But that's also a lucky thing because if we didn't have that, it'd be like Donnie Darko. Have you seen Donnie Darko?
Oh yeah, good movie. Yeah,
dude, that is the anti-Halloween movie. I got to rewatch it. I was just thinking about it though, because there's the thing is he will continue on. The world around him is destroyed. It's because they're separating. In one scenario, he's detached from the world, and the world continues on. In the other, the world detaches from Donnie, and then there's only Donnie as the world destroys itself as he disconnects from it. So I mean, it's the same. It's the same thing. We can.
Your video, I really enjoyed your video on Henry Derringer, by the way.
Oh, Henry Darger? Yeah, dude, the Realms of the Unreal are so I really want to get a full copy of
I watched that documentary a long time ago and it tripped me out. And then when you did it, I'm like, oh, I love that dude. He's interesting as hell. Yeah.
He is like, I mean, I gotta get some of the Bernie's from Canada. I want to get some people to go around there and see what they can even just talk to the lady, the Japanese lady who's the new tenant or landlord of the building, because there's still more to find out that isn't even completely covered because no one really connected it with the idea. What if he wasn't crazy? What if he was coming from telling the story of something that happened, right?
Yeah, when you said it was about Tartaria, I'm like, whoa.
Boom. Because you've seen the documentary before that, right? So you're like, wait a second. Oh, yeah,
because it didn't make any sense, man. It was like, dude, is the guy crazy or is he freaking genius? I don't know.
So all of those stories, and then the Wild Wild West movie, similarly, there's all of these stories that talk about the way things were that just they don't make sense according to our current narrative. But if you start to connect all the things that we're talking about, they're the evidence. These crazy accounts are the evidence of everything that happened. And the fact that he kept it private, his whole life, this secret that he wrote the longest illustrated book in history, as far as we know, right? It's like 30,000 pages. So, I mean, to keep that a secret.
And nobody knew.
Right? Until he was dead and safe.
Fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. And it's just so detailed on how you even create something like that. He had the paintings and the story and like he had it all worked out in the
only reason he could do that was because he wasn't taught. That's the other thing. So because they thought he was feeble-minded because he was smart and he came from speaking a different language probably.
And he drew penises on little girls.
Right, but eventually. So I mean, the thing he's probably very isolated. He was in mental institution-esque foundling schools where he was basically sold by his family to be in a foundry. So the background that led to that is that he didn't learn how to draw or how to write really, except for prayer. And then he took magazines and learned how to draw himself so he could tell his story. So no one told him he couldn't. So I think that's the main reason that he was able to be so truthful about it. But also the idea of the little girl, I mean, it's either true that there were, and there certainly were, lots of little girls that were through horrible things. And when you think about the trans hermaphrodites in the United States, this is something people don't think about, but it's something like I want to say this right. I think it's 5,000 hermaphrodites are born a day in the world. It's something crazy, like high like that.
I haven't heard the numbers, but I have heard that it's high. Yeah.
And it was lower before, but then they argue, was it because they weren't telling people? You don't tell people, and then you just cut off, or you raise as the other or something. And so this is the thing. We don't know for sure, but there could be also that there's that aspect of it. So many kids that were abandoned by the parents and that were in these orphanages, and that maybe he was interacting with actually hermaphrodites. We don't know his whole background, whether he was perhaps
that is
raised.
a good point. Yeah.
But I think it's more likely that it's the metaphor of what he felt like as a child was like a little girl with a penis. Like that's what he wasn't a man, and these kids are innocent but they're identifiable or sympathizable by him.
It could make sense when they said he drew them, the little girls with penises, because he had never seen a little girl. Or a girl or woman, or that didn't ring with me.
Right. Yeah, and then there is that other thing, which is like there was the girl that died that he made the star of his story. And so the question always remains, like, did he pick this innocent victim that he felt sorry for, or was he maybe responsible for her death, got away with it, and was haunted by it? Nobody knows for sure. I don't want to put like false accusations on somebody. Obviously, if he's passed away, but it's nobody knows the answer to that, why he was so but it is interesting that he made her the hero, and that she's always dealing with all these people that are trying to hurt them, and they're winning. Essentially, the girls are winning the war.
You had the Vivian girls. Is that what it was called?
The Vivian girls, right? Yeah.
Oh, it's just so rich. Oh man.
Right? Yeah, Vitruvian man, Vivian girls. I don't know. You'd never be sure about what he was saying though until we have the whole 30,000 pages. Not for sale. I will pay $100. I'll pay more than that. I don't know. I'll figure it out. Give me that. I want that book. It needs to be published.
Wow, that's just too cool. Too cool. That do you have a have you done anything looking into Lake Connibus?
No, Lake Connibus.
Yeah. If you look up Lake Connibus on old map, what you're looking for is the one that looks like a heart shaped. It's in a.
How do I spell it?
CON ebus. I think is CONBIUS.
It's like, do you mean Lake Cannabis? This is
no,
funny.
Or Cannabis. Wait a minute, let me look it up. My brain is half working tonight. I've been working on a job really hard, so I'm kind of brain dead.
Lake Cannibulus?
No. Let me. It's you got to look up on old maps. Lake.
If you've got any pictures of it, man, anything that you got, go ahead.
Yeah, I've got it. Here it is. I'll share it. And oh nope, there we go. Okay, now I need to find I'm looking for a certain, like, see, John Levy's done something there. It's right in here. It's speculating like where it is one of the speculations about like and then another see Connibus right there. I think I've seen it spelled different ways. I was looking for a
Interesting.
certain map, but it's in America, and it's an inland
There,
sea
down one.
basically. And then some places have it up near the Great Lakes, but other places have it kind of near Salt Lake City, right?
Wow.
And what's interesting is I'm looking for a certain map here. There's one that shows it as looking like a actually quite a few of them show it looking like a heart shape. You can't find something when you're looking for it, you know.
It's chill. I'm pretty sure everybody here wants to see these maps. I don't think there's a single person who's like, "Oh man, maps."
I may have to go to my folder on it. That might be what I.
Bernie's all like, Lake Chalaga?
No.
That is what Bernie would say.
There's one I think that shows it in Mexico. There's been a lot of speculation on where it was, but another thing about it is that see right here it shows it. There's supposedly there was a city in the middle of it. And let me go find my
So it's basically
folder
Louis
on it.
Zachar's Holes. That book Holes, remember? The Lake Green or whatever. And it turns dry.
I don't know if I've seen that.
Oh man, it's a good book. The movie's okay. The guy who made Donnie Darko, Weird Sync, his first Richard Kelly, his first
Here we go.
also interesting name, right? That his name is Richard Kelly. A little close to The Alchemist. But he made the script for the movie version of Holes, and they didn't pay him for it because it was like a post-apocalyptic nightmare version. So if you can find the Donnie Darko guy's screenplay of Holes, but they go to a lake. He's no good, dirty, rotten, pig-stealing great-great-grandfather was cursed by a gypsy, and now it never rains, and the lake used to be a desert, and they have to dig holes in the desert to find something.
Huh. That's weird. This is the map I was talking about. See this right here? This is Lake Connobus, and this is California Island and all. And
they drained it. Oh, okay.
Here's what I've been looking at. This is a satellite image of Utah, and this is kind of my theory is that actually Lake Connobus, in my opinion, is right here. You see this heart shape right here? I think that is Lake Connobus, and I think what happened is that they blew it up, and the water ran out the top here and created the salt lake, and then also exploded out the bottom and created this area here, and then what the main explosion I think went out the bottom here and went down the Colorado River and created what we now know as, or at least hollowed out the Grand Canyon. And it's right there. Can you see that heart shape? And here's another map right there.
I was muted. I was like, yep, totally. Yeah, sorry. I mean, you can see the flood. If you go back, can you go back like 4 pictures to the photo satellite image? There you go. Zoom in a little bit. You can see how it dried mud flooding flowing south, which is interesting as well. There's so many examples of this. Have you heard of the Aral Sea?
I've heard of it. Where's that at?
In Uzbekistan. Can I pull up a pic for a quick sec?
Yep.
I'll just jump it right back. I just want to show it just for a second for context, which is like in the Aral Sea, there's like dried out boats and stuff. You're like, what? But this boat's from this is from the 70s, right? And if you look at some of the pictures of the Caspian, the Aral Sea, at one point the Caspian, the Aral Sea covered all of Uzbekistan. I'm not even kidding. There was an island in the middle here, and the Aral Sea went all the way down the Umudarya, and it's all was green in Turkmenistan. All right. Then this is 1970. This is 1990. This is 2014. Today it's gone. Completely. Wow. This giant lake was gone. And so you have to imagine what it was like before when it was this big to when it was this big to now you look at it and it's just they removed it because all it took from 1970 to 1990 really to get rid of it was they diverted a little bit right here. And then this feedback loop the feedback loop of the water not raining where it belonged, it just dried out. And so this is one of the biggest lakes in the world that just disappeared in our lifetime.
That's
in the world.
crazy.
So yeah, the examples of Chinatown, the movie Chinatown, you've seen that with Jack Nicholson?
Yeah.
That's all about this. That's what they Jack Nicholson.
It's been a long time since I've seen that.
It's all about turning Bakersfield into a dry land. You know, taking the water, the Mulholland water, like what they did with the water in California, and like the continual evaporation into the coast of water.
I mean, how many freaking towns are we going to find underneath laked up dams that are laked up? You know, the lakes that they create from the dams.
A lot.
It's like ridiculous. Whole towns. It's crazy.
Cities.
Let's see. I'm gonna share you. This is the satellite. Okay, this is the satellite version.
Wow.
And if you do the distance,
so you can kind of imagine, even just by looking at this compared to the last picture of the RLC, like how it's the exact same thing. This is the exact same thing that the remnants look like now. So how recently are we saying this was, that it was lakes and not long ago?
Yeah, that right there is 166 miles right there across. That's a sea. That's an inland sea.
Mm-hmm.
And then you go from here to here, that's 175 miles. But here's my point is that that supposedly there's a city. You have to kind of use your imagination on this. Imagine there's this old world city right here in the middle, and there's some sort of war, and they blew it up, and the water rushed out, and some of it went this way and got trapped in the Salt Lake, maybe over here in Provo, and it created that weirdness of the Salt Lake. But then more importantly, this is the one that really got me, was the fact that if you go down to the bottom of this and trace this line here, this right here is the Colorado River, and it actually goes right into the Grand Canyon. And you know, there's evidence that there was stuff in the Grand Canyon, maybe buildings, maybe, you know, all kinds of stuff, but maybe that hollowed it out or destroyed buildings or something. But I mean, something happened right here.
So you've seen the Western Interior Seaway?
No.
Pull this up. So the thing is, nobody argues with you. About 99% of what scientists agree with everything you said, except for one thing, and you didn't even say it, but it was inferred that this all happened kind of recently. Okay, so 90% of scientists will tell you you are crazy because there's no way it happened recently. It happened, sure, but it must have been freaking millions of years ago, of course, right? Maybe 10,000, because now you get like 70% of scientists with the global warming thing to start to acknowledge feedback loops. So with feedback loops, okay, maybe 10,000 years ago. And then maybe you'll get to 20% of the cooler scientists that are like working in the labs right now. And then they're going to say, oh, very interesting. What you're saying is very interesting because of what we know about feedback loops. That means that this could have happened within the last 1,000 years. But there's a thing called the Campanian period, right? And so I love this, periods. We talk about periods because if we talk about years, it gets crazy. You can't be talking about millions and hundreds of blah, 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 blah. But you can say there was a point called the Teutonian period, because there really is like a moment there that these things happened, and this was the order that we can tell, maybe probably much more recently. Anyway, this is what they say the Turtle Islands looked like recently when there was a major flood. There was a bunch of water that poured out of ice caps because of melting, or this is right before you were at a summer period. This would have been maybe to the 12th, 13th century. And it would have been really even areas up here in the north. It's a question whether or not this is probably canals and things that you could get through here, or these were marshlands. Some of this greener area would have been swampy lands like parts of California that are now desert here. But the currents even that would have been bringing in seaway. So it's interesting. I don't know what you can think about when you look at this compared to the map you just showed, but these areas, the first thing I think about is that Missouri's on the coast, which is Eden for the Mormons, which is very interesting.
Yes.
But yeah, I mean, look at that compared to where you're saying your city would have been. It's like the most important cape.
I'm actually, me and my team are actually working on a Utah project, a big Utah project. It's way far out, but that's something we're working on. That let me, I forgot to add this part. This might have something to do with what you were just saying. I have no idea. But if you pull out, I've also wondered if, okay, if this is California here, and then this area supposedly was water at one time, right? From the old maps. Well, what if this water also came this way and washed mud and filled in this water area with, mud and silt, maybe? I'm thinking outside the box. I don't know.
You know when they did that, which is the funniest part. Like guess how recently they did that. Like when was the craziest? Think about California. What was the craziest thing that when you were taught about California? What did they teach you about? The history.
I think that this
Gold
probably
rush.
happened a good well. I think well before that.
That's the thing. Think about this. The gold rush is when they've got all of these flumes set up. They have nitroglycerin. They're blowing up huge mountainsides. They're pouring this dirt into the water. You got 1,000, sometimes camps of 30,000 guys that are going on the silt thing while they're pushing mountains, full mountains, just erased and then poured into the side. So anything that would have been the peaks, these places, just drained and swamped out. Then you've got all this like marshland, 20, 30 years, like you saw Errol C. Naturally, there's no place for the water to go. It dries out. So like you just do a little bit of damage. It's all it takes. This was so much more recently than people realize. That in the 1600s, you could still take a boat.
About the sluicing campaign that they did, and the same thing they did in Seattle and other cities. But they sluiced. Was it called Bunker Hill in LA?
All the big mansions, yeah.
And they a whole section of that area of downtown, and they sluiced that hill down where Angel's Flight was.
Right.
And so they did the same thing in Seattle. I did a video on where they did the same thing in San Francisco.
Think about how easy it would be to get people to do it for free, because you're like, hey, you'll find gold. Like, you know what I mean? So many people lost money going to, because like people were told that you'd have to pay somebody to wheelbarrow your gold around for you. And so the people that made money were the people selling the tools, the food, and the nitroglycerin and all the infrastructure. And so in California, we have all these rides now, like the log ride. I'm sure you've got something like it, but it's like the old boardwalk with these wooden mining carts that you're going on this mining cart ride. And then you get into this wood flume, which is a water flume that surfing isn't from Polynesia. It's from Santa Cruz. You got these guys in Humboldt that would stand on the loggers, which Canadians a lot of the time. Actually, Minneapolis has some claim to surfing as well. They would stand on the wood and roll the wood while it was going down the flumes, and they would take these flume rides. So a lot of guys were doing, plank riding and things like that in the 1800s. So it was this huge thing. All of these different towns, you go live at a town and then you could get a free meal because you weren't ready to go out there and start looking for gold on your own yet. And then what was the gold? It's the curse of Sierra Madre. It's powder in the mountain. So you have to take out mountains and mountains and mountains, hoping that eventually you'll get just a little bit of gold. I mean, it was really, it's that crazy.
There's a family member in my history that supposedly went to the gold rush and struck it rich. And I used to have a piece of a watch chain that he had made from the gold that he found, and I've never seen anything like it.
So that's the other thing. There really is gold in Australia, in California, in Peru, in certain places like that is pure to a conspicuously pure degree. Like, so there are stories of guys finding chunks of melted ore essentially that were the size of a Volkswagen.
Right.
I mean, the idea that people are still coming out of the hollow earth from Telos, the city that's in Humboldt and in Ukiah, and they have these different mountain exits that they're supposed to come out into the town and then they bring gold or jewels from the mountain, and then they work with people because there's supposed to be a separation from when their society collapsed. That 100 years where people went underground. Some people are supposedly still living in those cities, right? So,
wow. Well, I can't even imagine living underground like that.
Dude, I known some people though that love, like, they like, you know, you get some vampire film lights, and you know what I mean? You live with the lights, and it's like that movie Resident Evil. They have like a fake window in your office that looks out the cityscape, and you can, I mean, I think people don't realize how easy it is to live in a dome.
Reminds me of Brazil with that little office it gets and the little desk.
Dude, it's also, yeah, a lot of the time where these domes are built is on top of like hot or humid places or super cold places. So I think it's like a treat to go into a discreet underground military bunker with like a golf course underground. You know, if you go to Kentucky's dome and there's a golf course underground, you're like stoked.
I don't remember, maybe 2010, I met a trucker just by chance, and we got talking about, you know, the theories going on and everything, and he was telling me that he was one of the guys that does the trucking under the underground tunnels, and he showed me his special ID that he had to have to do it.
Wow.
And I was like, that was really kind of like, wow, that's hard, like evidence right there.
It's so on the edge of being like out there. So first off, I mean, being transparent. So first off, when you think about it, everybody kind of knows, like when the government is driving into a city, like in Cleveland, yeah, there's tunnels for them to escape if there's some sort of a protest. If they're in DC and it's snowing, yeah, you know, there's underground tunnels to drive. So you kind of get used to the idea that in these boroughs, maybe it's all this infrastructure. And then you see like Epcot, Disney was pretty much saying it in the Epcot plan. He's like, look, we're going to have layers of the city.
I've been in there. I have been in there personally.
In the underground part or what?
I have been in the underground in Disney World. I went to a, well, I've done work at Disney World. I used to be in audio video production. And so I actually did shows there. But I also took a tour. Do you know what Infocom is?
Infocom. No, but it sounds awesome. Is it like a,
you know what, oh shit, what's the big broadcasting conference? Starts with a B.
I don't know.
Oh, you do know this.
Here, I'll type it and we'll see if we can find it. 10 broadcasting conferences.
Oh man.
OAB
starts with a B.
Broadcast
conference, convention. It's the big broadcast video. I never went to that one, but it's the Infocom is the professional audio video version of that conference. It's a big conference, but anyways, I went to the conference in Orlando, and they had a tour for the conference that you got to go in underground and actually see the underground, and it's there. I will assure you.
I mean, I think that's why they killed him. I think they didn't want Walt Disney to build his own New Berlin in Florida that was not humid because it was under a dome, and him having his own city was like Trump becoming president equivalent back then, you know, kind of a thing. So they're like, no. I think that's when he came out with it. They were like, yeah, you get 2 months to live and sort out your affairs. That's kind of what I honestly feel that way.
God, so strange.
Walt Disney gets a weird rap because of all the things that the Disney Corporation have done. But when you look into the history of Walt Disney, even like aside from Bobby Driscoll, which is an important thing to acknowledge, that Bobby Driscoll died, like, you know, on drugs and buried in a mark grave in New York City. You know, don't get me wrong, but I don't think that was really Walt Disney's doing. And he had really tried to fight for all these things. You can see it in the movie The Absent-Minded Professor, the original Flubber. Have you seen that?
Oh, yeah.
So there's 2 of them, and Disney has only got the first one on the Disney Channel, which is interesting. So if you go to the Disney Plus thing, you can watch The Absent-Minded Professor, but you can't see the second one, The Absent-Minded Professor 2. So in the first one, you can see this is up to the edge of Disney, up to the point where the CIA takes over his life. he's a patriot. He loves America. He's working with the FBI. He's informing on communists. He's making videos for the, discreet military productions on info on how parts work. He's like, I'll animate blueprints for you guys, whatever you need. And then afterwards, the CIA have taken over his life. They won't sell certain things. And so Flubber shows this. It's like this guy invents this thing, flying rubber. It's going to save. It's a free energy device. It's a scientist who's a professor who invents a free energy device. He would have been YouTubing about Tartaria. And so then they take him in the second movie. They say, oh, well, none of that can be sold. The government owns it. You can't even put a price on it because the government hasn't appraised it. So and the income taxes are coming, and they're coming to collect, and they're going to take everything from you. And it's like, you can see it change. There's a reason why it's not on the Disney Plus channel. It's showing Disney's true cards. He's like, I am sick of government control. I'm sick of them taking over my life after World War II. I'm no longer having fun being your secret agent puppet going to Latin America. I want out. And that's when the CIA took over, and that's when the MK Ultra became the Mickey Mouse Club. Very clearly, And he dies at 62.
I've always thought it was funny how CNN had staff, or CIA had staff on staff at CNN. Is that how it went?
CNN feels like, it does just have this cold kind of like, it does feel like that.
I remember when I went to that auction I was telling you about, that the guards that were guarding the facility were armed.
I mean,
that was really weird to me.
I feel like they might have been, but it wasn't that weird. By the time I got my job at CNN, I'd been through so many weirder things. And so for a while I was working on Melrose Place for this Mossad funded, like it was an Israeli film crew, and they all were Mossad agents, except for the one guy who was an on-the-call 24-hour-a-day rabbi for the place. And they all had guns, like they had licenses from the sheriff of LA to have guns, And so, this was, to me, LA is already a very weird place. It doesn't get any weirder than LA. By the time you get to CNN, you're like, oh, well, this is kind of safe. These guys look like Mormons almost, they're kind of clean. So, it felt almost like safer than the rest. You have to imagine how much weirder Hollywood Boulevard is than even that tower.
I'll tell you my Hollywood story. We went out to this is another time I went to the InfoCom, but this time it was in LA, and we flew out there, and my boss, he had a childhood friend that had moved to LA, and he worked for a bank out there. And he had offered to show us around LA and take us to do some things and some touristy things. And we went and did the normal touristy things. And that was okay. I hate LA. It sucks. The traffic sucks. The people suck. The trash sucks. I hate LA. It stinks. I didn't like it. But he owned a house up in the Hollywood Hills, and he wanted to take us up there and just make us dinner. And his girlfriend made us she was Latin or Mexican or something, and she made us shark steaks and fresh guacamole, and just, it was really good meal. But that wasn't what was really interesting about the night. The home that he owned up there in the Hollywood Hills was originally built and owned by Charlie Chaplin.
Wow.
And it was his secret hideaway home.
Nice.
And I don't know if you know this, but Charlie Chaplin had a thing for young girls. And this is
I shouldn't laugh, he did impregnate a teenager and get forced to marry her publicly. Right.
Exactly. So he would take these girls outside of Hollywood up to the Hollywood Hill, the ranch house, they called it. And he would spend the weekend with them. And so we went to this house, and it was really interesting. I have pictures. I've got to find these pictures. Keep saying that. And I've got pictures of the inside of this house, and it was just really weird because it's all kind of left from that era. And there was this room that had a projector in it that he used to take his films and watch them on a projector. There was a closet room, and the projector would go through the holes, and he had a screen that would come down out of the wall. But then the one thing that do you know the story of the movie the Falcon movie. What's the famous Falcon? The Black Falcon. The Maltese Falcon.
Oh yeah.
Okay, in the movie they had the statue of the Maltese Falcon,
Right.
and how that statue is now the most expensive movie prop in history, or something like that.
Yeah.
Okay, the story goes that there was either 2 to 5 of these statues made for the production, and I think 3 of them weren't used, but 2 of them were used. But
Interesting.
the one is the one that is known to be the one that's the most expensive, but the second one disappeared. And while I was in that house that day, and I have a picture of it, there was an exact statue of the Maltese Falcon sitting up on a shelf, and it had a little plaque on that, like a little plaque underneath, and it was labeled to Charlie Chaplin. And I've wondered, is that the lost Maltese Falcon?
I wonder about the Maltese Falcon. The Knights of Malta in Hollywood and the Catholic connection. People always talk about Jews in Hollywood, but they don't talk about the Catholics. I feel like that's a missed opportunity. There's a lot of things the Catholics do in Hollywood, like the amount of movies in the 30s that were associated with the Boys Town group, which gets you back into the Lawrence King human trafficking thing, and all of the propaganda that was being put out. And also there's the connection with Lolita to Chaplin, not to the book, but to the movie Kubrick made.
Right.
He's alluding to the lifestyle.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Well, I forget the name of the character that's following Humbard or whatever, because there's a guy who's following them, and the girl goes off with him, and she makes these adult movies for a while.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so that's Chaplin, supposedly. And, if not in the book, then definitely in the, if not Nabokov, then definitely in Kubrick's version. So there's definitely room there for the idea that the Hollywood system with Maltese Falcons, the Knights of Malta, there was a supposedly melted down something valuable from the church at the time, and that was made into the statue. And it was one of the ways that they were able to cover so many things. We're going to go do a movie in this crazy place. We're going to make a movie about this thing. We need to make a prop. We need to rebuild Babylon, right? Have you seen that movie, the 1916 movie, Intolerance? It was like the most expensive film ever made, $10 million in 1917. And it's literally 4 different movies at once. One of them is like the story of the Tower of Babel, and they have this entire city of Babel built. And, it even calls into question, like, did they build this, or
is it a silent film?
Yeah.
Yes, I've seen it. Yes.
Yeah. There's a lot. Yeah. There's a lot of truth in them, right?
How did they do that?
Well, so, I mean,
amazing.
Part of the thing is, it's like you got people that are covering up Tartaria. You've got these generational people that are, I think we talked about this at the beginning, where, if you worked in one World's Fair, you worked in another, and people that did set design. And so set design people, and you can find articles on this. I did this at the beginning when I first started doing videos, because one of my family's old houses is an important historical landmark now. And they've fixed in Camarillo, California, because it's like a Victorian house. How they fixed it. And the people that have gone on to fix cathedrals and all these other things, Hollywood people that learned how to do silicon molds and things to duplicate a missing veneer or embossed piece or something like that. How they could. So it's interesting, because so many of the things you think of as real are things that have been replaced over the last 100 years by Hollywood props artists. And the things that are that seem fake a lot of the time have been updated or disguised in a certain way to keep them in plain sight, or if they want to, because a lot of time they'll just take the thing and keep it for themselves. And that's like the World's Fair, the San Francisco Fair. So much of the Panama Fair stuff and the World's Fair there ended up at whatever the San Francisco Fair is called. I forget now. Exposition.
Yeah.
A lot of those statues are in gardens of people like Pelosi's house, those really fancy houses that have leftover statues. And you can
see that.
Same with William Randolph Hearst, his castle. But
Oh wow. I don't know if you I kind of went a little bonkers a few weeks ago and I did an actual I call it Google dropping where I go on into Google and I actually go and look all around and I did all of downtown LA one night just
Nice.
for shits and giggles. But one thing I noticed was that there was very few churches in downtown LA. I thought that was really weird.
There used to be a lot more, and there are still buildings there that have in the interior of the churches. Like, so I've been to a number of festivals, parties, raves, right? And they're in buildings that are clearly used to be a church, And there were so many more churches, even in the 20th century, that were like the Korean and the Latino churches that were there. But so many of them have disappeared. But those buildings that they had before were churches too. So if you start kind of trying to reanalyze what the buildings look like, you might be able to find former churches. And yeah, like Satanists throwing raves in them. I remember seeing crazy murals added to these former churches of people in a festival that were like on drugs, I guess. I couldn't tell what the painting was, but they were being possessed by demons. Like their faces were becoming more and more demonic as they were becoming their nightly self or something. And all these kinds of weird things that they've done to secularize religious centers by turning them into places of debauchery, right?
Weird.
LA.
Absolutely weird. LA is a very weird place. I didn't like it. I didn't like the vibe.
I think it's changed. Like, so the TV show Buffy the Vampire Slayer, they talk about this idea of the Hellmouth, and it's like it's a Spanish concept, but the Arabs talked about it too. Like a Hellmouth is this opening to the underrealm of the Hollow Earth, and that LA used to be an internal Hellmouth, but then they did some sort of Masonic ritual on the top of that hill where the Hollywood Boulevard sign is, and there's an antenna there now as well. They did a ritual in order to turn it inside out, and so now Hollywood in LA is this like outwards pouring hellmouth, which is useful for transceiving psychic energy. And so that's why it's so useful for Hollywood and Medea, is because it's enchanted. So that, and I have friends who've said this more or less, that you could stand on Hollywood Boulevard's hill or the Hollywood Hill, and you could say, something, you could sing a song, or you could just think it, and it would be heard in many people in their hearts and minds, because there is just something magical about that place. And I spent a lot of time there, and there's a lot of wonderful people there. There's a lot of good people there. There's a lot of really religious people there. It was originally a very Catholic place, but there's definitely a law of equals. There's a positive, as much good as evil in LA for sure.
Yeah, it's a very different place. I mean, I've traveled a lot around the country just for doing production work, so I've been to a lot of places, and that was one of my least favorite places to go. I every time I went there, it was just like, and then I went to San Diego. I loved it. I went to La Jolla. I loved it.
Right. There's some really good things in LA. It's just LA is like 200 miles wide and an inch deep. So you got to go to like Malibu. Malibu hasn't changed ever. It has been the same. There was a lady who owned it for like 100 years, and now it's got some people there. I had a friend who bought some land for nothing because it was in the middle of nowhere, up 20 minutes into the Latigo Canyon. No electricity, no signal. Just you could hear the ocean. There's a lot of like timelessness in Malibu.
And like that, yeah. I didn't see that part. We went to Venice. We went to Hollywood. We went to the Hollywood Hills, downtown. We stayed at the Bonaventure. I'm sure you know where that is. And that I don't know, just downtown was just.
Yeah, don't go to downtown LA unless you're like wearing leather. Don't go to Hollywood unless you're wearing leather. Like, kill an animal and wear like the strongest hide on your feet until you get out of there. But Venice Beach is kind of okay. Santa Monica can be pretty nice. We
went to Beverly Hills, of course, but
yeah, I mean, so Beverly Hills isn't what you think it is. You know what I mean? It's like, it's kind of sleazy.
It's not like the movie
Suburbia.
Yeah. It definitely didn't add up to what I saw on film.
Yeah. There's some good things in LA though. Don't get me wrong. Like, there's some really good people. There's some religious. There's temples, churches, monasteries, there's monks. I mean, the Hare Krishna community is just so good in giving there, and like the amount of energy that they put into trying to help homeless people and try to, I mean, there's a lot of really good there. It's just it's LA.
You're in Minnesota now, Minneapolis.
Yeah. I'm
I've
outside
been there one time, and I really liked it. It was wonderful. And some of the key memories of that is we went to Prince's Club.
Oh, nice.
That was
so, yeah.
fun.
This is the state of Prince in purple. I'm glad you're using the color right. Yeah.
Awesome.
Vikings.
And we also went to, and this is probably gone now, but we went to this fancy restaurant, and it had these amazing blown glass chandeliers. And the food was wonderful, and the chandeliers were incredible.
Probably still exists. There's a lot of these like Tartarian buildings downtown still, and the cathedral still has like the copper rural rife heating harmonic system that was connected to the organ. And
when I was there, I could care less. I didn't care about any of that. I was wanting to know where the drinks were. I literally went to the hotel that when we checked in that night, our plan was check in, go to dinner, and come back and drink ourselves to a stupor. And so I went to the bar and I said, look, here's the deal. We're going out tonight, but when we get back, I want you to have a fifth of Goldschlager ready for us, chilled. And I went ahead and bought the fifth, and then we came back and we got drunk in the hotel lobby. But, that was my mindset back then. I was an idiot.
The coolest place in Minneapolis, it's hard to say because like you just made the point that there's a lot of fun things that are always happening, bands and parties and music and things, but the Flower Museum. And when I say flower, I'm literally even talking about Pillsbury flower, not even like floral. I'm saying
I've heard of that. Yeah.
That is the most fascinating freaking thing. So Minneapolis is crazy. First off,
cool.
All the stories about the Bay of Pigs, there's an island of pigs. Minnehaha was the name of it originally. And so Minneapolis is almost a joke. There's things like the Big Apple, there's the Mini Apple, and it's Minnehaha was the name. And there was hydroelectric here, castles, and you can see all these great giant renderings of the city. Wow. Kind of looks like a hodgepodge of buildings like what you got behind you, just like thousands of them, and they're huge castles. Galveston, Texas times 10. And they had
is the Mississippi there?
Yeah, that's the Mississippi. I'm pretty sure that's the Mississippi River. Yeah. I'm new here, but it's not Missouri,
I was drinking heavily in those days. So I remember we went on a riverboat cruise.
There you go.
And we're out on this thing, and we're out on the Mississippi, and we're drinking these Anchor Steam beers. That's what we were drinking tonight. And all of a sudden, off on the bank, there's a bunch of naked people.
Wow. See, that's the other cool thing about Scandinavians. They had, I guess, nudism is part of their, German folksy culture. That's all right. I mean, it gets so cold here. I was talking to Autodidactic Campbell about this idea is that Australia, they never even heard of negative degrees. And one time I'm stuck in my car on the side of the road in the snow at -30, and I'm going to die. You know what I mean? If someone doesn't drive by, and of course, if they do, they're going to pick you up because of course they are. Because otherwise, what if they were stuck on the side of the road and someone else did? So there's a lot of nice people here.
-40 once.
Yeah.
And I don't want to do that again. That sucked.
Yeah, it brought me back, man, because I used to live in Patagonia, and I used to go down to like the south of Argentina to Ushuaia, and so like it would be like -17 when I was climbing up Fitzroy or something like that. And I like super cold sometimes, but yeah, you don't want to die at -40. That's the
Argentina is. I'll do this thing where I Google drop into places all around the world and just kind of look at the old world buildings. And Argentina, man, every time I get there, I just get stuck. So it's just so amazing.
It's amazing. Yeah. Bariloche, I would say look around Bariloche, El Blasón. That area is where the nuclear power plant was. I swam the lake because there was no way to get a boat. The guy wouldn't rent it to me when he found out what I was trying to do with it. So I had to get a Ziploc bag and put my phone in it and like swim. Like it was like a half a click. It wasn't bad, but it was cold. It's glacial water. And you get to this island and there's like a broken concrete. It looks like Raiders of the Lost Ark meets, I don't know. It's terrifying because they were going to build a nuclear reactor and there's like a plaque there to tell you about it, but there's no way to get there because they don't want anyone to get there. It's like, what is going on, man? But the nuclear fusion humul reactor, HUMUL. Oh man,
wow. That's
Argentina
crazy.
is wild. They have the Atomic Research Center, and like since I worked at NASA, I got to go check that out. The Atomic Research Center, the Bariloche. They've like their own. I think they have a linear accelerator. They won't tell you they do, but I'm pretty sure they do.
What you worked at NASA? Did you say you worked at NASA?
Right. Yeah. So I did all the stoichiometric indexing. So basically, you get a giant telescope. It's an atomic force.
English.
You take it at 40. It's a 40-foot atomic microscope. Atomic force microscope is called AFM. And there's also SEM, which is scanning electron microscope, and so microscopy. And so what we do is you scan a material, and you're like, what is this made of? Like, what is the amount in combination with other materials? What is the stoichiometry? Is the amount of different parts that make this thing up? And there's different ways to do it. You can also look at the bonding of something. Like, oh, how is it? Is the latticing? Is it a daimonic shape, or is it graphenic shape, or is it like a Buckminster fullerene where it's like soccer balls that are all net together? What's the shape of the connection of these things? And then you look at, with an AFM, you can see like in the middle of the material, like, okay, well, it spikes up in the center of these points that there's an extreme amount of copper or something like that. So it's like a reverse engineering thing of nature. And you're doing that for biomimicry. So we use these giant, in Stanford, you have to go from NASA to Stanford to get to use their microscope. I call it a telescope because it's 40 foot tall. But it's just to look at like the smallest thing you can look at. And you're not even getting a picture, you're getting a graph, but it's like a $29 million microscope. So, and they built the building around it. So you built this levels area, and then you put the thing on top of it, and then they build walls that are separate from the base so that there's no way it could shake the building when people are walking around the building.
Well, what city were you located in when you?
It was like so I lived in Santa Cruz. I would commute over the hill to Los Altos and Palo Alto. Mountain View is Moffett Field, and so I used to go. My
ignorance only told me there was Houston and Cape Canaveral.
Oh no, yeah, no. So before me, even my grandfather worked for Lockheed, and so he would work in Moffett Field, and he helped build the air hangars there. And even as a kid, 7th grade, 3rd grade, 1st grade, we took field trips to NASA at Moffett Field. And 9th, 12th grade, 16 to 17 years old, I started doing video projections a lot. So I got in with the NASA through that. It was through Yuri's Night. We did festivals. I would project video. I projected video once for MIA, and there's another guy who projected video who ended up going off and doing all sorts of work on that. But I kept working at NASA doing other things, right? And just kind of you start out as volunteering, and you get like a visitor pass, which is like ET. You get this thing that says you're a visitor, ooh. And then I worked on the moon landing tape digitization project. So that was the craziest thing I did at NASA, basically, which was basically they took the McDonald's building, and then there was this transvestite guy who was working there. I was like, what's going on? And he's like, we have all the moon tapes here. I'm like, I thought this was a McDonald's. He's like, no. And so it's like, well, what's going on? It's like, well, we don't have the way to digitize these tapes because we don't have the machines. Like, well, I'm a hoarder, and like my dad and I go to the flea market. I have some of these tape machines, kind of like you do. And so that started the process. They're like, we could start cleaning up these tape machines and fixing it. And then
you ever heard of a 1-inch machine?
Oh yeah, exactly.
The people that
a 6-foot tall one, by the way.
You remember the movie Flipper? the original movie Flipper? The original movie Flipper was done on 1-inch.
Oh.
And when they went to digitize it, they could not digitize it because they couldn't find a 1-inch machine. I was the only one in the country that had a 1-inch a working 1-inch machine, and I sold my machine to the people that own the rights to Flipper so they could digitize Flipper.
Dude, I gotta watch Flipper now.
1-inch or off of 1-inch digitally.
See, that's a documentary I would watch. That's awesome. That's the best. Yeah. I mean, so that's basically what we tried to do. And then eventually they just took all the canisters, and then they didn't release the stuff that we were working on. And then we got a team of like 20 people. The team got bigger and bigger so that we couldn't know exactly what was going on. And then all of a sudden they're like, oh, well, we found the missing tapes because some of these tapes were recorded over, even though there's a lot of these are film, by the way. There's like 1-inch reels of magnetic tape, but there's also film. because there's the way that they're able to process it was some of these things were taking film and then they were sending down a video signal. This is their story again. And you've seen Capricorn 1 and you know where this led me in terms of what I started to believe in my skepticism of the whole thing. But then everything disappears and like, oh, well, that's okay because we found another copy of Joseph Smith's Book of Mormon. No, I'm just kidding. We found another copy of in a storage unit somewhere. Someone found all of these magnetic tapes, and now we can digitize them. And it's the same thing as Nephi. It's just a little different. I swear, this is literally the official way this is supposed to go down. I was like, I don't know, bro.
Incredible. There was a when I was little, I guess it's still there. There's a place in Durham, North Carolina. It's called the Durham Science Museum, and they have an exact replica of the moon lunar lander module.
Yeah, it's cool that you can make that out of a microwavable popcorn wrapper. You know,
like it's pretty fascinating. But what's more fascinating to me is how the big old spaceman in his big old spacesuit gets through that little bitty door.
Everything about every part of everything is just like the more you break it down, the more you can't. But then the real question is like, what did we really do? And so the other part is you go to I went to Spain, and so there's this desert where there supposedly is the Valley of Blood, where during Revelations it will, and during Isaiah in the past it already has been up to your knees in blood, and there's all these battles that took place there. So maybe. And it's haunted as hell. Oh. And there's supposed to be wandering witches that have sex with you, that are ghosts that will kill you in the middle of the night. And all these, it's like a terrifying everything. You're like, what is going on, Spain? What do you need these stories for? And they're saying, well, this is where the NASA radio tower was built for the relay, so that the signal could be broadcast back from Australia to Spain and then back to Cape Canaveral. And so it's a very important place, and all sorts of people. I'm like, oh, dude. So is there any weird like stories about that? They're like, oh yeah, yep. Anybody who heard about that got killed. And like all these like laughing Basques, you know, just like, oh yeah. Like anybody who had a radio got hunted down. Anybody who knew what was really being broadcasted through that. And there's been just all kinds of people that were disappeared, that were, you know, into just observing nature, right? They had a ham radio, and they were listening to signals, and then, you know, maybe they got some kind of evidence. But I think the thing is, there's obviously truth to every lie and every metaphor. So I think, of course, the most practical way you can explain this to somebody who's pretty mainstream is like, of course they had to fake it because the Soviet Union and them, and like if they didn't make it, it would look bad, right? So it would make sense that you would have to fake it. And so you can actually start to break through to a lot of mainstream people.
What's that movie about faking the moon, the Kubrick
Capricorn 1?
No. It's oh gosh, it stars the redhead kid from Harry Potter.
Really? I don't think I've seen this one.
Moon. Damn.
Ron Weasley, actor.
Yeah. Damn. That's you'll like that. Oh man, Moon something maybe.
Rupert Grint.
It's about the Kubrick. It's
Kubrick Grint movie.
Oh shit! Well, I can't remember.
Moonwalkers.
That's it.
There we go. All right,
that's it. You'll like that. That's good. That's
after failing to locate the legendary Stanley Kubrick, an unstable CIA agent must instead team up with a seedy rock band manager to develop the biggest con of all time, staging the moon landing. Yep, I don't know. That could be. There's probably some truth in there. I think that's the thing, is that you had to have something going on to show people while something else was going on. And the thing that was going on was probably a lot more like that Netflix show Sandman, or at least the comic book, maybe a bit more like a spaceship that's really just like Solomon's seal on the ground with candles. And then they have to astral project. Because if you read all of this Operation Stargate papers, I mean, the CIA is talking about remote viewing to interact with these people, not necessarily that they're in rocket ships per se, but they might be in Solomon squares. And I think that might be a more that'd be
Speaking of-
weird to show people.
Speaking of Solomon, have you looked into the theory of where the actual location of the Temple Mount not being the Temple Mount?
I mean, so I don't know. I've talked to you, David Ewan Jr. about the idea of Turkey in Istanbul, but what do you think? There's also the Ethiopian one. I like that too. What do you think?
Well, I'll show you what
I've
my
heard the
thinking
Nova
is.
Jerusalem one. There's a couple Nova Jerusalem temple mounts. One's in
Here, the basic gist is that, okay, if this is the temple, let me find a better picture. Okay. No, okay. If this is the overhead okay, here's good. Okay, if this is the Temple Mount today, right? And you've got the Dome of the Rock, correct? Well, that the theory is that this is not the Temple Mount, that this is what is called Fort Antonia, which was the Roman fort at the time, and that the Temple Mount was actually right down here. This is the Ophel, and this is in between the city of David and the Fort Antonia, and the Temple Mount was down here, and at the Gihon Spring, which is they know it's right here, but they believe it shot up in here. And Josephus talked about how the Gihon Spring actually would shoot up twice a day, 450 feet in the air. And then this is an overhead. Today they say that this little corner is Fort Antonia, but the Fort Antonia, I believe, is this size. If you measure this out, it actually measures out to the same dimensions of a Roman fort of the era. And the city of David is being excavated now. This is kind of a lower portion. The Temple Mount that we call today is this square portion up here where it says Mount Moriah. And then the city of David is down here. And so they're actually excavating it now. This is the Gihon Spring. It's a siphon pump spring. And basically what it does is it fills up, and twice a day it shoots the water. It's like a pump. And then there's these interesting, this is okay, Fort Antonia would be here. And then they had a bridge that they've actually confirmed there was a bridge right here that led to the Temple Mount. And this is kind of give you an idea. And then the Gihon Spring is how they would cleanse themselves before going in. And these are some quotes by Josephus. Now, this is interesting. This is in Romans, and it says, "It is now demolished to the very foundation and hath nothing left." Now, the thing is that in 70 AD, the temple was supposedly destroyed down to the foundation, that everything was destroyed. Well, if everything was destroyed, okay, what the hell is the Temple Mount? Think about that. Okay.
Wow.
Now here's a great picture of it. You got the Temple Mount, that what we call the Temple Mount today, and they say that Fort Antonia is this little bit back here, which supposedly would have held 2,000 troops plus 3,000 support staff in the family, and then the city of David is actually right here. And another thing is that they're finding all this evidence in the city of David. It's actually amazing. This says the abundant spring gushing up naturally from within the temple. So now here's another thing. There is no water source under the Temple Mount. The only water source, fresh water source in Jerusalem is the Gihon Spring, and it comes up under the city of David, not the Temple Mount. So there is no water source on the Temple Mount. Now that means that if the temple was on what we call the Temple Mount, that means that they would have to cleanse themselves and then walk all the way up to the Temple Mount, and they would be dirty by the time they got there. And they had to be cleansed before they went into the holiest of holies. Okay.
The washing of the feet.
Yeah, they had to cleanse their entire body. There's I'm looking for certain quote. Here's Josephus. Now, as the Tower of Antonia, it might seem to be composed of several cities. For if we go up to the Tower of Antonia we gain the city, since we shall then be upon the top of the hill. And what he's saying here is that the highest point is the fortress Antonia, the Tower of Antonia. Okay, that means that it's the, look here, see how it's higher? This is the Tower of Antonia right here. He's talking about this tower.
Wow.
Okay, and then
The cornerstone. You know, you think about Freemasonry, the cornerstone, you know, of the tower is the lowest and first.
Yeah. There's other quotes. This is what they call Fort Antonia today. They say that the entire Roman,
That makes the most sense of anything. So, because the unblemished calf has to come, and it has to come from the east. Oh, this is so brutal. Because if it has to come from the south and the east, and you have to go through, oh man. So and in Herod. So the idea that this is where they sacrifice babies, bro, this is brutal.
Here's Mount Zion.
There's a lot of connotations you just opened up.
This is where Mount Zion is, and this was destroyed, and they're finding the remnants of that today. That's where David's citadel was. I'm just going through a few of these quotes, and you can kind of do your own research on there.
That's great.
There's people talking about this better. Now, here's another thing that I find is interesting, or two things I find interesting about this research. Number one is that you have the Knights Templar, and the story goes that they went to Jerusalem and they dug under the Temple Mount, and then they found something, and they went back to the Pope, and the Pope gave them special powers. Okay, and then the rest from there. But here's the thing: what if they were not digging under what we call the Temple Mount? What if they were digging under the city of David, and they were storing their horses in the old Roman stables which were under the Temple Mount, or what is Fort Antonia, and they were digging under the city of David where the true temple was. Okay, and what if they found something? But here's another there's two more points. I had 3 points. The next point is that most people don't realize that when they tore the temple down to the foundations, that means everything, every stone. What is the Wailing Wall? If they tore down every stone, what is the Wailing Wall, y'all? Okay, then they kicked the Jews out for 1,000 years. And then who came back next? The Christians. When the Christians came back, they are the ones that determined that structure was the Temple Mount, not the Jews. The Jews, when they came back, they just, okay, that's the Temple Mount, because the Christians just said, that's the Temple Mount. But
because the Muslims,
nobody knew. Nothing was there. The only thing was there was what we call the Temple Mount today, which was actually the Roman fort. It looked like a mount. Okay, it looked like a foundation. But if you read the book, it says foundation and all. But then here, I'll one up you even more. Okay, underneath the temple, what we call the Temple Mount or the Fort Antonia, we know there are stone megalithic blocks under there, just like in Baalbek. Okay. Now, here's where it gets really interesting. If you know your Zechariah Ascension, you know that the story goes that Baalbek was the landing pad for the Anunnaki, right? Mm-hmm. But if you also remember that they say in the Sumerian text that the Temple Mount area, the platform, was the control tower. So I'm wondering if maybe what we call the Temple Mount today was actually Fort Antonia 2,000 years ago, and before that was the control tower for the Anunnaki.
And then these landing towers or these I mean, it makes a lot of sense. There's a couple things here. One, when you first asked about what I thought, I was imagining places even further away, because some of the stories about this, I don't know if you've heard about this, but the idea of nomadic Jerusalem, right? So there's a Jerusalem. Well, the idea that Jerusalem is wherever the 12 tribes are.
Right.
They built a new Jerusalem. So there's Nova Jerusalem's like Istanbul is a Nova Jerusalem, but even Jerusalem is a Nova Jerusalem. It's not the original, because you can go back even further. Let me pull up actually, Jericho. You think of the wall of Jericho, right? Like people think of, here's the path. Let me just see if I can pull this out properly. Is this Jericho? That's not right. Type in Jericho here. Okay, so if you zoom out a bit and that's not Jericho, is it? Jericho, Israel, something like that. That work? Okay. So if you zoom out a bit and you think, okay, I remember Jericho. I heard of the wall of Jericho, right? But you pull back a bit and you can see where they had to walk. They were walking from the south along the Gulf of the Arabia. And so when they come up here, they have to go and divert all the way here to this point that they don't really need to go through. They could easily go around it to get to the rest of Israel. So why is it so important? Well, part of the reason is because of the wall of Jericho, which today they make sure there's no remnants of any wall of Jericho. They've torn down everything. It's like a building rule that everything is like 3 stories in Jericho and Beersheba. They call it Beersheba. But it's a densely populated area where the people who were originally like Samaritans and Jericho people, they're a minority, they're oppressed minority that still live in parts of the wall. So underneath here, if you start to dig, you find all these stories of they had the Jericho had like a super society that had free energy, that it was destroyed with sound waves. That's the thing. They walked around the wall 7 times and then it was destroyed. And then they walk off and they pillage what they need in order to continue on to the land of giants. Right. So that might have been one of the Jerichos, but then, Jerusalem, but then there's another Jerusalem that's even further back, which is along the way in Persia, in Iran, and in just parts of Arabia, because they go from Egypt. And so then there's the whole thing with Akhenaten and Moses. If you saw that, I did a whole thing on this, where if you look up the dates and you sync it up and you see Freud's interpretation of Josephus and you see Osarseph. But I go further. I don't think that it was just Osarseph. I say Osarseph was Akhenaten, and then it connects everything, because you've got the idea that Moses is Akhenaten, his father, his uncle.
I agree. Yes, I agree with that. I agree with that. Yes, I believe Moses was Akhenaten. Yes,
I bet you it's going to become like a mainstream National Geographic Disney Plus documentary in the next year, because you got Wikipedia
years ago, and I remember hearing you talk about another point. Just to throw it in, another curveball in there is that I did a research on sun gods around the world, and I traced it backwards because I want to know where this came from. And the furthest back that I could trace it personally was the Sumerian god An, A-N or Anu.
Right. And so the
Did
name
you trace it back any further?
That's base. That's base. So I would go with, first off, the thing that's interesting about An, let's go with that, is that Heliopolis and Heliorchus were all called An, the city of An. So North Egypt at the time, where Alexandria is, was called An. And An also has to do with electricity. And the symbol, the ancient Sumerian hieroglyph, is very similar to the power symbol that people use today. So I think that there is a huge connection to the Sumerian An. And the idea of El and En, Elohim and stuff, is also connected with the power god. But it's bigger than just the sun. It's that the sun is reflective of the radiation and of the power. It's like the bulb of energy, or the ampage of the energy, whereas Nuit and Anat, it has to do more with the cosmogony that holds all of these different, many existing multiverses in it. This is our resonant frequency. This is the thing that's harmonizing us. So it gets interesting, because I wonder about that inversion of when light became good, because light used to be considered kind of evil. It's the son of God. God is this goddess, kind of darkness, that is the matrices in the womb and universe, that has allowed the creation to separate itself so that she can remain. And it's not like good and evil dynamic. It's that there is greater goodness in God. But all of a sudden they're saying, okay, well, the architect is God. And you can see with the Bavarian Illuminati, their association with light as this goodness, and the inversion of darkness into this dark thing, where and this is, I think, also associated with the Catholics, with Saturn worshiping, the Roman Saturn and priesthood, that can at least not even in terms of a conspiracy, just the groups that took over, like they continued on. You know what I mean? It's like you move into a city, like some of the old festivals and
people,
still happen.
the illuminist ones, the illuminated jackasses. Okay, people don't realize they go back thousands of years. The Adam Weishaupt, that's just recent,
Right. Yeah, he was just, so I always look at that like
way back.
The
Brotherhood of the Snake,
the Hermetic Golden Dawn, and the Tibetan Grand Lodge. Like, so the Rothschilds were looking for a way to make it equitable to run the Illuminati. And so Weishaupt was like, well, why don't you just buy the like equivalent to the YMCA? Because if you own these fraternal lodges, like you just own a bunch of them, they can do their thing in the front, rent the buildings, you get the back room, you know. Right. So it's a really practical thing that they kind of merged together. But it wasn't always that way. You have to think at a time when, especially after the reset, you don't have access to books unless you're in one of these clubs. You know, right. So you're like walking around in the dark because they just shut off Cordoba. I mean, you got the 100-Year War, so it's important to remember how
mystery schools, you know,
right? You had like electricity and light is the other thing that's hard for people to understand. Like you look at the stories of Spain and Arabia and of the Dutch, like they had electricity and lights at night, and all of a sudden it's all gone. And so for the next 100 years, yeah, you have secret societies and handshakes just so you could read a freaking book. It's pretty terrifying.
You ever seen those everlasting lamps that they had?
I don't know. Is it like, I'm not sure.
Some kind of oil or something that they had where these lamps would just, they never went out.
I've seen like a magnesium powder lamps that could just burn brightly for like days and days and days and days, using kind of the same technology as like a photo flare. I don't know for sure which ones those are. I mean, the thing is, we've forgotten so much more about all the technology that was just available, like light towers and things like the things that could pick up on the ampage. Tesla is always talking about at the same time that Edison's showing electric chairs. He's like, hey, lady, hold this light bulb. See it glow in your hand. Like the electricity can be safe. That's because it used to be as simple as that. There were things that could tap in and light up, right? And we're about to get back to that, which is the most hilarious thing. Like, if you've seen the new licenses for USB and wireless charging systems, we're about to see like wireless lights that you can charge that you can put around your house. Google will start releasing I mean, there are cameras now that are.
Have you heard of Li-Fi?
Li-Fi, yeah, for sure. Yeah, I knew that one of the kids who worked on the original, at least in Mexico City, at the University of Mexico City, there was a Li-Fi project using LED flickering to do it. And so I that's always been one of my favorite kind of, I don't know what you call it, like fantasy ideas, is if the sun is a Dyson sphere or whatever, if it's flickering Li-Fi, and then that is a way of transmitting data to the crystalline radio, is being taught to just by this, how the next steps to take.
Well, I got an idea, and you'll probably understand this idea better than most people. I need an Elon Musk son of a bitch to pull this off. So if you're an Elon Musk out there, hit a bigs up. But the idea is, you know how you got Google Maps and you got Google Earth. Okay, you got the satellite coming down and you can zoom in and look down at the ground. But when you get to a certain when you zoom in so far, then it drops into the Google Maps and you're on the ground. But then when you're on Google Maps, you can only look up so far before it goes into the satellite, right?
Right.
So there's a gap between the two, right?
Yeah.
My idea is to incorporate the two, the set of balloons, whatever, and the ground cameras, and then have like a drone version in between that connects the two, so that you can basically go from ground all the way up without losing the data in between, so that then you can look around in any direction,
right,
all around, but at one time.
So a couple of things. So Pine Gap definitely has that, but have you seen that Netflix show, The $1 Billion Code? $1 Billion Code, I think it's called. It's a German show that they dubbed into English. It came out like 2 years ago. Okay, so it's really worth your time, and anybody I actually recommend it because they dubbed it in English. You can watch it pretty fast, but it's a true story about this company called, I think they're called TerraVision. And TerraVision was an East German company that right as the wall fell, they smuggled a bunch of East German funds and bought a Silicon Graphics machine based on the Cray supercomputer. So they had, you know, in a room somewhere, this giant $100,000 purple computer in 1989, and they were trying to program stuff. And this guy was like an artist, and he's like, I want to make virtual reality games. What if we could you could take them and put them into a non-Euclidean space, or you can, you know, be like all over the place, right? And the other guy's like, okay, well, what do you want to do? And he's like, we need to make a map. So they build this system by hacking NASA and everyone else in between, because it was easy in 1989 to do that. And I think that was part of the Freemasonic Operation Discovery or something like that it was called, where at some point everything was out there, and you could, if you were able to, you could look for it, you could get your hands on it. They would know you've seen it. But yeah, like there's a reason why Assange got away with seeing stuff too, right? Like there was in 89, the internet was wild. So so they built this thing, and it was really complicated. And the algorithm, the biggest problem is that when you're zooming in, you get this jittering thing because it's not sure which location to track. So what they had to do is figure out how you pick a pinpoint location, and then it augments its way to a certain point. But so there's a reason why it only goes to a certain distance and doesn't, even though it would be really easy, you think, because at that distance, you have tons more footage, you know, it's hyper clean. So there's a reason why they don't want you seeing hyper clean footage. And then Terramar sued them and lost because it's Google, of course, for stealing their idea and making Google Earth. But yeah, you used to be able to do that.
Wow. That's cool.
They definitely want to hide people's houses too. It's like there's a privacy kind of thing, you know.
Have you looked at Terrence Howard's work?
I don't think so. Let me see. Terrence.
He is the actor that played in the movie Empire, or the TV show Empire, and also the movie Hustle and Flow.
Oh yeah. I know this actor. I don't know what work.
You know his story?
No.
Okay. His story is that, contrary to popular belief, he's a smart motherfucker. Okay. And he has been studying the flower of life for years. And he got to the point where he decided to leave Hollywood and full-time work on his research on the flower of life. He did this publicly. And if you'll look into Terrence Howard, he's doing things with the flower of life that are very interesting.
Wow. I'm typing.
He has a light presence on YouTube. He doesn't release much information because he has had so much backlash. But if you know if you get into his little circle, you'll find his information. He also wrote a book that you might want to read because it's a very interesting perspective. It's like one. Bernie, if you're still there, help me out here. It's like 1 times 1 equals 2 or something like that. And it's a very interesting mathematical perspective. But he's really smart. He's also doing, he's made this thing with, he calls it the linchpin. And it's a geometric shape that he's designed from the flower of life. And it's basically, I'm going to butcher this. It's okay, you know how you got the flower, okay, I don't know if you can, okay. Flower of life, okay?
Fractal.
I'm not going to show this very well. If in between the petals of the flower, okay, that space, he did a 3-dimensional model of this, and in between he found there was a shape, and he calls the shape the linchpin, and he is now making new inventions based on the linchpin. And he's making free energy devices. He's making a new drone that can fly in any direction. The cat's got game. You really should check him out. I think you'd really like him. And he does interviews, but only for people that are. He's very specific about who he'll interview with. He's also done talks at MIT or no Cambridge or some shit like that. It's on YouTube. Just look into it. See what you find.
That's interesting. Yeah, I'm checking.
I don't want to speak for the man because he's a smart cat, and I don't want to ruin his work. But
no, that's interesting. I mean, it's funny, like, because people don't realize in Hollywood there are a lot of people that are they're really artistic, they're really creative, and then they get into acting. And acting is like you got to start doing what other people say. It's more than the military, and you got to feel it when you say it. So I mean, it's weird. I think people don't get what they get. There are a lot of interesting, good people that get roped into it, and the luckiest are the people that get to just kind of work in it in the background. There's some really cool people that do like horrible infomercials. They edit them, but it's a job. That's how you get your apartment paid for, and you keep going. So I don't know. I mean, but they're cool people. I know they know this.
I've met a lot of famous people doing the work I did, and some of them are really cool, and some of them are real assholes. They're just people.
That's true too. I think it's also really hard if like you're kept from people a lot, and then when you interact with people, how you're supposed to act. I mean, and you look at these people that they get surrounded in. They're on a catwalk, and there's 10 or 100,000 people on either side of them, but they're 50 feet away. Like that's about as close as they're allowed to be to people. So, it's not easy.
Yeah. I remember one time I was doing some work for Shaquille O'Neal at his house, and I went up to his house in Ellsworth, and I was pulling up, and there was you might have seen it. Shaquille O'Neal's house was absolutely huge, and I did all the audio video in there, and in the process of that, I pulled up to the gated fence, and then there was a tunnel that went underneath the road that came from the other side of Ellsworth, and there was a golf course that ran around the entire neighborhood. And I'm at the gate, and I'm putting in the code, and all of a sudden, bam! I'm like, what the fuck? And it was a golf ball had hit the truck.
Whoa.
And I got out, and I'm looking, where the hell this golf ball come from? And I'm not joking. This is a true story. I look over, and from the tunnel on a golf cart, I shit you not, comes Tiger Woods. And he had played over the road and hit the truck. He was playing the ball over the road to play on to the next course and hit the truck. And he was saying, "Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. Is there any damage?" I'm like, No, it's cool, man. It's cool.
Hilarious.
What do you say to Tiger Woods? It's cool. Tiger Woods just nailed my car.
He's doing his thing, man. That's the thing. He just wants to play golf. That's the other thing. Is like that's all you're allowed to do is do your thing, and you become like obsessed with the thing. That's all. I mean, it's interesting what happens to people. I don't know. I mean, I feel for a lot of people. I don't think it's fair. We're always like, especially the people that get taken out a lot of the time. Not everybody. There's a few people probably that are really guilty. But you got to imagine the most guilty people are getting away with it still. And there's a lot of fall guys out there. And they're like, oh, yeah, let's shift it to that guy, And that happens in Hollywood a lot.
I worked for Bill Clinton when he was president once. Shame on me, but that was the job, I mean, I did what's called HMI lighting for a speech he did. And I was the closest person in the room to him besides the Secret Service, and they had their eyes on. I could literally feel them piercing me with their eyes.
They're worried about you. You were young and vibrant. You got to be careful when you leave them in the room with the president, right?
Those guys, the Secret Service, they don't play. They're not a joke.
No, yeah. I mean, also a lot of time Mormon and pretty healthy. It did get weird though. Since 2016, there's been all these weird stories with the Secret Service, fake Secret Service, people that were bribing the Secret Service. A lot of weird stuff started to happen. So I don't know where the world's at today.
Well, they were all drunk when the night before JFK got shot. So except that one, there was that one guy.
Dude, Stephen King is really not making himself look good on Twitter right now, and I would pay $20 a month just to keep him off of it. But one of the things he said recently, he had that show, not said recently, but he wrote that book series that they made a James Franco TV series out of. 11/22/63. Is that right? I think it's like the day that it happened.
Yes.
So it's a show, and it's James Franco. So I've already warned you. But at the end of the day, what it's about is, and I'll try not to do too much spoiler here in case you ever actually watch this thing, but don't support Stephen King. The show is about if you try to go back and stop JFK from dying, what worse things would have probably happened during the Cuban Missile Crisis, during nuclear Cold War times, how much worse the world could be if JFK was left alive. And so it's interesting.
So we can scratch off nuclear weapons, so that's not a problem. And
but there's other people with nuclear weapons. So I mean, again, this is the Stephen King narrative, and probably therefore the CIA narrative and the MI6 narrative is that, hey, JFK had to be removed because otherwise we wouldn't have been prepared to deal with the inevitable climactic arisal of whatever kind of
who did JFK. The real answer to the question is who didn't do JFK.
Yeah, it seems like a lot of people weren't pretty stoked with him after the Bay of Pigs, in Cuba. So
everybody,
a lot of the rich families, yeah.
And not to mention, I don't know if this is something I've never heard anybody else say, but y'all do realize that all the buildings around this event were like old world
Tartarian buildings,
style buildings.
The building that the window, it's like a Tartarian Smithsonian looking.
The Texas Books Depository. When they go in when you go in the building, you go up steps and you go into the second floor. The second floor is the first floor.
Yeah,
it's a mud flutter.
It is absolutely. Star Fort, Golden Gate Star Forts on Instagram, and also he does YouTube videos. Yes. I talked to him, and we did a live stream on the anniversary of the assassination in the parking on the grassy knoll. He was on the grassy knoll, and he was going back and forth, and he was showing all the different parts of the buildings and everything, and we were just talking about Tartaria and everything, and the cops came up to him and told him to leave while we're live streaming.
I can tell you exactly where Lee Harvey Oswald was at the time of the shooting.
Doing his hair? Just kidding.
He was drinking a Coca-Cola on the second floor.
It wasn't a Pepsi. Oh, that's the Vegas shooting. I'm sorry.
No, he was on the second floor drinking a Coca-Cola, and that is actually in the Warren report.
I mean, what's funny is how much of it they tried to show in the Stephen King's thing. They're like, okay, let's say we tell you this, and let's say we explain it to you. But then it kind of it folds into like, thank God it happened this way, because we would have been so peaceful. We would have been prepared for the hard times. Soft times make soft people.
That's a question I'll ask you. How many people were in the car when JFK got shot?
Oh, man, I always forget this. I mean, let's see. Was it 4? Is that right? Is it 3 or 4? I don't know, because is
that your final answer?
Let's see. There's 2 in the back. There's 1 in the front, at least. There's a guy on the side of the car. Is that right? I think I'm gonna say 4. Sure.
That's your final answer?
Yeah, I'd be wrong, but what is it?
This is. Some people consider this a Mandela effect. From my research and from, if you look at it today, it's 6. And I believe it was 6. And I believe that the 4 is actually from people's faulty memories from the event, that the way it went down and the way it was presented to the public made it look like 4. But they didn't do it on purpose. It's just the way it turned out. But there were 6 people in the car. There was the Secret Service driver. There was a Secret Service passenger front seat. There was Governor Conley, his wife, in the middle, in the what we call the jump seats, and then there was the president and his wife in the back. It was a 6.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Yeah, and I feel like I remember that. I mean, even just from the Marilyn Manson music video where he drives around, right, and they're just trying to ripping it off. But because it's a 6-seater limousine, 6-seater Cadillac. The reason I forget, I think I'm looking at the picture right now, is because the dudes in the back look like they've ducked.
They have.
I'm sure that they're supposed to be covering him.
She ducked Conley's wife
Victor, I'm
ducked, and
seeing-
he fell over because he got shot.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
So they're not jumping on top of him to try to keep him safe.
And then when the Secret Service reenacted the shooting, when they were trying to do test fires and everything, they used a 4-seater car. And the reason they used a 4-seater car is because the actual presidential limousine, was very expensive. It was hundreds of thousands of dollars to build that car. And that car was it was used as the presidential car for a long time. I don't know if you knew that. They actually stripped that car and redid it and used it as the presidential car for many, many years.
Seems like a good, I mean, I can imagine that it's a good way to like remember what you did and to also to remind people and to warn people, you know, in a situation along the way. Because I think that it's also, people think it's hard to imagine how people could be led into a thing like this. But by the time you get that far, I think you know what's going on, you know, and there's like these little, it's always like a little veil in front of you, but they're showing you still.
Exactly. Well, I'll tell you what, I've been going 6.5 hours, and I know I'm tired, and you look like you're about wore the hell out too. So
I gotta get to bed soon. Yeah. But it's awesome. I like this
call it.
conversation. We should do it soon again and come on my channel, man, and we'll talk.
Oh, absolutely. And Campbell is going to invite you on the WhatsApp to the Bat channel, and you're more than welcome. It's just a closed net group of Tartarian Old World Mudflood researchers, and it's an exclusive group, and it's just for us to be able to communicate one-on-one, and it's been very helpful for us. So
sounds bad. Yeah. Thank you, man. I appreciate it.
We'll look forward to see you there. So
totally. And you guys know you can find Xirtus videos online and stuff like that. Bernie and I are doing science streams there. Check out those too. And thank you, Bernie, for connecting us. Very awesome.
Yes, thank you, Bernie. Thank you. And I'll put your links in the description and get you everything on there for you.
Cool, man. Thanks.
I sure appreciate it. And thank you everyone for joining us tonight. And I hope you all have a great week, and I will be back as soon as I can. I am working on my construction project, and I am dealing with YouTube in my spare time, which is very little right now. So love and light to all, and we'll see you soon. Adios.
Mudflood Club.